Welcome everybody to PlanetsCon Live 2020. I'm your host Griffin. A little bit about myself as we get started. I'm a longtime Planets player from the 90s. I belong to a group called the Planets.nu group. You've probably seen us around. This is our second con here, and I want to thank everybody for coming. I gotta turn that down, I can hear it. Sorry. So I want to welcome everyone to the con. We've got a pretty great lineup here. I want to give a special shout out to Mopier, as he is our MVP, our most valued presenter, giving us not one, not two, but three separate presentations. This is going to be a good show on a bunch of different things here. Estimated runtime is going to be about probably 5 hours, give or take. And we'll have lots of good stuff for you. Just a reminder that we will have trivia later in the show. To do the trivia, it's advised that you have a second mobile device, a touchscreen, although you can do it on your computer if you have both the stream open and the game window. We'll talk about that when we get closer to the time of the show. Before we get going here in the first presentation from Johnny Doe, which is called The Great Monkey Wrench, a case for the existence of the Hor Wasp and how they fit into the VGAP universe and how to live and fight them, not necessarily in that order. It's a very informative presentation on the Hor Wasp, but before we go to that, we're going to go to Commander Koshi's kitchen for a special presentation.
Greetings, Echo Cluster. Welcome to my golem in the Neopedia sector. I'm here with Captain Fakudi.
Hello.
And we are about to cook a classic.
It's Tim's amorphous soup.
Ooh. And as you can see, it takes quite a lot of different ingredients, and many of these are actually quite exotic in this sector and at this time of the year around here. So we needed to do some replacements, and for example, even this chicken soup with rice, there isn't any around, so we had to make own rice. And also this five spices powder, I had to go to a special exotic shop and get one. Even though I have heard that you can replace this with a pinch of Emo's blood. We just need to put everything to pieces and everything into the kettle. So please, let's start.
Let's begin. Alright, the soup has been simmering for 8 minutes. Time to add the tofu and cool it down.
So, now it's done. It's very exciting. Very exciting. Interesting smell.
Well, it is amorphous.
Yeah. I'm a bit frightened.
Don't worry. These amorphous worms have been killed by the chlorine device. They won't eat you.
Okay, is it 1, 2, 3. Not bad.
Yeah,
I can actually eat this.
that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you,
Very
Tim.
nice.
Thank-
Do we never get petitions now? No, the rebel found me. This colony doesn't have any fighters. We have to bail out. Quick!
All fighters, launch, launch, launch!
Man, I love some Finnish humor. And that was light by their standards, let me tell you. Thank you, Commander Koshi and Fakwid, for your cooking demonstration on Tim's amorphous soup. Got a resounding not bad review from them. They actually just made that here within the last 12 hours, I think. They're getting together. A couple of them are getting together, and we'll actually be hearing from them later in the show. Now we're going to go ahead and go to the Great Monkey Wrench presentation from Johnny Doe, and there will be a short Q&A afterwards, so please put your questions into the chat, and we'll get Johnny Doe on the line to answer some of those questions. In the meantime, enjoy the show.
Hi folks, and welcome to my presentation. The Great Monkey Wrench, a case for the existence of the Hor Wasp, how they fit into the VGA universe, and how to live with and fight them, not necessarily in that order. I want to start this with a disclaimer. I am currently ranked number 30 on the Hor Wasp leaderboard. There are at least 29 other people who are more experienced at the Hor Wasp than I. Also, everything that follows is my interpretation through observation and practice. Especially for section 1, this could all be apophenia on my part, the psychological tendency to eagerly seek out patterns where none actually exist. So take all of this with a grain of salt. So this presentation is divided into 3 sections. The first section is how they mess with you, how they throw a monkey wrench into the standardized strategies of Echo Race players. The second section is how to play the mess. It's a light guide on how to play them if you've never played the Hor Wasp before. The third section is how to mess with a mess, how to deal with a Hor Wasp as an Echo Race player. I'm just going to come out and say it. I believe the Hor Wasp were introduced into the game to destabilize the standard strategies players use to get ahead, as well as to get us to appreciate things that we as both newbie and veteran players tend to overlook. If there were a metagame carrot and stick to try to get players to change their ways, the Hor Wasp would kind of be the stick. Keep that meta in mind as I go over everything. Again, it could all be my perception that's skewed, but through observation of the game, I think there's a good reason. Anyway, on with the show. How the Hor Wasp mess things up. Strategies that must change when you play with them. Early game resource gathering, ships with just enough fuel, recognizing a planet's value or lack thereof, planet hopping and hiding, FOF for ships, or don't be lazy, and diplomacy only with the strong. Early game resource gathering. What I mean is this. Most players build a large deep space freighter on turn 1, then on turn 2 load it up with clans, supplies, and mega credits. Then they set it out. On the first colony world, they'll drop 100 clans, build 100 mines and a few factories. Next turn, leave 1 clan and move on to the next world. They'll try to capture as many planets as possible with freighters, building a hoard of resources to be used later with the minimal amount of population. While this in and of itself isn't a bad strategy, and is some a necessary component to win, leaving these resources to languish is hazardous to your health. Most new players don't set up the necessary logistics to move these resources once they're mined, or they'll forget about it. If a nest gets to just one of these worlds, or is destroyed and 10% of the clans on board invade, then those resources are immediately available to the Hor Wasp. At best, the Hor Wasp doesn't have enough clans on planet to launch anything. They need a minimum of 27 clans in order to launch the cheapest pod. But if a full nest lands on planet, you're looking at possibly broods, jackers, and soldiers behind your defensive line, or even more disastrous rock showers at your homeworld. My observation. I believe the developers are forcing you to plan and strategize your logistics. If you must leave resources sitting on a planet, look how to increase its defenses by raising planetary population or use double-duty warships to serve as freighters and guardians. Be deliberate with your resources. Move them to production and protect your wealth at fortified starbase worlds. Dedicate freighters to move minerals where you can use them. On that note, ships with just enough fuel. Players can send ships devoid of fuel to surprise opponents, transferring fuel from a cloaked ship at the same location. This is a sneaky way to scout or capture a planet without risking the ship in question unless the planet is set to nuke. This is useless against the Hor Wasp. By default, their planets are set to attack or nuke. If you use this strategy, you run the risk of having the ship attacked by a planet that doesn't care whether or not you have fuel. The push, then, is to be deliberate with your fleet in the way they are intended. Do not bring your freighter to the front lines if you cannot keep it safe, for example. Recognize a planet's value, or lack thereof. This covers lone worlds that occupy spots well away from your more traveled clusters. I believe we're incentivized to limit development. These worlds are inconvenient to get to, both to transport minerals and to defend. Sending a freighter to collect resources takes time, while a warship to guard is wasted from the battlefront. If you mine it from the beginning of the game and a Hor Wasp player gets to it, you're suddenly opening up a new front to deal with. Any minerals left sitting on the planet will go toward throwing rocks on your population, or worse, if a native populated world, stingers and ships to attack you. Best to make these worlds outposts, recognize them for their non-strategic value, and treat them accordingly. My observation here is that the developers wanted to make the players recognize the strategic value of planets. Don't develop a world just because you can. Planet hopping and hiding. The Hor Wasp automatically detect any ship within a 150 light-year radius of any of their tokens on the board. Tokens meaning pods and ships. Trying to hide your presence is useless, whether you try by planet hopping or cloaking. While cloaking prevents combat, the Hor Wasp can still see approaching ships, so you can't rely on this strategy to launch surprise attacks. What may have worked for any other Echo race fails against the Hor Wasp. Observation here is twofold. First, when starting out, it will be useless to try to hide, or at the very least, while no pods are near enough to detect you. The stick incentive, then, is to push you out of your home cluster and start expanding to other clusters quickly. Secondly, it is pushing players to use the entire map, not just the connections between planets. By planet hopping, you're only utilizing part of the battlefield and not the entirety of it. Worse still, you're giving vital clues to the Hor Wasp about your intended target. I'll expand on this later. Fight or fail for ships. Don't be lazy. Without Hor Wasp, the incentive is to skillfully outmaneuver an opponent, taking his planets without direct combat, and oust him from the game by making him lose to fight or fail. You're rewarded for this by open ship slots that you and other Echo Race survivors get to fill. But with a Hor Wasp player in the same game, any ship slots freed are first available to them. Relying on FOF to gain ship slots becomes a liability for you. It is my belief that the stick method is nowhere more pronounced than here. An Echo Race is pushed to gain PvPs. After the ship limit hits, you can only really gain them by attacking other ships. Players are de-incentivized to turtle up. They must go hunting. In this screenshot from my Corvus game, the Crystal player is about to be dropped due to FOF. This means the Echo races must spend enough build points to raise the number of ships over the current 500 maximum. While most of these players were fighting alongside me, they still could have undermined my position by spending their points to minimize the amount of new ships in my possession. If I had intentions to betray them and win the game, those players would have lost a valuable opportunity. When playing with a Hor Wasp, players not only must have a basic awareness of the battlefield, but an awareness of the entire game. You can't have tunnel vision of only what's going on in front of you. Diplomacy only with the strong. Players tend to create diplomatic relations with those left standing after the nearest neighbors have been eliminated, or with those who can offer something of value to you. Or they immediately wage war on a neighbor in order to take advantage of their quote-unquote slower growth. Doing so with Hor Wasp in the same game carries a risk. If you do so, you may lose out on valuable abilities and trades that can help you later. With a Hor Wasp looming, one should always be thinking several steps ahead and preparing how to deal with them. You don't necessarily need anything long-lasting, but consider short-term treaties and ship trades with those you would normally try to eliminate early. This can prove invaluable when you encounter the Hor Wasp later. The incentive here, then, is to treat the match as you would approach a championship game. make deals, trade ships with the potential to benefit you, seek temporary allies to take down a more immediate threat. Veterans might consider working with less experienced players, for example, and might give them greater leeway to survive with Hor Wasp looming nearby. The case for Hor Wasp to shake things up. End of section 1. It is my fervent belief that the Hor Wasp, as they are designed, are meant to throw a wrench into the underpinnings of standard VJ Planet strategy. They are designed to force you to think differently, focus your resources, and conduct more flexible diplomacy. You are incentivized to make the jump out of your home cluster earlier. Hiding is useless, so why wait? In doing so, you will also announce your presence to Echo Race neighbors. This has the potential to jumpstart diplomacy. The need for terraformers, double-duty ships, torpedo ships to take down jackers will drive trade, then teamwork. Players are incentivized to team up earlier rather than waiting until later to form bonds. By the nature of this interaction, newer players are given a greater chance to survive rather than fall prey early to veterans. On to section 2. How to mess with other people. The other side of the battlefield, a brief on how to play the Hor Wasp. So up to now, I've only addressed the standard Echo Race side of things. Playing the Hor Wasp, you have to adopt a different way of thinking. I'm going to assume you have a passing familiarity with them, so I'm only going to explain things that first-timers tend to miss. I'm also going to touch on notes relating to Section 1 for all the ways they throw a monkey wrench into the standard strategies of the Echo Races. The Hor Wasps seem to embody these strategies with little effort. They're like a dark mirror to how the Echo Races deploy on the map. So again, how to mess with other people. You have to change your focus, as well as recognize the initial tools at your disposal. You have to have a fear of open space. You have to have an appreciation for what's on a planet. You have to attack from unexpected angles, and diplomacy is your weakness, as well as your greatest friend. One of the toughest things to do when first playing the Hor Wasp is to change your focus. Planets are the drivers of your empire, rather than ships. With a regular race, ships drive your empire. You use them to transport resources, attack other players, conduct clan drops, and spread your influence. Ships are important to the Hor Wasp as well, but work alongside planets to wage war. As you play the Hor Wasp, you use planets to transport resources, attack other players, conduct clan drops, and spread your influence. You just do so via pods. Think of pods as temporary extensions of the source planet. First lesson of the day. If you seek to fine-tune how your workers work, be sure to make sure that this box is checked. Otherwise, all your fine-tuning will be thrown out when the turn processes. How to colonize, recognizing the tools at your disposal. With a Hor Wasp, you might be tempted to first build a brood, fill it with clans, then launch it to colonize the nearest planet. While you can do this, it's more expedient to launch a nest. Let's look at two Hor Wasp players, Bug A and Bug B. Both are, say, 25 light years from the nearest planet. Bug A builds a brood. It costs them what you see there. On turn 2, they fill it with clans, send it to the next world. And on turn 3, it arrives, it drops clans. Turn 4, it can beam up any clans that have been harvested from natives present, assuming that there are natives, and then it can move onward. Bug B, on the other hand, builds a nest on turn 1. On turn 2, it arrives at planet and deposits 1,200 clans on planet. Additionally, all the resources on the planet are immediately available to the Hor Wasp player. Assuming there's enough resources on planet to build another nest, it can send part of the population onward. It's more expedient, therefore, to build a nest rather than a brood. You will land more colonists, you will have resources more immediately available to you, and it's just more efficient. You use less resources. If the enemy is in the opposite direction, you've sent your brood where it doesn't need to be. So keep that in mind. Keep in mind also that if there's no native life present on this new colony world, you can't adopt the standard Echo Race strategy and leave one clan on planet. If there are no native life to harvest, that clan will die and you'll lose that colony. So it's better to launch a nest with a larger amount of clans. If they die off over a period of turns, you'll have that colony world for longer. You have more opportunity to send farms there to sustain them, etc. You might also be tempted to send a stinger rather than a nest. Again, this is sort of a waste of resources, while also not maximizing the number of clans you can land on planet. With a stinger, you only land 300 clans on planet, and you're wasting valuable titanium and moly that you can use for other purposes, like more ships or more nests or an accelerator or a hive later on down the line. You want to be cognizant of your resources and conserve them whenever possible to be better spent elsewhere. Fear of open space. Hor Wasp players should have a natural aversion to open space. Ships caught out in deep space without a planet nearby risk getting stranded. You either have to jettison clans to make travel more efficient, or you have to launch a sentry to refuel them. Either way, you are wasting valuable time to do so. You will either have to refill your cargo with clans, or you have to wait for the sentry to arrive and then refill your tanks at 5 neutronium a turn. In the depicted graphic, I'm showing the same brood traveling distance related to speed and the corresponding cost. As you can see, overwarping to 9 costs the brood more fuel than it has in its tank. Though, even if it traveled 49 light years, it's going to lose a large reserve of fuel. If you're pursuing an enemy, and that enemy dances out of range, that ship is going to be stuck. That's why, going back and touching on Section 1, if any race should be planet hopping, it should be the Hor Wasp. They need to keep to the shallows. They can't go in the deep waters. Appreciation for what's on a planet and what's not. Natives, resources, and fuel. Let's start with natives. When you play the Hor Wasp, the temptation is to play them like the cyborg. It makes sense. Assimilating natives means you deny them to your enemy while also making your planets nearly unassailable with a higher population. I do not recommend this unless you are in danger of losing that world. Instead, it's best to cultivate the natives so that they provide well over the long term of the game. It should be added that amorphous natives are all fine and dandy for making your planets unappealing to echo races, but other natives are useful too. If you have a pair of worlds, for example, consider seeding one with reptilians to double the mining rate, and the other with gypsodals to send rocks at a higher speed to where you need them. Bovinoids make a powerful bargaining chip to trade to other echo races. In rare cases, siliconoids can also be sent to enemy Hor Wasp in the same way you would send amorphous natives to echo races. Planets without natives should have natives sent to them. Natives tend to grow even on worlds with terrible temperatures. Consuming natives can be more efficient rather than having to top off the population with nests. So sending 2 farms, for example, is more economical in the long run than having to send multiple nests. Resources. Hor Wasp players have an acute appreciation for minerals and mineral concentrations. Running out of titanium in a planetary cluster, for example, means launching stingers is going to be impossible until you move more there. The lesson from Section 1 about being deliberate with your resources is nowhere more pronounced when playing the Hor Wasp. Always send minerals to your larger colonies or your planetary clusters that need a particular resource to keep going. Keep a supply going, even if it's only a few score amount each turn. Since you don't have to worry about ships transporting these resources, you have little excuse if you're caught letting these resources sit and languish and the enemy gets a hold of them. Fuel. In order to produce more fuel, a Hor Wasp player must mine it or liquefy its own clans in order to produce more. On large population worlds, this is less of an issue, but for worlds with smaller concentrations of clans, fuel is going to be a problem. You're going to run out. It is entirely possible to liquefy your colony, especially on worlds with adverse climate conditions, so be sure to keep a close eye on clan allocations. I have liquefied colonies into oblivion. Do as I say, not as I do. Another thing to consider is to build soldiers. They have the highest fuel tank out of any Hor Wasp ship. Too many players spam broods and little else. Build a few soldiers, you'll thank me later. Attack from unexpected angles. Attack methodology for the Hor Wasp is pretty obvious. Ships are sent to the enemy with a barrage of pods to support. This is established. But since pods cannot change trajectory and are bound to their path as soon as you launch them, and ships only travel at warp 6, the enemy can predict paths and station ships to intercept. When this happens, it helps to plan for a different avenue of attack. Enter the accelerator. The listed thing is they produce 25 neutronium each turn for all ships located at the same location, and any pod plotting a trajectory through them will save fuel and boost their speed. By the way, never launch them at a planet. Always launch them into deep space. If they land on a planet, they will instantly be destroyed, and you will lose all resources spent toward their construction. And also, as a general rule of thumb, I try to make one accelerator per planetary cluster. But beyond their listed ability, consider how to use them to attack from another angle. The image shows an enemy on the other side of a radiation halo. Passing stingers through the halo was impossible, and sending ships through there would weaken my ships, and enemy ships were concentrated at the corridor to defend. How I got around this was to launch an accelerator outside the main galaxy. Since accelerators can only be seen at 50 light years or less, positioning it here was no problem. The enemy didn't see it. The main challenge was building enough clans and other resources at the launch point, and then waiting the 6 turns for it to get into position. Once in place, however, I was able to launch a number of stingers and nests to capture his worlds. That's something you have to consider. While accelerators are nice tools to create fuel and speed your pods along, they can also be used to redirect your pods to attack from a different direction. Diplomacy is your weakness and your greatest friend. This is the weakness of the Hor Wasp that I love to fill. Just because the rules say you can't establish anything higher than a peace treaty with another player, it doesn't mean you shouldn't. When I see another player at the edge of my territory, typically at the beginning of the game, I'll offer a trade. For every amorphous world they give to me, I will seed 2 or more of their worlds with natives, or more if I want to sweeten the deal. Beyond the obvious, namely a world of exploitable amorphous natives, as a Hor Wasp who survives into the late game, I may well be surrounded by Tech 10 carriers and not enough jackers to take them down, especially if I've been fighting a war of attrition, which most Hor Wasp games evolve into. Since I am in danger of losing both ships and planets to enemies with more powerful, maneuverable ships than my own, a world that is surrounded by equally powerful, more maneuverable ships than my own, such as that from an Echo race that I've made a deal with, it's a powerful advantage. A buffer of allied ships guarding my own planets is always a good thing. The case for playing the Hor Wasp. End of section 2. In playing the Hor Wasp, you gain an inherent understanding of the strategies in section 1, albeit from the view of the bugs. You learn how to use them more effectively than a regular Echo race, and how to turn them to your advantage. So I believe that by playing the Hor Wasp, the practice can make you a better player, if only through repetition of these strategies and how they come back around when you go back to an Echo race. At the same time, you gain an understanding of to how these strategies can be exploited to turn things against a veteran. But by playing the Hor Wasp, beyond a greater appreciation for planets, resources, the logistics of war, you see other things in a better light. The field of battle for the Hor Wasp tends to be head-on, without much variation of travel through space. How you get around that challenge forces you to think outside the box in how to overcome an opponent. Diplomacy, too, is enhanced. Learning to work within the confines of an inherent limitation, you come to realize the importance of how to work well with others when you can. So that's my case for playing the Hor Wasp. And finally, some strategies against the Hor Wasp. And thank you also for staying with me this far. So, messing with a mess. These are by no means the ultimate strategies to use, but they should serve as a basis for how to start mounting an effective offense against the Hor Wasp. First, you have to recognize the threat, planets versus pods. Then, scout, and then do more scouting. Flanking in open space is your friend, know your foe, and then what would Machiavelli do? Recognizing the threat, planets versus pods. This one is the biggest that you should always keep in mind when attacking the Hor Wasp. Always go for their planets rather than their ships and pods. I mean, you don't get build points when you destroy a pod, namely stingers, so why sit at your planets waiting for them to arrive, rewarded for nothing when you kill them? Here's an example for one of my games. All planets marked white have one or more hives around it. All planets marked red don't. The white planets, as you can see on my active battlegrounds, is where the enemy is choosing to attack. It is unbelievable to me how many players insist on attacking planets with hives. All Hor Wasp planets can launch pods at you, so why should you focus on planets with the strongest defenses? The bugs can only have as many hives as they have planets. If a planet has 3 hives, that means 2 other planets don't. Hunt for those planets. Hunt for the planets that don't have hives. Even if I have ships guarding them, you can easily feint to one world, then attack another. If you keep me guessing and have my ships trying to jump to one world over another, I'm wasting fuel. This means less fuel for pods to launch, less pods to attack you, and I become more vulnerable. At the same time, when you attack worlds that are undefended by hives, you're keeping my population centers down. For the Hor Wasp, clans are every bit as important as Duranium, Tritanium, and Moly. If you scour a planet clean of clans and keep it that way, I can't easily build more ships and pods there. What's more, since I need clans to mine and liquefy into fuel, getting rid of my population there is essentially destroying my industrial base. It's destroying my factories and mines, so to speak. On that note, hives cost a bitch ton of fuel to move. These are 2 examples of a full-tech hive traveling 50 light years, or 49 light years, to the nearest, to a planet I want to defend, basically. And you can see how much fuel it costs me to move. A half-filled hive, or a hive with like Tech 4 torpedoes, costs maybe half as much, but it still costs a crap ton of fuel to move. If you're forcing me to pick between worlds to defend, I'm going to be wasting that fuel to move my hive to defend. It basically means less fuel for me to launch pods at you. It means your worlds are a lot more safer if I'm wasting that fuel to move those hives. So scout, and then do more scouting. Always scout Hor Wasp planets. Try to do it with a cheap ship with cloaking. Alternatively, you can do as in this example, Tom Graves did it with a Resolute with heavy phasers in the warp well of a planet, and it helped clear the protofields around the planet. It allowed him to scout other planets in the area with cheaper bird ships, and additionally, it allowed him to keep close tabs on what mineral packets were being sent to and from the planet. If you are familiar with the costs of Hor Wasp ships and pods, seeing what mineral packets are being sent can tell you what I intend on building. If it's past the ship limit, if I'm concentrating resources, there's a good chance I'm going to try to build another hive. This gives you an idea that this planet is valuable. I'm going to, set my claws into it, and I'm going to defend it to its last breath. That gives you a clue that maybe you should go attack other planets. Beyond that, that also gives you a clue as to which planets might have ships. If you scout with some cloakers, or you scout planets and see where the ships are, you know which areas to attack with ships to gain more PvPs. This harkens back to Section 1, where you need to earn priority build points in order to build ships past the ship limit, so that if a player does drop to FOF, you can compensate for that. You can make sure that I don't gain more ships when that player drops. Flanking in open space is your friend. You would think that you could not surprise a Hor Wasp player, but you can. The difference is not to be predictable. Remember planet hopping? Back in Section 1 I told you not to do it. Jumping from one planet to another in a cluster tells the Hor Wasp where you intend to attack next. They can more easily deduce your intended target. Even worse, it essentially sets a speed limit to your ships. The distance you set for yourself is constrained by how close the planets are in that cluster. With transwarps, you should be able to run circles around Hor Wasp ships, but by planet hopping, you're letting him catch up to you. If you're coming from deep space, you make things more difficult for the Hor Wasp. They have to guess where you're attacking based on the trajectory of your fleet. If you're attacking from deep space, the Hor Wasp cannot easily predict where you're going to end up next if you're making a zigzag. But at the same time, you should recognize this, and you should conduct feints at Hor Wasp targets. If you have several fleets all jumping through deep space to Hor Wasp territory, then you have one of those fleets make a beeline to a point within 82 light years of a particular enemy planet. The Hor Wasp is going to pick up on this. They're going to pick up on any crumb of information and move to defend. But the next turn, instead of attacking that particular planet, you instead move to a different one, or you move to a completely different cluster. The thing to realize is that if you're conducting this feint over a period of several turns, the Hor Wasp player likely wasted several turns sending ships to that target or sending resources there in order to build a hive at the last minute. Either that, or they're also launching proto-fuels to try to slow you down. Either way, he's made other locations vulnerable and likely spent fuel that could have been spent sending pods. You want to interrupt his order of business of sending pods at you by instead setting up defenses. You need to use every trick in the book to bleed him dry of fuel and clans, so that there are less pods being sent your way. Less clans, less pods worlds further away. Less population means less planet defense tech and less clans to build things with. You need to coerce a Hor Wasp opponent, threaten violence without actually using any to make him waste resources, until you want to use that force and actually wipe him out. Knowing your foe and how much it costs a Hor Wasp to move his ships helps you to do this. Scouting their worlds and knowing where they have the most clans tells you where they are producing or liquefying the most fuel. Knowing where they have ships but no fuel allows you to know which planets are most vulnerable to attack. So know your foe. It really helps to know the Hor Wasp. If you know how to play them and what their limits are, you can mount a more effective defense. One of the strategies of fighting echo races is to lead off with your weakest ships, letting the enemy waste torpedoes and fighters on them before following up with a battleship or carrier. Since the Hor Wasp have unlimited torps and ship fighters per ship, you have to change that strategy. Leading off with your weakest ship simply doesn't make sense. Instead, the reverse is true. You want to lead off with your best ship, then let your progressively weaker ships follow up. You have a higher chance of facing a Hor Wasp ship not only armed with lower tier technology, but containing less combat mass. If you're familiar with the Hor Wasp, you also know that their ships and pods follow a strict order of battle. Stingers fight first, then jackers, broods, then soldiers. Their friendly codes cannot be changed, so the ships of the same type will additionally fight in order of ship ID. As an echo race, you're not limited to that. You can alter the order of your own and allied ships through modification of friendly codes and missions. You need to choose which ship fights best against a particular Hor Wasp ship and order them accordingly. Allowing your characters to fight against jackers when you have a torpedo ship present is a crime against the crews of those now sunken carriers. Do not do this. This touches back on Section 1. Ships that might have been ignored in an Echo Race only game might see more use and trade in a game with a Hor Wasp. Just because a particular ship might be useless to you doesn't mean it might be invaluable to another player. Virtually any torpedo ship massing more than 150 tons is going to be useful to an Evil Empire player, for example. Ideally, it has more mass than a superstar frigate, but you get the picture. So another example. If you know Stingers are fire and forget missiles, you know that after they land, they're no longer a threat. They cease to exist. Recognize when to defend against Stingers. Which would you rather fight? A Stinger with 3 heavy phasers and Tech 10 torps, or a planet with X-ray lasers, 6 fighters, and proton torpedoes? If you're fighting over a contested world with nothing on it, sometimes it's best to pick up all clans from planet, let the Stinger land, then a turn later come back and attack the planet. You can gain a clan from the attack, and you save yourself from taking too much damage. Strategize what is worth defending and what is not. This calls back to Section 1 and not developing certain worlds. That is, if you don't need to, then don't. If the minerals are stuck in the ground and not where the Hor Wasp can use them, you don't need to worry about keeping that world defended too heavily. And of course, there's an exception to the rule: planetoids and debris disks. Planetoids are a pain to develop, but you should recognize that they are a deadly asset in the hands of the Hor Wasp. If you've played the Hor Wasp, you'll know that they can land farms there and set up thriving colonies. With high enough populations, they can build broods and soldiers, as well as launch pods and tremendously massive rocks. For an Echo race, always try to build outposts and colonies in debris disks. They might be a pain to develop, but it's worth keeping them out of the claws of the Hor Wasp. And finally, what would Machiavelli do? Keep your allies close, keep your enemies closer. Do nearly anything you can to make peace with a Hor Wasp, then stab them in the back. And yeah, I know that's detestable to some of you, and I tend to play honorably myself, so I get it. But I also believe that because bug diplomacy is limited to begin with, the developers are trying to coax us into thinking like players who participate in higher tier games. In other words, in order to win those games, you have to be prepared to do everything in your power to achieve that win. This involves engaging in a flexible sort of diplomacy. If the Hor Wasp is already working with an Echo Race neighbor, you have to imagine how you can coax or coerce that neighbor into working with you. By default, you cannot team up with a Hor Wasp to win. Well, but what about that Echo Race neighbor? Can you convince him to work with you for the ultimate win of the game? Can you convince him to provide intel on Hor Wasp ship movements or pod movements? Or can you coerce him to do those things? Next is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. On the flip side of things, making friends with a Hor Wasp might be the best way to fight another. Since they can see all ships within a 150 light year radius of their tokens, a Hor Wasp friend could act as your eyes and ears for any pod sent your way. You wouldn't need to rely on picket ships and could cut down on your guard fleet. If you've ever captured a Hor Wasp planet, but lose it on subsequent turns to wriggling larvae, coordinate the planet capture with your Hor Wasp friend. As long as your Hor Wasp friend is the one who captures the planet, all larvae fall under his direction. This is immediately beneficial since you suddenly have a planet with anywhere from 1,000 to several million clans ready to defend it. And of course, one of the best benefits is asking a Hor Wasp player to seed all worlds along a battlefront with reptilian natives. Since they fight with a 2-to-1 advantage over other native races, having a sustainable pocket of them provides proof against amorphous poops all over that cluster. So there you have it. This is by no means the final guide on how to play and work against the Hor Wasp, but I hope it jumpstarts your own strategies into how to deal with or play them. Thanks for listening, and that's all, folks.
Excellent. Welcome back, everyone. That was a pretty in-depth analysis of the Hor Wasp and Johnny Doe's take on them. And as you can see with me, I've got Johnny here, and we're going to go ahead and answer some questions. So if you can send them in the chat, Getting Braver will make sure that we get them. Let me start with a couple questions of my own. Johnny, why did you want to do a presentation on the Hor Wasp?
Just because so many people dislike them. And a lot of people really, they don't understand what their limitations are, so they have this notion that they're invincible, and they're not. They're totally not. It might be tedious to fight them, but they have a lot of weaknesses that a lot of people don't see.
Yeah, I've had a game or two against the Wasps, and as we were talking about during the pre-recording going before we started here, they are indeed tedious. In fact, it's probably the thing that I myself, as an opponent of them, dislike the most about them. But other than that fact, the amount of skill it took to go in that fight and the things that I learned doing that definitely benefited me as a player. What originally drew you to playing the Hor Wasp?
I was actually playing Colonials versus Hor Wasp, and the Hor Wasp player he begged me to play them because I had the same conceptions that everyone else had. I thought they were invincible, or I thought they were way overpowered. I didn't think they needed any improvement. I thought they were just this horrible wall to face, and I felt like if he didn't back down in that game, he would have won. And then he said, just play them, you know, and just see things from my point of view. Then I started playing them. I realized he was right. So yeah, that was pretty much why I started playing them.
Well, let's go to some questions here. ARS had one question about the Hor Wasp. Shouldn't they be burned and removed from campaign? I mean, pencils have erasers for a reason. What's your response to that one?
I mean, they only exist in those games, so really, uh, you basically want to burn them from the universe. I have this belief that there's this overarching kind of design theme through them, and they're like I said in my presentation, they're there to kind of counter these strategies that players use, and they're all used to, such that they're stuck in them. They're kind of stuck in a rote sort of play style, and then by playing the Hor Wasp or by playing against them, you kind of break out of that. You have to break out of that in order to survive and beat them. So I think that's why they're in the game, and that's why they should stay in the game, because they break you out of your thinking. They force you to think outside the box, so to speak.
They definitely do that. Another question from Hanko. So what is a good job mix for your Hor Wasp your clans, what their assignments are on the planet?
It totally varies from planet to planet. If you're in doubt, you can just set it to default. What I always like to do, though, is I will have, for higher population worlds, I'll have 10% always liquefying, because you're always going to be running out of fuel. So liquefying your population is always like kind of necessary in order to produce more fuel. And then to balance that, you want to make sure that you have enough workers harvesting natives, so that you're balancing out the loss of population to fuel, and then the rest mining and burrowing when you can. If the world is closer to enemy territory, you might want to prioritize burrowing more, because that increases the planet's defense. Closer to your core, mining, of course. Like in the beginning of the game, most of my core worlds are all just mining and harvesting and liquefying. That's all they do. It's only after the ship limit hits and everything is kind of set and mining is less important, then I'll start to terraform planets. That's it.
Okay. And then there's a question: do Hor Wasp ships build before regular ship builds?
I'm assuming after the ship limit hits and friend or foe drop. Is that what you?
I don't know if I have any clarification. RK, if you want to.
Well, in any case, I think it probably does, because when friend or foe, after the ship limit hits and friend or foe happens, Hor Wasp ships get built first. So my assumption is, yeah, they probably do. They're probably built, my guess is probably the same time as pods.
Okay. Emperor SMN asks, he says, I liked the accelerator outside of the galaxy map, but I have to ask, is that the nadir of sneakiness? They seem sort of clumsy otherwise.
They are. I mean, well, define nadir? I don't know what that means.
Thanks, SM, for using a word we don't know the definition to. Nadir. I didn't know it either.
I went to public school, man. Come on.
Lowest point in the fortunes of a person or
kind of like
organization.
I would say
hard English words at us.
I would. I would say no. It's not really. It shouldn't be a last resort kind of thing to send an accelerator outside the galaxy, because it can. Well,
I don't know. I thought it was a really good tactic, because I mean, what better than to come at people from a different direction? If you've ever really fought the Wasp, the most important thing is to know where they're going before they get there, so that you can be ready to respond. So you either got to be everywhere, or you've got to know where they're going. And that's why you often hear about like picket ship strategies, which allows you to have more of a regional, or at least a kind of a smaller area defense of where you have one ship covering one area. It
Yeah.
takes a lot of coordination on the Hor Wasp side to hit multiple planets in an area at the same time and overwhelm your resources.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fuel to do something like that.
I mean, I have
Move.
sorry, to quick add to that, I have to admit, in the two games where I did that, it was kind of a last resort. Accelerators cost a ton of minerals to build and a ton of clans to deploy. So yeah, I had to kind of plan for it, and by the time I got them into position, it was kind of the last legs of those battles. So
Let's see. Do you think that the bugs are largely equal to any other race given equal knowledge about the game, or does it take more than one player to defeat them? So obviously, with the newness of them, a lot of people didn't know how to fight them, and the bugs are definitely strong early. But what's your answer to that question?
I feel like they're kind of, if they had to be compared to any other race, I would say they're sort of like the polar opposite of the Borg, because the Borg assimilate natives. They can have these huge population worlds that are difficult to crack, and at the end of the game, Borg have these massive ships that are really difficult to overcome. And in that sense, you sort of need multiple players in order to take them down. The Hor Wasp is a polar opposite. They have similar capability with planet defense and everything. It's just that all their strength is almost focused on the beginning of the game. That's my initial assessment, I guess. But I do believe that you need multiple players to take them down, and I think that's kind of why they have limited diplomacy themselves, is to encourage other players to form treaties with echo races to take them down. That's their purpose in the game. So I feel like, yes, you need multiple players to take them down, but and yeah, they're sort of the polar opposites to the Borg.
Okay. SMN adds, I've always thought fighting the Hor Wasp is a PP losing affair regardless if you win or lose. Is that actually true?
That's tough to say. In my experience, all the games that I've played, the Hor Wasp has survived to the end of the game. Or all the Hor Wasp games that I've played, I have survived to the end of the game. So I've never seen what happens when you defeat me.
I think what he means is the cost to fight them in ships and the amount it costs to replace those ships with priority build points versus what you get for killing them is a net loss.
That's kind of why I say you have to be smart about fighting your enemy. Individually, Hor Wasp ships, at least brutes and jackers, can be defeated very easily. If you can tow them to an ambush pack, use the right ship to take them down. Yes, the priority build points are worth it. Against brutes, it's dicier. It's a lot riskier. So
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to say that my experience isn't complete in that.
Thomas Graves asks, what can Hor Wasp do to counter cloak and intercept? Nothing! No, actually, what's your answer to that one, Johnny?
Not much. The only thing they can do really is do enough damage so that it can't cloak again.
Yep. Protofields, I think, is the answer to that question.
Protofields. But that's dependent on you moving through the protofield. As long as you're not moving, I think you're not taking any damage.
No, I think if you're in it, you get it. But if you're defending against Hor Wasp coming in as the birds, cloak and intercept is a beautiful, beautiful thing. I fought them, and I would often grab rocks or something as a bird. I fought them. I'd grab rocks and just do a quick tow and just let it stay there in space or whatever it was.
That's something that always puzzled me, is why do people, if you're near a planet, why do you grab it and let it float? Why don't you grab it and tow it to the planet? because towed rocks actually land softly. They land and they don't do any damage.
So I may not
So-
have known that when I was doing this.
Oh, sorry. So,
No, that
yeah,
was-
one of the things.
but also you could do that with other ships too, I think, right? No, they'll fight you.
Well, you
won't
can do
they?
that with stingers, but I mean, stingers are going to attack you. So,
Yeah. They don't
yeah. But rocks, I mean, you grab them, you tow them to a planet, you have free resources. Like, it always puzzled me is why people don't take advantage of that and steal all the Hor Wasp resources that are just flying around the galaxy.
And I think I answered the question is they probably aren't aware that they'll land safely.
Okay. It's in the documentation.
Well, actually, the Wasp documentation's a little
Yeah,
sporadic,
true. No.
and our documentation team has been reluctant to thoroughly integrate it into the how to play section. So I advocate for them to get to work on that. Okay, we got one more question from the audience. Any suggestions on the proper use of minefields against the Hor Wasp, and how to manage properly those damn spores? I don't like much the idea of losing Gorbies because I'm too far from a base. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure about the spores.
Yeah, I don't know
Protofields.
No. Defending against Hor Wasp with minefields.
They're only good against Hor Wasp ships. So versus broods, jackers, and soldiers, they're useful. But only if the Hor Wasp doesn't sweep them before they fly through them.
Which generally they're pretty good sweepers.
Yeah, because they all have heavy phasers usually. So minefields are less useful, but they're. I would say use minefields to countermine protofields.
And actually, I have one more question here that I think I want to throw in from Commander Noseri. What is the race that the Hor Wasp dreads to counter, to play against?
Mine personally is colonials and fascists. Fascists, especially because they have planet immunity, they can pillage, they have glory devices that instantly kill off all amorphous natives. I mean, that's super fearsome to the Hor Wasp. If they see some glory devices coming and they have a bunch of amorphous worlds, no, that's like enemy number one. And colonials, like just Virgos, can take out a ton of stuff. Like in my experience, playing the colonials versus Hor Wasp, like I had little problem with Virgos against Hor Wasp ships.
All right, Johnny. Well, I want to thank you very much for putting together this presentation. I couldn't have done it without you.
Couldn't have done it without you either. I had so much technical issues.
But you did good. You did good. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and kick it off to the Space Pirate Harlock's amazing enemy ship list plugin, or how to get the upper hand on your free time again, presented by MVP Mopier. So here we go. Enjoy.
Awesome.
Hello, this is Mopa with the presentation Space Pirate Harlock's amazing enemy ship list plugin, or how to get the upper hand over your free time again. Yes, so why this presentation? This time I'm showing you something that in my mind should be included in a computer game, because I usually, I'm also a board gamer, and I usually think sitting in front of the computer, well, this is a computer game, it should do the work for me. Now, Planets is a pretty complex and sometimes, unfortunately, also complicated game, and it can't handle everything for you. So, for example, I note down at my planets, at the planets I note down that I saw an enemy ship there and in what turn. Okay, this is a lot of work. Sometimes it gets messy because it's too much information, and so on and so on. And Space Pirate Harlock took this plugin by Cadalion. I don't know if if I pronounce it correctly. Here, this is his profile. You might know this one. It looks like this, and you can enable it on the star map as well. Whoops, here, and then you can show the different races and highlight their ships. Now, Space Pirate took this because Cadalion wasn't working on it anymore, it seemed. He took it and he took it to another level. So there are many functions here. I just want to highlight 2 or 3 of them that I use a lot and that I like so much. For example, I check the opponent's ships that I'm just attacking. Here, yes, you can sort them and stuff. And the fleet wasn't that awesome. I was afraid of those Gorbies though. And I had the problem. They moved from planet to planet, and you know it. They move over a planet, they conquer it, and you can't see the ship anymore. So let's check out number ID 78. It is here at the moment. Yes, and I can't see it, but I can see it because of the plugin, right? So this is the normal view. The ship is not here, but with the plugin on the right hand side you can see it. I saw this ship 0 turns ago because this plugin remembered that this ship has just attacked my planet this turn. And you can see the ship history. Yes, you can see where it was last turn if you hover over it, where it was 2 turns ago, 3 turns ago, and so on. And this is pretty amazing. You can do this with any of the enemy ships that you know already, and you can do it with any race. You can easily turn it on or off here. Let's look at my ally. Okay, he has a biocide here. I took an unfortunate color, yes, but with the plugin you can see it easier. 16 turns ago his F-Cloud was there, then it channeled, and now it's all the way back at my home area. Yes, right? And so on and so on. Okay, so this is already almost as amazing as it can get. But there's another thing that is fantastic. If you're working with an ally, and no matter if you have full alliance or not, you often have to give a lot of information on enemy ships. Maybe you're attacking somebody together in a joint venture at the same time. You have to give a lot of information manually to the other player. Here, you can just choose to send ship data to another player, and also the planetary data. I check this. I choose I choose the race I want to give information of, like my enemy, my foe, and who I'm going to send it to. So in this case it was the cyborg and also the robots. Okay. Then I tick send updates every turn and I confirm. The other player at the receiving end has to have this plugin installed, and then there will be a pop-up message at the beginning of the turn when you enable this for the first time, and you just confirm that you want to receive the data, and then it will be done automatically each turn. So maybe this is a cyborg area. Maybe this ship was unknown to me. Okay, it's my ally. Anyway, there might be ships unknown to me. I've never seen them, but he shared his history of ships with me, and I've got the information. So this is really amazing. You just have to be careful to not choose the wrong receiver here, right? You might accidentally send a lot of information to somebody who's not even allied with you. Okay, yes, overall that's it. There are many other functions here, and just check it out. I won't take the time to explain how to install plugins and how to use them. I think there are enough guides on that. And I think that's it for now. Oh no, one thing I want to mention. A very unfortunate thing. Here, like in the old plugin, you have the contact area, and here is Space Pirate Harlock's profile. Very unfortunately, a few months ago when Corona hit, maybe it has something to do with Corona or not, he just disappeared. I tried to message his league team members, I tried to message him, no sign of him at all, so I really hope he's well. Yeah, okay. Have a nice con, bye bye. Oh, I haven't finished yet. One addition, I'm editing it into the video afterwards now. A very important note, thanks to Powdolf, because I sent him the video and he tested the plugin, and he mentioned that, oh no, my screen is flooded with notes. Yes, there is one function that Harlock enabled by default, and that's really a pity. You should, before you do the update, before you synchronize the ships, please remove this tick. Don't add ship history to notes, because otherwise the whole screen will look like this. Okay, any of the ships will have, hey, okay, anyway, you get it. Any of the ships will have the note with the position from the last turns put into the notes, so everything gets, yeah, here you can see it, but it gets more and more, because these are just like turn 67, these are just like the last few turns. Okay, so bye.
All right. Thank you, Mopier. Great presentation on a useful tool. Hopefully you guys learned something new. Thank you again to Mopier for that presentation. All right, now it's time for our favorite group of Planets players, the Finns. They're going to be doing a presentation on Choose Your Destiny, a discussion about race pick order for high-level games. Your contributors in this are ISO-T, Commander Koshi, Musu, and Faquid. So without further delay, I'm going to kick it off to them. Enjoy their presentation.
Okay. Are we live? Are we online now?
You guys are live.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Greetings, Echo Cluster.
Greetings.
Greetings,
Hello.
greetings from Finland. We are live from Tampere. Here's Commander Koski. ISO team.
Bakudi. Sorry about that.
And we all have...
We have some beer.
Of course. Now.
All right. I guess
Okay, let's start.
let's start. So, as a background for all of this, I sat in the train for 5 hours yesterday, and I picked 176 games that I could find, which I consider to be high-level standard or classic games, with the difficulty modifier of 1. I could only find like 8 games for all of this, but we did some analyze some of the games, and without further ado, let's view what we came up with. So here's a slide showing the average rank. So a smaller bar is better. And you can see from here that there are certain races like the lizards, which have quite low average rank. And then there are races like, let's say, EE that have a bit higher average ranks. You can also see the median graph. So if you know what a median is, it's the middle value. You arrange everything in order and pick the middle value there. And if the median is higher, that typically means that there's like a lot of games that are on the tailing end of the scoreboard, and vice versa for the low median.
Yeah, and if we look at this graph also, I think we can see that it's the torpedo races that are doing better than carrier races. That's one thing we can analyze from the graph.
Yeah.
All right, there's another graph showing the win percentage, the blue graph over there. And we can see that the lizards are doing great, and the evil empire is not doing all that great either. But thing to note here is that the crystals, they're like the second fewest wins out of all of them, together with the colonials. So that was something that was interesting to us.
Yeah.
Also, like the green bar there shows how many % of the games do these races end up dead. So they are killed during the game. And here we can see actually Borg leading the bunch with Evil Empire.
Kill the Borg. Yes.
Kill the Borg, and Evil Empire being the second. Also, the other carrier races, rebels and colonies, seem to be doing not that great in that regard. Almost half of the time they are killed.
I think the EE and Borg getting killed, there are two different reasons. The Evil Empire, because it's just a weak race, and the Borg, because just we need to kill the Borg first. So two different reasons for that.
Yes, and then of course you have the kill the crystals too, but as you can see, it's
you
not
can't
easy.
do it.
Yeah, yeah. As you can see, it's not easy to kill the crystals.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, moving on. So this is like a not really a statistical graph, but I like divided the value of wins, the number of wins with the number of deaths, and normalized it so that the largest number would be 1.0 and the rest would be less than that. And looking at these graphs, like lizards is definitely leading the bunch. They have actually more like wins than they have deaths in these high level games, which is really interesting, that they have won more than they have died. So that they survive most of the games and they win a lot of them.
They do best.
And guess which one is the worst here?
Again. Yeah.
Again. This is a bit different graph. So I divided the number of games into three different like phases: the old, the middle, and the new games. So the old ones are like 5 years from now. The middle ones 3 to 4, and the new ones for something like 2 years up until now. And the different colors are representing that. So we could maybe see some differences on how the admins have changed the game and how that has affected like the average finish or average rank on the scoreboard. Again, lower number is better. We can see that the lizards for some reason are winning even more with the new games than before. And Evil Empire is constantly getting a bit worse.
Yeah, this is also, is it because people are finding some new ways to play the race as efficiently as possible? Or is it that the game has changed? Like maybe there's a small drop in birds. The birds have got a super good new addition recently, so that might be something. But then, for example, colonies, they're doing worse. And at least I can't say any reason why.
Yeah.
So,
Right. But we made some conclusions out of here. Like the lizards, they're the best in every one of these graphs that we put out. And Evil Empire is the worst. I don't know if that surprises anyone. But anyway, that's what our statistics show. We noticed that the crystals, they stay alive, but they don't win all that often. So we were thinking maybe they become vassals for other races. So they are useful when kept alive, but people still, or other players attack them to keep them weak. Maybe. And in more of the recent games, even the best become even better, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I would like to say one thing about the crystals. I think the reason why they don't die is because there is usually always somebody who wants to keep them alive, so he can lay webs to help someone. So crystals, if they play diplomatic, okay, they can always find someone who wants to keep them alive, I think. If people are playing for serious and they want to win, of course you need the crystal webs. So why don't take them if there is a crystal player who offers them? But it's quite difficult to win as a crystal, I think, at some point. But staying alive is quite easy.
okay, but I think one thing we could note, go back from this graph. So this from this average finish, you can see that actually there's not much difference between the races. The best one is average finish is something like just below 5, and the worst is somewhere just below 7. So it's really close, even though the races are so different. So can you share why?
I don't know. It's unbelievable how well balanced the game is. Even these very different races, and it's unbelievable. I think.
Well, it's
very good.
Well, it's a bit similar thing to what they mentioned in the feed some days ago, that it's like in rock, paper, scissors. There's actually a little less probability that people take the paper. So actually, you could win with any of these races. Really, somebody has won with EE, yes, but they lose more.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is because this is the average finish that maybe balances it out a little bit, because if you watch the other graph, you can see that some races win more. But,
yes.
But still, you could stay in somewhere in the middle quite easily if you can do it. And of course, the main balancing factor is the diplomacy. So
of course.
So what you can do, and you want to kill the best. You maybe want to keep someone alive who's useful to you. So that balanced out quite a lot.
If there weren't no diplomacy at all, I think Evil Empire would lose like every game, because it's actually in the beginning of the game it's quite a weak race, so it has nothing to go against the other races.
Yeah.
But diplomacy is the thing.
Okay, but I think we can go forward now and come to the Planets.nu player ranking. So this is something I did a survey on activity feed, and people did answer their personal ranking of the races. So I ask everyone to place races from 1 to 11 places, and this is the average of all the answers. And now you can see a clear pattern which races are in the high places and which are not. And I think
this is very interesting, actually. I think it's very interesting because this is how people think which are the strongest races and which are the weakest one. And I think it is very interesting.
Yeah, and I think, of course, we are now talking about high-level games, but the people who write on forums are generally the better players.
And playing the high-level games, yeah.
Yeah, so this is quite representative of the opinion, I think. Maybe there are some opinions are different than this one, but this is the average one.
And we can discuss possibly later if we are thinking the same as this graph or if we have some different opinions, but
you can share them right away if you have.
Yeah, of course. I think this is quite good graph. I think Borgs, crystals, colonies of men, and lizards are the best races. If you just count the races abilities, they are the best one. But I would add one, and it's Federation. I would add that to this like 5th position now when with the quantum torpedoes. But that's my opinion. Federation is very good race nowadays.
Yeah, well, of course we need the statistics to back it up.
Yeah,
they got a major boost, but I think I personally view Fed as the bad lizards. They have almost everything but lizards, but they don't just do it. So of course that's my opinion, and I would personally rank them right where they are. So maybe in my opinion, birds are something that should be placed higher than this one. But otherwise, I could probably sign this one quite well. And what's interesting in here, that colonies didn't fare that well at all in the real statistics.
The graphs, yeah.
Yeah, but here colonies are third and one of the.
That's very strange because they seem not doing very good in the graphs, but everyone thinks they are a good race.
Yeah, and then lizards, they were clearly the best in the statistics, but here they are maybe just fourth.
And
so,
I would rank the lizard, Borgs, and crystals the best three.
Yeah,
I don't know which is the best one, but I would rank them.
I agree completely.
And weakest one, Evil Empire and Robots. I think this is. I agree also.
Yes, pretty much. Although I would like to say a differing opinion about the fact that I don't like statistics in this kind of situations, because my personal opinion is that usually the races are played wrong. And I believe that I could make better work when playing those races. So I could put them perhaps a little bit different order. But yes.
So
but
how different would you like rank EE in the middle races, or even like the top races, top 5?
Well, I'm not sure. But for example, it could be easier for me, I believe, to win with Evil Empire than, for example, if it's a bit difficult. Double beam fascists is stronger.
Okay.
The bird is stronger now when it has got these new tricks and stuff. Well, okay, perhaps I could put it this way.
But okay, then we can go forward and see how we assess the race.
No,
Okay. So
this is my style, or my style to think how good one race is. If I'm choosing a race first in some game, of course, I need to think which is the best race. And I think there are 4 things about the race. And first is early game power, how you can survive through the early game, build your empire, and survive attacks and do attacks in early game. Then there is, of course, the late game thing. Your race must be good also in the late game. So late game is one of these 4. Of course, economy is in many ways the most important thing. It affects the whole game. If your race is good at economy, you can just build more than the others, even it's the minefields or the ships or anything. Even your race is worse than the other, but if you have better economy, you can build more and just overrun your opponent. So economy is one very important thing. And the fourth one, which is like, I think everyone just don't find out that this is probably the most important thing when you are playing the very high level game. It's the diplomatic opportunities the race can offer. So different races have very different things. If you have a race that can offer many things to other races, then you have many more diplomatic opportunities than if your race just can kill the others or build carriers. Like robots is, in my opinion, possibly the worst in this fourth sector, at least if the colonies of man is in the game. But this is very important. And this is how I evaluate the race power. And you can see, for example, lizards, they are very good in every sector. They are early game race, they have massive economy, they have ground attacks and late game things, Lokis, everything, and diplomatic opportunity. Of course, they have a lot of them.
Do they really have like late game?
Possibly
compared to the other races, because their capital ship is weak. At the late game, their ground assault isn't that great anymore.
I can say for these four sectors, the late game is worse for the lizards. It's okay, like I think it's average, but it's not best of, because ground attacks, everyone has million colonists in the bases, so you can ground attack and everything like that. But diplomatic opportunities are so good, so I think they will get good carriers and everything like that until the end game.
Yeah, I agree that one, because in the late game, lizards have the combat bonus. So if they manage to trade carriers, then they actually are good in late game.
Yeah.
So that's the factor that maybe people forget. The game is not about one race against other, it's the diplomatic game. And if you have something to give, then you get something.
Yeah. Well, actually, yes, I use only 2 dimensions, and the other one is the versatility, how they are able to cover as many, how they are able to counter as many threats as possible, and the other is the diplomatic opportunities. And it's actually, the first one is just to survive the beginning of the game, and the latter one is how to win the game. So I believe, for example, for that, crystals are very strong, because with webs you can do all kinds of tricks.
But I think we could go, we thought about lizards, we could go through all the races this way. So how we rank them? We can start with Federation, or with the new one.
With the new Quantum Federation.
Yeah, okay, so how you analyze these four fields?
I would say the early game power is very good with the Feds. They have a lot of mega credits. You can tax your homeworld till 40, like I do always. And you can build a quite good fleet and just squeeze one of your opponents. Late game, of course, Fed carriers is very good. Quantum Novas can take bases. So late game, very good. Economy, it's average, because the mineral mining, it's 70%. But I think economy is still better than average. It's like there. And diplomatic opportunities, of course, they have Lokis, they have like this Fed carriers is very good. Quantum Novas, everyone wants Quantum Novas. So I think Federation is among the best 5 races with my 4.
Okay, yeah, but I think we can come down economy. When you build up the fleet, the minerals are important.
Of course,
and Federation is really.
But how you build the mines? you build them with mega credits,
Yeah.
and you need to start the game to put a massive amount of mega credits to your freighters, and no one can do it like Federation. And Federation can build almost double the mines as the other races because of the double mega credits. So they can get more minerals than the minus 20%.
Okay, but have you done the math? How much the Federation ships actually cost?
Yeah, quite much.
Yeah,
of course.
If you
yeah.
look at statistics, it's almost double cost of lizard ships, and it's
but
terrible.
don't speak of the lizard because it's number one. Federation's maybe the fifth.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Economy is average, and everything is okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
I think that
I agree.
Yeah, the diplomatic opportunities are of course huge because the refit, so you can refit all the ships of all races. So that's something much to give. But
let's move on. Birds. Birds. Lizards we went through already. So
Lizards we went. They are good at all.
Yeah.
So, how would you guys rank birds? Early game.
I think it's early game is it's okay. Maybe not best, but it's okay. If you have a robot neighbor, it's horrible. But I think it's very good. You can scout, you can send raiders. It's okay. But the economy is very bad, so that affects also the early game.
Yeah.
So
I'm just thinking that if you say that early game is good but economy is bad, that's a big problem.
But they have such abilities that can boost the early game. Even the economy is the worst of all races.
Yeah,
I think it's like average. The early game is like average. Economy is worse. Late game is better than average because the cloud intercept and everything like that. And the diplomatic opportunities, of course, very good.
Yeah, I think if you go to late game, if the cloak intercept is horrible. You can almost do everything. If you just trade one carrier with you, you can then dictate every battle in the game and just kill everything with.
If you just can keep the minefield superiority and you don't have to move into web fields or something.
Yeah,
like
of course.
that.
But of course, the birds are also the best web clearers in the whole game.
Yes.
So that gives so much. But I think the early game is
it's very difficult.
It's difficult to do.
It's very difficult.
And maybe birds are one of the races that benefit most if you have a poor neighbor next to you. If you can kill your neighbor, it can guarantee you so much that you get in the late game and then you can boost.
And with the bird, you need to concentrate really on the economy. If you do your economy bad, the game is lost.
Yeah.
Because you can't build anything. You have one Darkwing at the ship limit and the game is lost.
Yeah. But okay, should we move on to fascists?
All right. Fascists. Quickly. Really quickly. Fascist. Early game.
I don't know the Klingons very good.
Well, I happen to know a bit. They are very fast. Because
you can continue with this.
I'd say that what you need to do with fascists is it's very aggressive investing. You take massive loan debt from the bank and you head first into the game. So you need to go attack an enemy and go
early
forward.
game okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
but then late game
it's very good.
Late game is good with village, yes. But the ships
and double being victorious
and
glory device. I think it's
and it's really good because you can kill all the bases.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
Economy is worse. It's not good with Klingons. Diplomatic opportunities very good.
Yeah.
So like the average race as an 10 privateers.
Yeah.
Early game is
Great.
good. Yes.
It's the best.
Economy is early game is very good. Economy is like it's quite good because of double speed.
Yeah,
it's good. Diplomatic opportunities are quite good, but the late game is worse.
That a lot of people or a lot of players want to kill the privateers.
But the privateer problem is that diplomatic opportunities thing because there is some counters like Loki.
Yeah.
There are some counters, so there are many counter ways to counter you totally. So
Yeah, that's the worst thing
Yeah.
about privateer because
Yeah,
there are
yeah.
3 races that can kill you.
Yeah. And I would rank late game worse because it's not.
Yeah, but
There are so many counter ways.
yeah. The thing is, if you play privateer, you should kill all the lucky races and fascists. If they are dead, then you will win the game.
But if we are now running out of time, do we have some important end conclusion thoughts?
Yeah, well,
We only miss like 6 races.
okay, but
Okay, but robots are bad. Yeah, Evil Empire is bad. Colonies and rebels are like middle.
and crystals
are okay.
crystals
yes. They
are
are good.
best everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. So
But I think this is the main question. Should you pick the best race? If you
Yeah.
know whatever you think is the best race, should you pick it?
yeah, there are some things about that. So like counter races, and when the game starts, you have to think who is playing which race. So if the Emorc chooses like one race, you should probably pick some race which can counter the Emorc race if you are playing for the win, because you know the Emorc is playing for the win. So
Except if Emorc joins the game, then I might resign immediately.
okay, that's other
I
opportunity.
get killed.
Yeah.
I get killed.
But like if some very weak player chooses like privateers, you don't have to choose a lucky race.
Yeah,
I mean that.
yeah. That's one factor that really balance out
Yeah.
what race the others are playing.
Yeah.
But of course, if you don't know what others are playing, then maybe you should just pick the best.
Yeah, and it's lizards, borgs, or crystals. I think
Yeah.
when you are choosing first.
Yeah, one of those. If you're picking something else, you have to have some really clear idea what to do.
Yeah.
But of course, if you're playing,
But I would pick Federation for my next game because I love Quantum Novas.
That's a promise. Next game, Isopy will
Okay.
play the pets.
yeah,
But yeah, coming back to that, if you know some race a lot better than the other ones, maybe
Yeah.
pick that one.
yeah, but
Because if you don't know how to play with Evil Empire, then you shouldn't be taking that up.
I know how clumsy the robots are.
Yeah, but I think the point is that if you're playing high-level game, you're playing to win, you must know every race.
Yeah.
I think it shouldn't matter what race you
Yeah.
play. You
Yeah.
should
Yeah,
know everyone.
Well, that's why you guys are admirals and I'm just a captain.
Yeah, but I think what I would recommend is to play every race, at least one game.
Yeah, of course.
That would help.
Yeah.
A lot.
And like we saw in the crabs, it's quite well balanced. So
Yeah.
you actually can win with every race
Yeah.
because of the diplomacy, and there are so many ways for the position 1.
All right, we're out of time. So last question, everyone, pick a race. Which race?
Federation for the next game.
Crystalline.
Deep purple.
I'm gonna play the fastest. I like them and I know them probably the best.
Yeah. I would pick crystals.
No one took the lizards.
No, but hey, thanks a lot for watching. Hopefully we had some good content to you.
Yeah.
So we continue to
Thank
watch
you.
the stream.
All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
LCC-53 was dispatched to our fledgling colony on P-85 planet Chrome to investigate reports of excessive colonists on the surface. Early scouting reported the possibility of Imperial refugees and privateer smugglers operating in the cluster, who might have set up auxiliary outposts on the surface. However, our initial census revealed all inhabitants to be lizard folk. Chrome's biota was noted to be quite prolific for a planet with such a thin stratosphere. The unique flora appears to have an effect on the reproduction rate of the local zoology, including our own species, leading to a doubling of the average reproduction rate given ideal conditions. Phytochemical scans from space revealed a vast root mycorrhizal network on the surface. Surges in bioelectrical activity appeared to be reactive to events on the ground, which could be traced back to pockets of wandering forests in remote regions of the planet. This led to the discovery of a previously unknown race of sentient botanical organisms. The natives appear to be responsible for the rapid growth rate of other species. There appears to be no impact on typical industrial, mining, or taxation activities.
Johnny Doe's party wasps are inbound for extensive taste testing. Botanical dissemination to other worlds in the cheeseball sector and beyond to follow.
All right. That was a really cool video that you made there on the botanical natives. And I remember when you had submitted your thing and actually I should tell people who you are. First off, thanks to the Finns for that great presentation. There was a lot of good conversation in the chat. I always look forward to their presentations. I hope to have them back next year. So with me now I have Peon, and he's the one that wanted to do, did I say your name right?
No, that's okay. Peyoen.
Peyoen.
Yeah, it
okay.
sounds good too.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you were kicking my butt in that last game, I was like, damn Peon. He submitted doing a presentation on botanical natives, and I emailed him back and says, are you like presenting a suggestion for a native type? And that's when I learned that these new mysterious natives just appeared in a game. So you guys saw the video, but why don't you give us a little bit of what it was like to discover them in your game?
Well, I didn't even discover them. Another player had discovered them and then dropped out of the sector after he kind of published it on the message boards. And Johnny Doe submitted a challenge for somebody to come in and help him do some testing on it. And it was an opportunity to test something that was new that I couldn't pass up, even though I had kind of already gone 2 games above what I said my limit was going to be. What's one more for our greater good? My main aspect with this is, while we've done some testing already in the live sector, and we have Johnny Doe's Hor Wasps en route to help with further testing, I'd like to solicit some ideas from the community of other ways to test this while we have an opportunity to.
Cool. Have you found them on more than one planet?
Nope, it's on a single planet so far. We haven't found any other ones, and thankfully it's a very 10 million plus Unity world, so it's working out pretty nice so far.
Oh, 10 million Unity. That's gonna make some good money.
As lizards.
Yes. So let's see, do we have any questions in the chat on this? I would love to get some questions from the group. So while we're waiting for those to come in, is what I understand correctly, you're going to let the Wasp take over a 10 million Unity planet? That's a comfy relationship you have there.
With a max base, and from my first game with the Hor Wasp, I actually learned the hard way against Johnny Doe when I got my max bases taken over by hidden nests I didn't think about trying to intercept. So I feel like he owes me the opportunity to trust him on this sector.
Well, as you saw in our presentation earlier, Johnny Doe does have a little bit of experience with the buggers. Looks like we don't have any questions come in, and they're just so mysterious no one knows what to ask. Do you want to give any parting words before we move on? Oh, actually, it looks like we do have a question. Are they temperature sensitive?
It doesn't seem so. Their growth rate seems to be in line with every other native's growth rate for that temperature. I think it was like 42 or 45 degrees, and the temperature has not changed, so they're not terraformers. I'm definitely interested to see if there's any interaction with Hor Wasps, to see if perhaps they could be a potential balancing, like maybe they're poisonous to wasps of some kind, just kind of hoping to find some other little tidbits. But so far, the only thing we've learned about them has been they pretty much double your max growth rate, reproduction rate on the planet that they occupy.
Okay.
That's all I got. It's work in progress. We'll bring more info if we get it.
I think I might have something coming in. Hold on one second. So I think it's Emperor SMN asks, we know that they grow 2 times quickly, and I think you said they well, go ahead.
They do not grow any faster. Their growth rate seems to be similar to any other native race's growth rate. However, they have an effect on your clan's growth rate. So they seem to double the clan's growth rate, not their own. They still grow at the normal rate.
Any idea how they interact with assimilation in the Borg?
No, unfortunately, we don't have any surviving Borg players in the sector to do that testing, so that'll have to be for someone else out there.
So someone did kill the Borg.
It's a melee rate, so I don't even know if there were any. I joined, much later, so I'm not sure how the beginning started off.
Okay. I think we might have a few more questions coming in. Gideon, we got more coming?
I think they're an aphrodisiac of some kind.
I see one that slipped in there in the chat. Do you know if they can be pillaged?
We haven't done any of that kind of testing yet. It'll be a lot easier once I get the wasps to send their farms out to 100 other planets, and then we'll be able to test it in much greater numbers.
All right. Well, the mystery continues. Make sure you share in the activity feed what you find out.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I do know, because when you asked me about this, I checked with the admins if they were going to present on it, and they said they're happy to let the mystery go. So,
as always, which I like.
Think we will not. I think we will not learn anything about them in today's State of the Universe.
That's all right. We'll publish what we find.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, and great video that you made there. So enjoy the rest of the con, guys. We're going to take a quick break, and then after that, we're going to be going to another presentation from our pal Mopier on how to effectively manage a league team. This is a good video on how to get your league team into good standing. Thanks. Be back with you shortly.
Hello everyone, my name is Mopa. I'm your presenter of the topic how to push your team to a competitive level. We're talking about the league here, but why should you listen? You should also listen if you're interested in planets in general, obviously. For example, I will discuss a bit of the ranking system because it plays a role if you want to get a good team together that is suitable for the league, because not everyone will be or can be a good league player. And yeah, let's see. Also, obviously, if you're interested in the league because you want to join a team or you're already playing in a team, and also if you're not interested in the team but you don't really have much time for planets, then the team, then the league might help you, as it helped me. I will explain you later why. Okay, now that you know that you're basically my target group, let's talk about why you should listen to me, or why I might have to tell you something of value about the league. If you check my profile, I'm not really experienced in this game. I've just got to know it 1.5 years ago, and that's basically it. I guess that, yeah, anybody else got more experience. So the moment the league got announced, I got very excited because I thought, well, shorter games, okay, I'm in. So first I tried to join a team, but some of them were full pretty quickly with top players, and I also felt like, okay, why should they take me? And if you check the league details, Joshua and Big Beaver and whoever try to really get some balance into this stuff, because you can also play beginner games and you don't really have many top level games to join. Yes, so anyways, I could have fit into a, let's say, top player team, but I then decided to start my own team because I was also interested in organizing stuff and getting to know more people by, yeah, anyways. So I initiated one that's called the International Team, and we somehow managed to become second this season. It was pretty close. Yes, the first ranked team got 208 points, we got 204. We lost the decisive blitz game against the player of their team, so if we won that one, we would be first, and it was as close as it can get. So we managed to do this, even though if you check our ranks, we are pretty much like underdogs. I mean, most of the players still have like 30 years of experience in this game, but you can't tell this by our ranks, and the situation was a bit funny because the very high standard game, the one that gives you the most points if you score first, has to have a rear admiral as rank requirement, and we didn't have one. We hadn't have one when we started the team, and we were full already, so we had to wait several months for a player to end one of his games to get the necessary promotion to rear admiral. And if you check other teams, I mean, at least the top teams, they got, I don't know, supreme commanders and vice admirals and whatsoever all over the place. So I think our strength this year lied in communication. Yes. We tried to talk about everything that's necessary, and there's a lot to talk about. We structured our communication by using a Discord. Just a second. Here it is. It's a very useful tool. Sorry, where was the mock channel? We opened all kinds of channels like team strategy, slot discussion, that was important. I will come back to this in a moment. And we opened a channel for each of the games, no matter if it was a short format or long format. So we won't lose information, and yeah, there was a lot to discuss in some of the games. And the positive thing about Discord is also you can tag everyone, highlight everyone, or you can highlight individual players, and it helps you to organize very well. You can also message players individually, of course. Yeah, well, you could try to use this, you could try to use another tool, but you should really save the information somewhere and not try to use communication just between players and no team channels. Yeah, we tried to get a full team as soon as possible. It worked like this. I invited actually 2 guys, and each of them invited another guy, and this guy brought another friend in, and then we were full, more or less like this. You should start with, or you should continue with, allocating the available slots for the different league formats and the different league games inside of each format as soon as possible to maximize your output, your possible output, you know, to maximize your chances to get as many points as possible. This first looks like a mess because I took Commander Koski's from the Imperial Shuttle, Commander Koski's spreadsheet, and I've added all information that I thought was necessary, like the rules here, yeah, and the rules for the long format, so-called long format, and for the short format games. So what can you do with this spreadsheet? I linked it at the end of this presentation. You see how many slots you have for your team. I've just mentioned the very high standard game where you need Rear Admiral. We didn't have this. You can only join such a game once in the league. Then we have a high standard. You can join 2 games of these, and the league standard 3. You can see the number of points, the points you can get less the lower the minimum rank is, and the more slots you can join. Okay, so this is from Koski. I added this. We put our preferences in here. Yes. For example, the high standard. No, that's very. No, that's high. Sorry, that's melee. The high standard was my first preference, and I would also would have played the standard game and the melee. So these were my priorities. The other players put in their priorities as well. Yes, we used some kind of online server where you could edit it, and it was live, so everybody could see what's going on at the moment. So we didn't miss out these high potential games, and nobody was fighting over them either, because everyone found the game that he or she wanted to play. Good. This can help you. Maybe you should use it. So I told you that you should get a full team as soon as possible, but that's not actually true. You can easily start the season with just 5 players or such, and get more in the course of the season, because the developers of New structured it very well that you don't have this pressure. It's the same with the long format game, the most important one because it gives you the most possible points. That's what I meant at the beginning when I said the league is good for you if you don't have much time to play planets, because you can join the long format game in, I think July is the deadline, end of July. So I started my long format game at the end of July, and it only took me 4 or 5 months because it was finished already at the end of October or even the beginning of October. I will show you why, because just for the league they tested and introduced a new win condition called Top Advance 6. This means if 6 players are out, the other ones advance, so they will stay alive and the game is over. For long format game this year it was Top Advance 6, and for short format games, the dogfight, it was Top Advance 4, and there are 8 players in dogfight, so if half of them got eliminated by fight or fail, the game ended. Yeah, you don't have to start your long format game in January. Only the champ game starts in January, and then you can just either go for your long format game directly or just wait it out. And you even have a longer period of time for your short format games. You can start them in I don't know, I think October was the deadline or something like this. Check it out, maybe they change it for the next season, but basically that's it. You will have a standard game that has a new win condition, and because of that and because of accelerated fight or fail towards the end of the year, because all the games should finish in December, 1st of December, which is today actually. So you will have a short standard game. You will have to adapt your strategy and your long-term planning, yes, because there won't be the 150th turn and oh my gosh, 2 highly developed players clash. And you don't have to, there's also a new production queue, so you don't have to build as many star bases as possible anymore, and it takes you a lot less time to play this long format game. Some say it's too short and they don't even like the new production queue, but yeah, it's debatable. Like anything in my presentation, it's debatable if you like it or not. I think it's a great thing. Okay. Good, that's my second last slide really. So let's continue with what else you should pay attention to when you want to play the league well. You should get familiar with the terms short and long format game and the rules that are behind them. So the short format games, you have 4 slots, you can play 4 games. They don't take long, that's why they're called short format. They are on smaller maps. They are Blitz, 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 2, and dogfight. And you also have the beginner Blitz. So with the beginner rule set, which I don't recommend in general because they don't use supplies and you can't repair your ships in open space, which is horrible. But maybe if you're really not familiar with the game, you can start there. And then you have different long formats. The standard games with this Top Advance on a standard map, 500 players, very high standard, and standard. And you also have a beginner game of these with only 8 players, and I think also a smaller map, I'm not so quite sure. And then you have the giant melee and the 2-player team game and 3-player team game. But I wouldn't play team games because you can get a maximum of 11 points per player, and the very high standard game is 33 points, and the melee for first rank is 30 points. So there's a big rule set for this league. I will go to the announcement again. You should still pay attention to it. I mean, you're playing a complex and again sometimes complicated game here. Get familiar with the rules as good as you can. We might have lost our first rank and scored only second in the league because we didn't pay attention to one small rule, but that's a completely totally different story, so we might have lost anyway the Blitz game. It's sorry salt in my wounds. Okay, here is the announcement. I linked it on the last slide. A lot of rules here. They explain the different formats, how many points you can get. It's all transparent, and get familiar with these if you want to perform well. I mean, in the end, we all play for winning, right? And it's fun to read a lot of rules. But they had to make a lot of rules, like in the game in general, to balance it. And I think they did a pretty awesome job because they had no chance to test this whole league system beforehand. And they balanced, in my opinion, of course, you can have another opinion on that. They balanced it very well and they took care of a lot of details. So this is why you have a big rule set, but the details are good. And to me, they made the game better, and it was a great year for me. And not just because we won games, but because we had a great time together with a great rule set for the league. Good. Also, pay attention to the so-called difficult modifier before you join a game. I guess you're familiar with it. I will just show it to you. Sorry, wrong tab. You go to game, you see here is the difficult modifier. It's a number that you can get if you add the ranks of all players and divide them so that you have an average. Somehow, I don't know the exact formula. Anyway, 1.5 is already pretty high. 2 point is unbelievably high, and 0.8 or something like this is more or less beginners. Maybe 0.5 is beginner. The higher the number, the greater the challenge, because you have some top people playing in there. And if your goal is to rank up in the league and get as many points for your team as possible, you might not join a high DM game, right? The positive aspect of waiting it out until one of the last slots is still open, the long format game is randomly assigned races. So not first come first pick, you will get a random race anyway. That's of course a negative aspect of the league. I think it's a positive aspect because it evens out the players. You know, if somebody is vice admiral of the lizards but hasn't really played the other races, you can still have a realistic chance to beat him or her, especially if he is getting evil empire. Yeah, okay, good. Check out the other players. Yes, I think you do this for almost any game, but here you should pay attention to have they played this format already or not. Before I mentioned that we are kind of underdogs when it comes to our rankings, yes, our promotions, but we have very good Blitz players in the team, and he just won any Blitz game he played for the league. And we have very good dogfight players who have won or scored well in any of their dogfights. And if you win 4 dogfights, all your short format games, it's 20 points. If you win a standard long format games, it's just 11. So you get almost twice as many if you play dogfights well. And if you want to join a blitz and the difficult modifier is just 0.8, like I've showed you with my teammate here, this is just crap, because he's like, if you check out the leaderboard and then go to blitz, he's like one of the top blitz guys. And if I joined this game thinking I can easily beat him because his ranks are low, that's a very, very bad mistake. He will just beat the hell out of me. It's the same for dogfights. Go to the player history and check if he or she has played dogfights. The problem is that you can't see blitz games usually. They are considered private games, but you can see the blitz from the league. And you can also see the dogfights from the league and from the tournaments. Tailspin hosted already 3 tournaments. In the player history you can find if somebody is experienced with that. And then maybe you should not join this dogfight, especially if this top player, dogfight player, already chosen lizards. Yeah, I showed you our Discord channel. It is many pages of back and forth, describing the situation, asking for advice concerning diplomacy, if the rules are not clear, how does the damn thing work again if you want to do this and that, and blah 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 blah. We helped each other out a lot. Even the veteran players in our teams learned a lot during this league, because there is so much to talk about and it will help. So I do have to apologize if this all is taking too long. Sorry, there wasn't really time. The typical Planets player issue, not enough time at hand. There wasn't enough time to write a script and stuff. So if you haven't been already taking a break from my long presentation, you should do it now, because it's just going to be about what to do if you're looking for a team, or what to pay attention to if you're already in a team and looking for new members. I've already discussed what you should pay attention to looking at the opponents. Now it's the same for your members, obviously. Find people that are familiar with blitz and dogfights and that enjoy these games, because they can be the tiebreaker, like we've seen in the final game with Cat 2 versus Tit this season. And they can earn you a lot of points, while others will obviously get 0 points for it. If you're looking for a team, check the team members if they are familiar with dogfights and blitz and can win them, because if they are only good and veterans even at long format games, it won't really work out. And even if they are like classic players or have been playing a lot of standard games, remember this top advanced condition changes a lot, and also the random race pick. So rather look for players that are like pretty familiar with any race, haven't maybe got it to Vice Admiral or whatever, but they know how to play the game on the whole, more or less. Okay. Now I think that most of the players who are generally interested in the league have already joined this season. But there are still a few cases where you got players that were just busy this year, Corona or not, I don't know. They didn't pay any attention or very, very little attention to the league, because they thought they won't have time, or in general no interest. So you can actually recruit those players pretty easily. Just drop them a message, I've gone through the top 100 players, and I regularly check the feed for people who whatever the news, for people that have been announced winning a game. I check their profile. Okay, they're not in a league group. They have just won a high DM game, and I try to tell them what the league is about, how the short formats work, and we at TIT even have already started for the next season to play practicing games, blitz and dogfights, so pretty quickly if people can adapt these game styles, and they can know if they have fun at it. Yes, it's not everybody's cup of tea, obviously, but if you get good all-rounders who enjoy short formats and the long format, you will get a nice team. Okay, that's it. Good luck with that. Hopefully see you as opponents, and let's have an exciting league next year again. And remember, it's not just about the first positions. There is also a second championship game for teams scored 12 to 11 more teams 12 to 23 or whatever. You will still have the full excitement of a champ game that will only take 1 year and not 1 decade, and where all the team members have access to another great feature of the league. You can give access to any game to any member of your team, so they can live check your turn. Every change you do, they will see it, and they can discuss it a lot better. And for the championship game, we have 1 main player doing the commands, but we have 2 secondary players having access, and so on. Check the rules. It will be very interesting, and hopefully see you in the champ game next year, or the vice champ game, or whatever. Bye bye.
All right. What a great presentation from our MVP, Mopier. Between him and the Finns, we really have a lot of the meat and potatoes of this con, so I want to thank him. A lot of experience there, and we put the link to his spreadsheet in the chat if you want to grab that. Make sure you do that. We're about ready to start our Admiral's Table Talk discussion on the Empire of the Birds. So I'm going to bring in the crew, and I'm going to introduce each of them so that we can get to know them. Welcome, sirs. Let me start with our introductions. We must first acknowledge the presence of Emperor SMN. Thank you for joining us. Emperor SMN is a captain in the Birdman Empire. He has 322 turns and 1,240 achievement points with the Birdman, but his accomplishments as Emperor of the Fascist are not to be discounted in this conversation. Next up, we have Vice Admiral Quasimodo. He has an amazing 3,805 turns in with the Birdman and 6,366 achievement points. 2 first place finishes, 8 second place finishes, and 9 third place finishes. Quasimodo started playing in the old 386 days with Dunny V. Despite playing the birds in Echo Cluster, Circus Maximus, and now anew, he still is no better, his words not mine, humble indeed. Vice Admiral is more of a long service award than an achievement. Vice Admiral RSK has 728 turns in and 4,092 achievement points, 1 first place finish, 3 second place finishes, and 2 third place finishes. RSK is a longtime VGA Planets player who was first told about Planets.nu by a friend in 2013. After many games, he has settled on the birds as his favorite race to play. He enjoys learning new and creative ways to make full use of the unique ship list and abilities. Next up, we have the vulnerable Rear Admiral Tailspin with 1,005 turns in, 2,824 achievement points, 3 first place finishes, 3 second place finishes, and 3 third place finishes. 3 seems to be a magic number for Tailspin from the Planets magazine. He loves the mind game that birds, the birds gameplay, but is still trying to figure out how to do it. A lot of humble admirals here. Next up, we have Rear Admiral Psydev with 761 turns, 2,363 achievement points, an amazing 7 first place finishes, 4 second place finishes, and 1 third place finish. Psydev loves the birds because they suit his playstyle and allow the fullest expression of Sun Tzu's principles in the art of war compared to other planets races. He enjoys the information advantage, surprising the enemy with the unexpected, and studying the game to discover how to cause maximum damage to the enemy's weak spots with a minimum financial investment. Psydev also says he's an experienced bug swatter of annihilating the Hor Wasp with the Birdman. We can share some stories, Psydev. And he's still waiting for Josh's introduction of a cloaked carrier for birds and the fearless Mark II transport. I am Rear Admiral Griffin with 688 turns, 2,300 achievement points, 3 first place finishes, and 1 second place finish. After taking the fascists to the level that I wish to achieve, I went over to the Birdman for another challenge, and I think they have spoiled my play of other races because I just can't seem to adjust my style away from Birdman style. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. How are we doing today?
Great. Thanks.
Good.
All right.
Hello.
Let's just start with what is the best ship in the Birdman fleet, and I think we all know the answer.
Yep, Darkwing.
Any objections on this one?
Skyfire.
I was gonna say.
Just kidding.
I just wanted to get that prop from my childhood days on the screen, so thank you for indulging me there. Let's go ahead and start with what we think is the reason why the Birdmen have such a poor performance history. When you look at this information that was shared with us from the Finns, how they were pretty low in the pack, what do you think is the cause of that? Are the Birdmen truly that disadvantaged?
Okay, can I start?
SMN, go ahead. Emperor.
Yeah, okay. I've noticed with several players of the birds that there is a certain type of adhering to wrong principles there, trying to stay undetected for so long and trying to send out lots of cloakers to gather information and so on, and at the same time neglecting a little bit like the brute economic build power, the large deep space freighters, the resolutes, all of that, and enjoying too much this sort of being cloaked and being undetected and just not building up the power and lacking in aggression because of that.
RSK, you want to respond to that question?
Yeah, I would agree with SMN, and I think it was noted by the Finns presentation, they have economic challenges for sure, but you have to have a strong economy because you need a big fleet to succeed with them. So somehow you've got to find a way, at least in my experience, you got to find a way to do both. And that is a challenge.
Anybody else want to chime in on that one?
Sure. I only started 7 years ago, and I love the birds. I love the play style, but it's very hard to learn. It's very hard to balance building engines, beams, and torpedoes. It's very, very difficult, especially for a new player learning the whole planets thing. It's very difficult to figure all that out.
So I actually had a unique experience where when Tailspin took his misadventured trip towards a champion game, I took over one of his games about 60 plus turns in. And actually, Tailspin, I recently finished that with the first place finish, thanks to your help in the first half of that game. And one of the things I actually want to ask you, Tailspin, and we'll come back to the original question, but since you mentioned it, I wanted to ask you about your ship building tech layout and what sort of the logic that we all take in how we outfit our ships. You want to respond to that, Tailspin?
You're asking me why my engines were so low?
Yes, I was asking you why your engines were so low.
That was a really hard start. I was in a 5 or 6 planet cluster. Isolate. It was at least 2 turns to reach any other small cluster, so it was a little painful to start with. But
that said, Tailspin successfully captured fire clouds, and that made a huge difference in achieving the victory in a 120 turn game. Dev, original question: why do the birds seem to be so disadvantaged? You had something to share.
I mean, this might be kind of complicated, but I remember at an earlier PlanetsCon, Joshua showed us some statistics about bird players, and birds definitely ranked near the bottom 3, I think, along with EE and Fascist. But he noticed that they tended to go out early from games, and that if they don't go out early, that their success rate goes up. So maybe the issue might be diplomacy. Maybe birds players don't know how to really work their diplomatic advantages in the early game, and probably other races see them as a threat and maybe want to knock them out as fast as possible. Especially
interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting point, because the bird diplomatic advantage should be huge, really. If you're not taking that, you're playing it wrong. Because if you have built a Resolute on turn 1, your neighbors can't know where it is, and that's already a huge advantage.
Actually, great segue into the next topic, which is diplomacy. Birdman, if played right, have a great diplomatic stance to start with. Nobody wants them as an enemy, and everybody wants their cloaking ships. And the synergy that you can get with an alliance is pretty interesting. What are some of the approaches you guys have to diplomacy to maximize your potential? Quasimodo, you want to take that one?
Well, yeah. So basically, whenever I've tried, I always try and make friends with at least one neighbor. But when I tried recently, I thought I'm going to try and go on the offensive early doors. And unfortunately, I had my ass handed to me very quickly. So diplomacy is a big thing for me. And I just dangle the thought of a Resolute to them. And generally, most people want to talk more when they get to that.
Anybody else?
I mean, I could make a comment about the Libra War. Did anyone look at Maximus's game as birds? His strategy was basically to not do an early attack. And in fact, he didn't build that many ships early on. He actually focused on building star bases. And then he had a lot of priority points after ship limit. And then after that, he started priority building lots of Mark 8 Darkwings, which is usually not how I've done it. It's actually, it was pretty original strategy to me. But it seems like what he did was use diplomacy to build your economy. Once you have lots of star bases and the priority build advantages, then you can build high-tech Darkwings instead of spamming the low-tech Darkwings, which is usually what I do.
That's sort of a big gambit, counting on that you get a way to take out the big carriers. You get a way to take out max bases without losses, because that's typically, if I play the birds, I'm sort of painfully aware that I need to get a lot of planets early, because when the defenses go up, you can't just throw enough ships against them. Birds take horrible losses against max bases when you need to take them, and basically you need to trade away to get those, or you need to get such an advantage early on that that's no issue. And that's an interesting point, because I've always seen that with the birds or similar race, you need to get those planets early, even if sort of massing ships or massing priority points would make otherwise sense.
RSK?
I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking you don't want to overdo it either. You do have some key early game advantages, particularly being cloaked. So, there's been a lot of noise made about how you could take an early game headshot, but it is true. If you have a weak neighbor like the EE, or even the Rebels or the Borg, potentially you can just commit to taking them out. Meantime, try to establish diplomacy with your other neighbors, so you've got both angles covered. So that's one possible approach for diplomacy.
Quasimodo?
I think for me, sometimes I find there's almost an element of panic setting in when you look at the scoreboard and you're getting past turn 15, turn 20, and you know that the ship limit's coming, and you've got one Darkwing or one Resolute ready, and you start to think, well, shall I just build those, Warp 5, Tech 4, Darkwings just to give me something on the board? But if you hold true, then maybe you can go ahead and build those Mark 8s, and they're going to need them at the end.
To me, the idea of a Darkwing that doesn't have a transwarp is a ship with significantly decreased capability, especially with cloak intercept. I mean, if you can't keep up with the thing you're cloak intercepting, you just gave up one of your advantages. Saida, have you got something else to add?
That might be true, but the great thing about cloak intercept is you don't have to set primary enemies, so you can tow something to a waiting Darkwing. I've actually found slow Darkwings have been great for me against Hor Wasp. I've been building Warp 5, Warp 7 engines with Mark 4 torps, and they're really easy to build a lot of, and you don't actually mind the speed that much in certain situations.
There are a few low warp transwarp configurations that I really love. One of them is that when you want to set up the cheapest useful Darkwing, that's like a Warp 5 X-ray gamma bombs. That one will take a Lizard class cruiser coming in, it will capture it. It will capture any ship pretty much. And once the usefulness is over, when the game proceeds, you can still drop it first against the starbase to shoot down those fighters and preserve your big Darkwings. And same goes that I've used a couple of times with good success other low configurations like Warp 6 Laser Mark IV. That's still a very respectable ship when it comes to combat, and it's also a rather rather cheap ship to take over planets, for example. And it just needs to be towed close to the front line, which is an annoyance when you open the birds.
Go ahead, Salesman.
Regarding the diplomacy question, I found that the tendency is to sort of hold back your help to people, or hold back like reaching out to people, because you're the birds, you're the sneaky people that sit back and watch, and when you first start playing them, you sort of hold back like that. And I found that that's people very much distrust you like that. So you have to be really, I think you have to play them enough to figure out, okay, how can I help people? How can I offer help without crippling myself? Like for me, like I will never give away a Darkwing ever, because it's too powerful.
So my take on diplomacy is you are a trader. You have something to give. You have some very valuable things, and so you can come to the bargaining table with some very tasty opportunities. I agree with you. I'm very hesitant to trade a Darkwing, but I actually did do it in a game with the Borg in order to get some fire clouds, and that was a very worthwhile trade. What the Borg didn't know is that I had a Fed partner with advanced cloning, and that worked out quite bad for him and quite good for us. Yeah, I think really it's not about being sneaky. I think the headshot is this really tasty idea that does you more harm than good. but also there is something to be said about the value of having instant growth space. If you run up against a border, your economy really has to scale, and so you either have to be that aggressive where you can take out someone. And in my history, my experience, it's usually because I ended up next to sort of a weak player, and so I benefited from that. All things being equal, it's really hard, and I think diplomacy is really the magic weapon of the birds.
Yeah. And I sort of remember last year's PlanetsCon and the advocation of moving in with the first Resolute on kill, but I'm still sort of advocating with that one, because it's, well, if you're playing any race and on turn 6 or turn 7, a Resolute with a lot of Mark 4s in it hits your planet on kill, maybe kills a fighter, maybe it takes anything, your game is sort of over at that point. There's like, what can you do after that? And that's like a big advantage, that if you use the cloaking power, you use it aggressively, you declare early on that, hey, I'm here, and after that you can disappear for a couple of turns. You're already, well, stopped the enemy from playing normally, stopped their build-up, stopped everything.
Well, obviously, segueing into our next topic, Saito, did you have something else to add? I see you have your hand up. So.
Is it still up?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I had a recent game. It was a high-level game where I had a crystal neighbor, and I was lucky enough that I got 3 Resolutes in his space very early. But I wasn't sure that I could trust him. What I really wanted was a long-term partner who would win the game with me, so I could get first or second place. But I was just like, can I trust this guy, or should I just headshot him? And I decided I couldn't trust him, so I just took him out, and his starbase was out in turn 12. But then we talked later, and he said he would have liked a long-term plan, so that's too bad. I was unable to assess that, so.
And I think that's part of the challenge of the birds, is you get super paranoid because you're super paranoid that people are super paranoid about you. Yeah, that's why I think diplomacy is both important as a bird commander and as a bird neighbor. Let's talk about diplomacy as a weapon of subterfuge, I don't know if I would call it the backstab, but definitely the sneak attack, the Pearl Harbor. How many have you guys done that? I have done it actually 2.5 times in one game, which was a lot of fun. That 2.5 people fell for it, but not the backstab per se. But yeah, we had borders, and then I violated them almost instantly. But but talk about how, as the Birdman, the tactic of the sneak attack, the Pearl Harbor attack. Experiences,
Not at liberty
thoughts
to
on
say.
it? Tailspin, did you? Okay, if you're in a game with Tailspin, you should watch out.
Well, okay, I've got the war story here. That's a sad game in the way that I had to exit it from the first place this autumn. But I was opening, and my first neighbor was a lizard. I hit him on kill on, I think, turn 7 or turn 8 into the core with the first Resolute. Then I got a little bit scared of having a lizard neighbor, and we got some sort of treaty, and we held up to the treaty, but he never ever went beyond the borders treaty. So I realized that, okay, this one doesn't work out. Then my other neighbor, who is actually, I think, listening to this show now, was also sort of evading any commitments and anything. So I realized that these guys are going to smash me between themselves. So I sneaked in a lot of Darkwings and hit somewhere along turn 20 or 21 on the home world and a couple of other worlds. So essentially it's a backstab, but if you only had a border treaty, is that really?
In my defense, in the 2.5 times, I say the same thing. If we just had a border agreement, is that really a treaty? That said, the first one I did it, I like sharing this story. I have never seen someone burn their empire down to the ground faster in protest than this guy. 5 turns after I snuck attack all of his star bases, he was out of the game. RSK,
that's what.
You want to share anything?
I haven't done it.
You haven't done it?
I haven't done the backstab. The closest thing was in a sector I took over, and it was a big collective effort to turn around the Hor Wasp. Long story short, we did, and then the diplomacy just got messy, and I seriously thought about going and trying to win with a different player. I ended up not doing it because I just didn't think the fallout was worth it. Even post game, for future games. So, yeah, I feel like, to your points about the border agreements and the terms, if you spell that out carefully in diplomacy, and this goes for all races, not just birds, you can have pretty good terms that no one needs to violate, or that give you a graceful exit, and you don't necessarily have to backstab in a way that would leave hard feelings.
Side up?
Yeah, I try to be careful about backstabbing. I haven't done it yet, but I've definitely deceived people in the sense that I talk about diplomacy. I think maybe we can work something out, and then after a while, you start to realize that they don't like you, or they don't want to work with you, and then I start sending my ships into their space. But the whole time, I'm still talking about like, hey, maybe we could do this, maybe we could trade ships or whatever. But then you just hit them when they're not expecting it. But to me, that's not quite a backstab. But they'll still hate you sometimes because you might give them the impression that you're their friend when you made no promises.
I think Saidev, me and you are quite similar. If you're not engaged in productive diplomacy with me as a Birdman commander, I am probably violating the border agreement. If you are engaged in public diplomacy where you're taking it to the next level, then if I see a future relationship, then I'm going to focus on something else, because doing that sneak attack requires a significant amount of logistics and resource commitment. And I'm not going to just go there and be ready in case. If you're going to be my target, it's because you haven't engaged me in a proper amount of diplomacy. Tailspin?
I find the birds to be a very precision race. Like you have to be precise about your attacks. You don't just attack out of the blue. You don't just send your resolute in and attack the first thing you see. You pick and you choose and it's the same thing with the diplomacy. So
we lost your audio there.
You're on mute, actually.
Sorry. What was the last thing I said?
You got to be precise with your attacks. You don't just attack whatever, which SMN protested.
Right. Yeah, well, it's anyway. But but with diplomacy, it's the same thing. So you're very precise about what you put into your treaties. You're very precise about how you get a way out of those treaties, and I can talk about my Cave World game, which is super fun. Not really, but I know ARS is watching this, so we had a bit of a spat about that game, but in it, I was working with a crystal player, and there was no agreement between us or anything, but I fed him truthful facts. Oh, I'm setting my friendly code to this. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. So he assumed that I was supporting him, I guess. And I look back and I'm like, oh, I don't know, it might have been a little sketchy, but it's the same what everyone else is saying. There was no treaty between us. So I'm very careful about what I say to people when especially when I'm playing the birds.
Especially when you're playing the birds.
I love the flexible morals at the Bird Admiral table.
I know, eh?
I think all of us want to make clear, so I've done sneak attacks. I have not done backstabs. I have not said we are pals, we're in this, and then I murdered you.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, I've
And
never
that's very
backstabbed
important,
somebody.
especially for the listeners. When you go up against us, I think what you're hearing from the group here is either engage us in diplomacy or be ready to fight. Because we're looking, because in all of our history with the birds, how many of you guys have solo won with the Birdman? RSK, talk about that.
I really enjoyed not having to engage in diplomacy. That was great. It was a long game, ended up with 200 plus ships. But the time saved not messaging 2 or 3 or 4 other players every single turn, which you might have to do in a high level game with diplomacy, that makes up for it. So I enjoyed it.
Sidev, you got something to share? Anybody else got a solo win? Tailspin, you raised your hand. Did you have a solo win with the birds?
I'm not sure, but I know my best wins have been with people. For sure. Like the ones where it was very dominant.
I got one solo win, but it was a fortunate starting position, and one of the neighbors dropped, so I could expand quickly and build the economy quickly, and that's how I managed to get it. The problem I find for the birds, or for me, when it gets to the end game for the birds, is several times you ally with someone and you're in number 1 spot, and then they race away and take the top spot because you can't take out the star bases that are left around, and you find yourself struggling, and they can with the cubes and the firesides or whatever they've got. So several times I've gone into the last 10, 20 turns in number 1 spot and finished in number 2, just because I can't take out those star bases that are left around.
I have a counterpoint story to that. I was in a game, fixed turn game, it was going to end on 125. And around turn 100, I realized the relative power between myself and everyone else meant that whatever I took for the next 25 turns, I wasn't going to hold on to. So I switched my strategy to a massive infiltration. And on the last turn, I took 47 planets in one turn. And went from 4th place to 2nd place. And only because the 1st place guy was way, way far away from me and I couldn't take planets from him. So sometimes it's not about what you can hold, it's what you can take. Let's see, RSK, you have your hand up.
Yeah, that's a fun. Someone did that against me. It was a friend's game, so it was all in good fun. But a nice trick for the end game. And yeah, just to clarify, the solo win I had was lone wolf, so there was no diplomacy. But in any other game format, you almost have to have diplomacy to be able to be in competition for a victory.
Tailspin?
On the other side of that, I found that any game where I've held back from attacking people, I've also lost. So like in my last Die Hard game, I had this great idea to wait with packs of ships for enemies to come. And I don't know why they didn't come, but nobody came. So the robots plowed through there and just demolished my entire empire. And it was really fast. They were my neighbors and it was not fun.
This speaks to a truism that birds are good at attacking and not so good at defending. I think that cloak intercept is a really huge thing here, because in the past you would have to go to a planet and then you'd wait for a freighter to show up and then you try to tow it, right? This actually ends up taking a lot of turns, but with cloak intercept it's just one turn. You send your ship to intercept, it destroys the LDSF, recloaks, and you're all good. Whereas if you go to a planet, tow, then go back to another planet, that's like 3 turns. So the time saving is huge. So I think there's a lot of efficiency to be had in attacking. And I think cloak intercept has definitely made bird able to waste less time, which I think is pretty crucial.
Yeah, my experience is the birds move slow and methodically and strategically. I will say in a Planets Limit ships game, the birds have a unique position of being able to teleport their fleet from one side of the map to the other if you have the right infrastructure set up for it with star bases. And that does help with defense. If you got all your ships over here and you're getting attacked from over there, you can just recycle and suddenly your ships are on the other side of your empire. And that helps with defense. Tailspin, did you have something else you have? Add? You have your hand up still? Nope. Okay. Let's talk about the bag of tricks that the birds have. Super Spy, changing friendly codes, minefield, controlling minefields. Is this an effective trick? Is it a gimmick? Have you employed it to great success or not? Quasimodo, let's go to you first.
To be honest, I don't use it as much as I should. Whenever I've tried to use Super Spy Command, I'm probably playing too safe by trying to have enough ships there that I'm going to guarantee changing a starbase's friendly code. And the problem is then you're wasting 5 ships and a 6th one to take it out, and then you've got to move on. It's one of the reasons why in the end game I'm slower down, because I'm just taking so many ships to take out one starbase that other races go ahead of me. But it's great on a one-off occasion, but when you're trying to move quickly, I don't find a great deal of use for it.
Side Dev?
It comes down to that time thing again. You know, to get however many ships in that one location, it's tricky. I think I don't want to overstate this, but I think that Super Spy friendly code changes maybe a good thing to do when you don't have anything else to do, or in certain situations where you really need to get through a minefield, then it's good. But I wouldn't consider it the primary strategy of birds, just because of the amount of time that it takes to set up and then how many ships you need to get there and so forth.
RSK?
So I have a slightly different opinion. I think Super Spy Deluxe is actually incredibly useful, but not always. I think a lot of players, when they first see it, they're like, "Oh, I'm going to set the friendly code to bum, and I'm going to get some free money," and that's a gimmick. You can use it effectively against minefields. There was a player that used to be on the site, haven't seen him in a while, called Ted, and I think it came out of the that really long war. Was that Capricorn or Gemini?
Yeah.
Gemini. SMN, you were
Capricorn.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, Capricorn. Okay.
I can tell all the stories.
Yeah. So he published something about minefield control, and it's fairly obvious once you think about it. But if you can control a higher number planet than the enemy you're fighting, and you've got enough ships, and that's a big if, but if you've got enough ships, you can set up to control their universal friendly code multiple turns in a row. The safest is 2 out of 3 turns.
We fought something like 50 turns over the control of the highest ID planet on the map just to prevent this.
I can imagine. So I'm actually doing that in a game I'm with that I took over from Scorpy. So I gave him all the credit for setting up the economy and acquiring the ships to do it, but it's very effective. And again, it's not easy to set up. It takes a long time to set up. There's a lot of details involved with it, but things like that are possible if you have the high enough ID planet. So it's something to give thought to if you're in a bird game and you're going up against the robots or you're going up against the crystals. See what planets you have and think about giving that a shot.
The very first thing I do when I join a game as the bird is map the top 15 ID planets on the map. And then find out who's near them. And if you're not engaging in diplomacy, I promise you there's a small fleet of Swifts heading that way. I've used the minefield control successfully in multiple occasions, including every single one of those 2.5 surprise attacks. And I think it is an underutilized thing. I'm not going to pretend like I've played in many high-level games, but I have not met someone who properly countered when I did this. And I'm not talking about the very complex scenario that Ted had where you actually get a slave ship and set up behind your enemy lines where they'll never be able to stop you. I studied that thing, and I hope one day to be able to do it, but that is some very difficult work to set up, but just infiltrating someone's space and getting control of their planets. I think
that prisoner planet. I've still got a couple of stories actually. One of them is also from the Capricorn, and I think it was Ted and Nortrim who attempted it against me, and I was saved by blind luck in this case. But okay, I'm fighting them. Obviously, my frontline max bases are on forced surrender. And then there's a bunch of enemy ships in the orbit. And suddenly, I think at that time, I had 3 fire clouds. So I had a pipeline going, but not the network yet. And suddenly, they switch my planet's friendly code to match the ID of my one of my fire cloud cruisers, and had a fire cloud cruiser with that same ID on orbit at that turn, and another fire cloud of theirs on warp 0 with a higher ID on orbit with also an. And what happens then is that the fire cloud surrenders to me, and it attempts to warp to my fire cloud, and their fire cloud on warp 0 would follow along on the jump. And if my target fire cloud would have been on warp 0 at that time, the higher ID fire cloud of theirs following on would have channeled next and taken all of my fleet from that fire cloud from that position and channeled them to a kill spot where biocides were waiting. And I was like looking at for quite a long time at what the hell happened here. It was honestly the most impressive plot I've seen happening in games. But I was saved by blind luck. I had my fire cloud at warp 9 at that time.
Quasimodo.
Sorry, I missed that one. I was listening to the story. I missed that. Give it someone else.
The question of using minefield control and the bag of tricks that the Birdmen have. That's kind of what we're still talking about.
Like I say, I very rarely use them. The bag of tricks I use, well, say bag of tricks. The thing I use about the birds most of all is probably just hanging around. And I know when Sidev was saying about being an aggressive race, sometimes one of the tactics I kind of use and hope that people remember is that if they come after me, I can leave my Swift over that planet and you bring your biocide in, take me out and move on, and I just ground attack that planet back again the next turn. And so I can keep all those planets behind you. I can just keep overtaking them, and you're going to be left on your own somewhere deep in my territory, but I've got my planets back. And it's just going to annoy everyone, and hopefully people learn, let's be diplomatic with this guy because he's just going to hang around and annoy me otherwise. So.
Sidev.
I would say, I want to make clear, I use minefield control all the time, but I've never been in a game where I've had a really skilled player set a universal minefield code and then I was unable to hack it because I didn't have a high enough ID planet. My feeling is that if I played against a really skilled player like that, the value of it would go down. But of course, most players don't check their minefield codes very friendly, or their friendly codes. They don't manage them very well. So in most games, you can get a lot of use out of them.
Tailspin.
I was just agreeing with Sidev about the time. A lot of times it comes down to time, and the other races go faster, and it takes a long time to set that stuff up. But I have used it quite a bit. And I was going to say that Super Spy Command is pretty disgusting. I don't know if you've ever had it go against you, but it's gross. But that's a campaign. The other thing just about tactics is the new cloak intercept thing is. I was the EE in the Cave World game again, and Joshua was the Birdman, and we were going to attack Joshua, and we had all of our ships headed that way, and I was not looking forward to it because I knew what would happen is I would lose all of my support ships, every single one of my towers, every single one of my mine layers. I knew he was going to cloak intercept every single one of them, and I'd have a bunch of Gorbies sitting around doing nothing. So I really like that about the birds as well, like the new birds, because if you attack me with cloak and intercept, I am going to decimate. I might not beat you, but I'm going to hurt you so much that you're not going to be able to go on to win the game. So unless you're really like already killing everybody. But
let's talk about fleet logistics. Everyone talks about, the Darkwing's a great ship, except for its crappy fuel tank. Thoughts on this? Like, how do you guys get past that? Like, what is your thoughts on that? Is it really really handicap the birds and the Darkwing, or is it just something to overcome?
You need Resolutes and Swifties. And that's really, I think a lot to it is that you have your intel, you have your super spy, you know what fuel planets are. If your enemy is not expecting, you might even be able to beam up some fuel if there's no base in there or something. But still, point is that you're able to hit on the fuel planets, and you also have these 50s, which will then consume very little fuel, freighting over your fuel to the Darkwings.
Ask the chat if they have any questions for the table.
You're on mute, Griffin.
Ask the chat if they have any questions for the table.
Still.
Yeah, I was talking to Getting Braver.
Okay.
Anybody else want to share something on fleet logistics? Fuel management?
Swifties are definitely amazing fuel carriers, and you don't have to feel guilty about building lots of them, in my opinion.
RSK?
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. And obviously the Resolute. I don't, the logistics it's not the best. Privateers and Borg have probably the best logistics, also the colonies, but the birds aren't necessarily worse than anyone else. And I think one great thing to keep in mind is, unless you're going against the crystals, you can get your Darkwing really far. If you're low on fuel, just cloak. You're not burning any fuel to stay there. So you can get into these forward entrenched positions and just park it until you get reinforcements for a while. And then you can still set a warp 0 cloak intercept. And if that target happens to come to your position, if you're at a planet, you might even get a victory there.
Thanks for mentioning that. That was something in my most recent campaign I used excessively, leaving Resolutes or leaving Darkwings all around the enemy planets and thinking about which freighter is going to touch down on which planet next turn, and cloak intercepting that specific one. Your ships never move. If it comes there, it's dead. It's
fuel.
Really beautiful.
Side of.
Well, yeah, but if it happens to a planet, you just inject a little bit of fuel. They can't.
Yeah, no, I meant your ship burns no fuel to do that. Yeah.
One thing that I noticed about birds, a weak spot is, birds have really great tactical matchups. A Resolute can defeat most ships. A Darkwing can defeat most ships of similar class. But after that, you have to repair it. And then you got to make more torpedoes. And that actually can take a lot of time, a lot of turns. So I haven't quite figured out a solution to that, other than maybe building a starbase nearby or having making sure that you pack your mega credits.
I find when you're raiding through enemy territory, you pick up mega credits, and if you attack multiple places, you sort of, or actually just super spy, where the mineral supplies are, and so you plan to have your support ships there to MKT torpedoes and resupply. But it does take time. It is a time to resupply. And if you can get out of it with a relatively low damage and do a quick repair, you can just hang out cloaked while you get your torpedoes up and rally the fleet again to resupply each other.
I realized I quite often had my Darkwing load was 50 torpedoes and 100 supplies. Basically, just for the purpose that it can hit one mine, it can take a scratch on damage and still escape on the next turn. And a lot of Resolutes would be then dedicated on the missions to carry fuel. Some of them would be even filled up with the supplies just for having a supply source of supplies on the front lines and saving the stranded Darkwings.
And to reference Side Dev's comment in his self-introduction about Sun Tzu's Art of War, the great thing about the birds is you get to pick the battle in most cases, and you should only pick the battles you're going to win, which means that oftentimes if you can't win, there's often a lot of hanging around until whatever it is you can't beat flies away, which does make it hard when you're up against carriers that are parking over important planets. But just go to where that carrier is not. And
that kind of is a good interesting thing to say, because then when you think about it, the only time a bird can't pick the battles is when somebody is coming to your most important planet, to your most important bases, and that's the only time you can't really pick the field and prepare the field. And on a counter-wise, it's the only way to defeat the bird is to know where that is and force him to fight.
That's why robots are bad.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I meant by when I said you pick and choose where you fight. Griffin, I was just with what you're saying about you attack the planets that have the minerals. And, if I've been early on when I started playing them, I would go in and I'd attack the first planet instead of waiting to look and see what's on that planet before I made that attack.
Which means everything with the birds takes longer. It's a slow grind. Side-Ev.
Right, that's exactly what I wanted to emphasize. My biggest fear as a bird player is the incoming steamroller. You've got a stack of 5 enemy Virgos. They don't check to see what's at the planet. They just go in and kill everything. You can't defend yourself with mines because they have fighter mine sweep. So in that situation, bird really doesn't have control, I'd say, and it's hard to stop those ships without an unfavorable exchange.
Unfavorable exchange for sure. I think where's your enemy will fall for it, toe to pick them off one at a time. But there's a lot of attrition with that strategy if they don't engage in toe breaking counter moves.
There is one nice trick though that with cloak intercept. What you can do is if you have an enemy carrier coming in that you can't deal with, just use a cheap ship like a White Falcon and tow it away to somewhere and then make it run out of fuel. And then you have another ship cloak intercept it and then refuel it so you can do it again. Yep. Or they can switch depending on
you keep switching. Yeah, I've done that many times.
And you can if the enemy has like no fuel or he has bad engines, you can sort of indefinitely keep them suspended.
So you run out of fuel.
You can really frustrate an opponent. I like thinking about it like that. There's ways of winning that without necessarily defeating or destroying your opponent.
Yep. RSK.
Yeah, a lot of tactical options there. The daisy chain cloak intercept is great. In terms of if you're getting invaded by a carrier race, I think you can end up with a favorable priority point exchange against the rebels and the colonies. 2 Darkwings will reliably take out a Rush or a Virgo. So those aren't the worst. And a lot of times the colonies are using kobolds to tow, and obviously the kobold becomes your target. So to Tailspin's point, I think the race I would fear the most would be the robots. If they come in, they can early game steamroll you, and it's going to be tough to deal with those minefields.
Yes, if you're defending against a robot attack, plus golems are a pain in the butt to kill. But if you're attacking the robots, if you can get that universal minefield control, you can negate that. And I have done that in the past. Side-Ev, last before we go to some questions from the chat. Did you have something else to add?
I didn't have anything to say, but on a philosophical note, I would say timing is everything. You want to pick apart your opponent methodically and carefully. That requires time, but you also need to keep them away, so you want to make sure that you've got the sort of time advantage that they can't come in and pop one of your bases every turn. You have to slow them down basically, and then
Yes, I'm in.
Yeah, this is going back to the bag of tricks discussion earlier, but it didn't get mentioned. But the birds are actually pretty good at stealing ships, and there's a lot of new people at the site who haven't seen Emork's old presentation on birds stealing ships. It works. I've done it. He's done it. Many of us have done it.
As near as I can figure, about the only ship of special interest that you can't take with the Gamma Wing, Dark Wing is there's through the Gamma bomb, but there's also the getting them to build a ship for you right before you kill them. Tactic, that's a good one too. I haven't done that one. But they're pretty much the only ship you can't kill with capturing combat of interest, I think, is the Imperial Star Destroyer.
It can be captured.
It can.
It can be. Yeah. There's a few configurations.
It has 1 or 2% damage left, so you have to be exact.
And probably you will lose 1 Darkwing or some sacrifice ships to figure out how many fighters it got. And stripping them down. But
All
yeah,
right,
it's,
so I
it
do
can
know
be
that
done.
we have lost. I don't know if Quasimodo can't hear us or whatnot. He's sending us a message, so apologies if it seems like we're not engaging him. Quasi, if you okay, you can hear me now. Okay, so let's go to some questions from the chat. Let's see, that one we talked about when we covered that. What do you guys think is the... Well, actually, just by a show of hands on the screen, how many of you guys have played a couple of games with the birds in campaign mode? Okay, so this question is for you guys. What do you guys think is the most useful bird campaign advantage to get? Side of.
Enlighten class research vessel. It upgrades your natives so you get more tax, and it won't help in the early game, but late game it'll make a huge difference. If you had to just pick one, I'd go for that.
Yeah, and I actually personally, I question the value of that, but I mean, it's definitely there, but how is it rated against other things? I'm not sure. RSK.
Does advanced cloning count since that's universal?
Sure.
I mean, so I was thinking about this a little bit, and it's a great advantage for everybody, but the birds can use it really well. Privateers and crystals can capture ships, but they can't clone. You can capture ships with a gamma ray, a gamma bomb, X-ray laser, Darkwing, and you can clone it. And then you can basically become like an arms dealer to the sector. So it strengthens your diplomatic leverage. And you can make deals with other races. Hey, do you want this Cobalt? I can clone it X number of times. Or I can go out and get you a Fire Cloud and clone it for you so many times. So it can definitely change your diplomatic strength on the board, in addition to being useful for yourself.
Tailspin.
I don't know if this is the best one, but the Starbase Fighter sweeping, I don't think every race has that possibility to choose that. And that's it opens up some possibilities, I think. But I'm not saying that would be my first choice.
Quasimodo.
Hopefully you can hear me. It's not a bird-specific one, but I actually like Starbase Money Transfer, because that early game, when you've got no money, if you can find that decent planet and just quickly put a Starbase on there, and it's going to help you no end in those early turns.
I've seen Joshua use Starbase Fighter or credit money transfer very effectively in his games.
So I'm saying SMN, you say you don't play campaign games, but from your seat, what do you think?
I've played a few, but none with birds. When I look at the bird advantages, I would look at the Super Spy command and the ability to take a max base without losses. That's just huge.
Yep.
Okay.
It's hard though. It's hard to choose one because they're so expensive. So you got to kind of pick and choose which ones you want. So it's hard.
Okay. Let's see what else we got here. We've got. What are you guys' thoughts about the White Falcon and Fearless Lynx? Worthwhile to make? Are 2 Resolutes or 3 Falcons better outcome if resources are limited, for example?
Don't get me started on the Fearless.
Good or bad?
Fearless is good for one thing, basically. It can... Okay, sorry.
No, I'm just jumping in.
Okay,
it's good for Shay. Keep going.
Two things. It's got a decent cargo hold, and if you build one with Warp 7s, you can run a freighter somewhere close to the lines without nothing more important to do. Obviously, this is if you can't really afford a Resolute, because basically Resolutes is the key thing, and it doesn't matter if you have proton torpedoes and lasers on them or whatever. You can still find so many uses for a Resolute, but Fearlesses and White Falcons, these are like ships that are only good if you really can't build anything else. And the second use for the Fearless is that it's got 6 beams. It can strip out quite a few fighters if you really need to take a max base somewhere without losing a Darkwing.
RSK.
You still need...
Yeah, I think situationally they could be useful. The birds have severe money shortages, especially early game, so maybe your base can afford a White Falcon or a Fearless, but a Resolute would break the bank So, just get the ship you can get if you need it. So situationally is where I would use them.
Exactly.
Anybody else?
This is pretty much the long and the short of Fearless. You only build it when you can't afford anything else. I find it's always marginal situations, and personally, I would like it if it were improved a bit, had a second torpedo tube, had some more cargo space, so it would maybe have its own niche. Speaking on campaign, I always disable it because it's just not worth it. And if I need something like that, I always get White Falcon instead because it's cheaper, and it's cheaper in minerals, but it's also cheaper in fleet points. So I've just never really found a place for the Fearless in my heart yet.
Tailspin.
The only thing I was going to say about it was that if you do build one, you can use it to throw people off. Like when you see a Fearless out there, it's like, what are you doing with that? Where's that going? Why is that there? So it might play a mind game with people.
So one of the questions that we're getting from the chat is...
I love the concept.
One of the questions we're getting from the chat is an explanation of the daisy chain cloak and intercept and tow. Someone want to explain that to our viewers of how that tactic works and how you don't get killed at the end of the tow?
You don't have any fuel.
So the trick is to run out of fuel at the tow, right?
Yeah. You can always put your waypoint so far off that you will run out of fuel no matter what. How much ever they switch their weight, you will still run out of fuel somewhere. And there the cloaked intercept comes in because you don't need to know anymore where you run out of fuel because you have cloaked intercept. So your cloaked ship will be there where it runs out of fuel.
Yep. So your second ship that's cloaked intercepting has the fuel, and the towing ship runs out of fuel, and they meet up, and then the cloaked ship gives fuel to the towing ship. So it's no longer, you can cloak it and have the other ship do the tow, and you can just keep repeating it until they give up in frustration.
You can also the second ship could just be a Swift or something. It doesn't have to be able to tow. But then ID number matters a bit because then the lower ID ships will tow first. So the enemy might try to tow you. So that's why you use a second ship if you don't have the ID number advantage. Another White Falcon, say.
Okay, I think there's some questions about planet IDs in here about why do they matter. So when we're talking about universal friendly code control, who'd like to answer that question?
Okay, I can shoot. So universal minefield friendly code is the MF and something code. It's an old legacy from the old clients where you didn't have safe passage and such like we have at Planets.nu, and it has never been taken off because of the tactical advantages that are involved. And with the universal friendly code, the highest ID planet matters. So if birds control your universal friendly code at planet ID 300, it doesn't matter if you have planet ID 301. But if they have a planet 489 of yours and they control your code there, and you don't have any planet ID higher than that, then you can't do anything. They just know, and for every single turn, they know what your minefield friendly code is going to be. And
so
they don't need to care about your...
I think it's important for other people to understand that anybody can set their own universal minefield friendly code.
Good point.
It's just the birds can set yours for you, and the planet ID that is the highest is the one that trumps all other planets with a minefield's universal friendly code. So you want to know your highest ID planet, and you want to keep an eye on that. But forget I said that because we don't want you to know that. Sidev, you got something else to add? Okay, Tailspin?
I was just going to say the trick is to get one of the enemy ships, tow it to like ID 500 or whatever, have their ship kill that planet, and then you have, and if it's behind your enemy lines, then you can set it however you want, and they can't reach it and things like that.
This is the prisoner planet idea, and it is a very, very advanced Birdman tactic. I haven't done it yet, but I have studied it. It is you gotta do everything right, or you'll mess it up. But it's a very powerful thing if you can pull it off. You can literally ruin someone's. They'll stop laying mines.
We tried it in Cave World twice with Planet 500 and 498, and I think we lost 2-3 ships trying to accomplish it because it was so difficult to set up.
It's very hard. RSK.
Yeah, but
it takes a lot of attention to detail. It took me several turns to plan out, and that was even having the fleet to work with on top of it. But the rewards are definitely worth it, for sure.
Okay, so I think we're coming towards the end of our time. I'm going to throw out a few rapid fire questions for everyone. So just wait for me to call out your name and then give me a reply, so be ready. A Birdman with a cloaked freighter / fuel carrier, OP or just what we need? Psydev.
Because I think if you give it to fascists or lizards, suddenly they're going to have this cloaking giant container that can draw clans on very large planets. I think for that reason alone.
Yeah, I think it's OP even for the birds. Yeah, short story.
Tailspin.
I don't think it's needed. You have the Resolute.
SMN.
Be interesting. There is the fascist / lizard angle there, but I don't think it would be overpowered in that sense still.
Cosmodo.
I'm with Tailspin. I don't think it's needed. I think Resolute does the job.
Okay.
Quick thing, I would like to see like a freighter with 500 kiloton or something. Maybe 400.
Okay, cloaked carrier. OP or just what we need? Psydev.
Just what we need.
Tailspin.
I don't know if we need it, but it would be awesome.
RSK.
Probably OP.
SMN.
It would make things too easy.
Cosmodo.
Again, I'm with Tailspin. I don't think we need it. I prefer other things.
Okay. I think that's all I've got. You guys want to say any parting comments, or shall we get back on with the rest of the con?
Well, I was hoping to talk about Hor Wasp, but I guess we don't have time. But in a quick moment, I'll just say for birds, the Death Specula Heavy is great defense against pods, and so are low engine Dark Wings.
Yep.
But
actually, let me ask you that. Campaign ship, Death Spec Heavy, worth it or not? Psydev, sounds like it's worth it. Tailspin?
I like it.
RSK?
It's okay. I would say if you're going into a game with lots of star clusters, then probably worth having it. But if there's no stellar cartography like that, you're going to have to give away something that you might prefer to have.
SMN.
Yeah, it would still be the case that do I really want to build this instead of Resolute?
Quasimodo.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't build them because I'd rather spend the points elsewhere.
Psydev, I kind of spoke for you, but you want to say something?
Like a lot of campaign advantages, it's really contingent on who you're fighting against. It's unfortunate you can't choose to unlock the ship in-game after you see who your neighbor is. But I would say against certain opponents, it's great. Having 6 torpedo tubes on a medium ship in certain situations is really excellent.
Well, I want to thank all of the admirals and Captain Emperor SMN for joining the admirals table. This has been a great conversation. I've really enjoyed it myself, communing with my fellow Birdman admirals. So thank you to each of you for your time and being involved in this. And long live the Empire.
Thanks, Griffin.
The Bird Empire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a great conversation. I had a lot of fun there. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it too and learned some things, but hopefully not enough when you come up against us to stop us. Coming up shortly, we have Planets.nu trivia, so make sure that you're grabbing a mobile device like your phone, or that you have enough room to open up both the stream and the website that we're going to send you to in order to participate. In just a moment here, we're going to get the Turn of the Year submission from our MVP, Most Valuable Presenter, Mopier, which, by the way, for future reference, if you're the only person who submits Turn of the Year, guess what? You win. So for future cons, make sure that you're thinking about this between now and this time of year. The goal will be to keep PlanetsCon Live going in the first weekend of December. So you can already think about 2021 for that. Before we go to this Turn of the Year presentation, though, we have a very special message from our friends in Finland. Enjoy.
Soon it will be a Christmas time. Here we are, in Far North. Oh, it has been a heavy day, but I have still some letters I have to check. Okay, first one. It is from Virgovor. It's from Admiral Rexstar. Let's see what Admiral says. Okay. This is Christmas secrets. But it seems Admiral Rexstar wishes Gorbis, and Quantum Novas. Let's see. And then final one. It's also coming from the Virgo War to Santa. It's a meteor. Meteor has sent a Santa letter. Let's see what. Oh. Bad things. No. Maybe next Christmas, maybe.
Hello, it's me again, Möpa. Welcome to my final presentation for tonight. It's supposed to be my turn of the year. Last year we had Tailspin doing it, but it's rather like an introduction to dogfights and a discussion, a monologue about what strategies you can use in a dogfight. So I hope you will be interested in this. We are looking at Dogfights Casual Campaign Game number 3 with 60 planets. The League Dogfights, or Tailspin's Dogfights, who hosted the tournament this year and also one last year and the one before, I think, have 50 planets, so this is a bit bigger map. and also this one got Fog of War. Right, so this is also not standard in the league, but there is a lot of testing by Tailspin and Regicide and other people trying to improve dogfights for everyone, and Fog of War might be one option to use, or to be used maybe even in next year in the league. So I played Crystal for the first time ever. Lizards are the top notch race for dogfights by far. They have so many advantages, like the 30-1 ground attack and even 15-1 ground defense bonus. They have the double mining, they have the hissing, and they have cloaking ships and the lizard class cruiser, which is just awesome because the cargo hold is good. And anyway, so lizards are the first race to pick, and crystals are also pretty good in my opinion, and I think statistically they are the second best race. So first round pretty much a no-brainer. Emerald because of the large cargo. What you already realize here is I didn't push my starbase higher than level 7 engines, and that's what you usually do in a dogfight. You don't really spend the money for a warp 8 or even 9 because you don't have much money, and the planets are so tightly packed together you usually don't need bigger engines, let's say. Okay, please pay attention. These are all warp 7 connections. In the dogfights, the user interface shows you warp 7 connections. So let's enable warp 9. No, sorry. Oh gosh, I can't zoom out anymore. Wait, just a moment. Yes. Okay, warp 9 is here. So you see, actually there's a lot more connections warp 9 from my homeworld. So I think I can reach any of these planets that I've been looking at from the beginning. And like this it doesn't seem alike, yes? So please pay attention to this in your dogfight. Don't get yourself tricked by this, because your neighbor can reach you even though there's a big gap in between, and usually you think, okay, he or she can go through open space. It's also worth just overpowering your engines to reach the warp 8 or warp 9 distance sometimes, because people are not aware of it all the time, and you can attack them by surprise without moving through open space. Good, so I started building my economy, exploring for mineral heavy planets. I got the D planet here. I'm web-minded, of course, so that nobody hopefully can take it. Here was the first enemy contact. It was a large deep space freighter, so this is pretty unusual for a dogfight, at least at the beginning. I'm pretty sure that it was Lota's first dogfight, because you need warships, okay? You need to defend your territory. You have enemy contact in turn 2 already. Sometimes it's already the warship. The freighter, of course, the medium deep space freighter that everyone got. But in turn 3, maybe there's a warship above your starbase, your homeworld already. So you should be prepared. What you can notice here, I can see Lord Alice. It's a sphere map. Yes, it's round. Lord Alice and Regicide. I can see them already. And I think this is a big mistake people do in dogfights. If you industrialize a planet, always, so above 20 mines or 15 factories, always also build a 15 defense post. Because here 2 players have already given away their position. So I knew that from the feds I'm pretty safe, and I should pay attention to this fascist. So I need to web mine my area pretty quickly so that there are no cloakers there, right? Okay, let's continue. I also try to cover my homeworld by not web mining it and putting a big crosshair around it. Yes, a big bullseye. Here, second enemy contact. Lord Alice also built a large deep space freighter. Mistake in my opinion, because now it's just gone. And this one, a second large deep space freighter by the Lizard, who is down here. We can tell by this planet. And we can also tell Lord Alice again that his home world is around here. Yes, don't build these freighters, I think. I mean, it's debatable, of course, but I think they're just easy prey, and they won't live long enough to bring your colonists to your native planet. You will lose this native planet anyway if you don't have a big warship there. So, let's guess the homeworld positions. In dogfights, it's usually 81 to 100 light years away, so I guess it's somewhere here. And for Lord Alice, maybe it's even this planet. 3 connections. Okay, let's see. Let's go on. Why is this my turn of the year? Because I wanted to show you what is possible in a dogfight, how you can control the game ending if you plan well. So my plan was here to defend my territory first, secure it of course, because I needed some minerals and especially mega credits, right? And then I wanted to stop my neighbors from developing economy. As Crystal, it's very easy, right? And then I wanted to give them a death punch right on time. Okay, now we can easily see his homeworld. He minded it, I don't know. And there are 4 industrialized planets around it, even 5 here. That was an easy guess. Let's check. Okay, 108 light years, so not too far away. Yes, we got the second homeworld. So this was... I didn't want to attack them, but I knew where to put my web mines to. Okay, you can see sometimes there's a fight. I always build warships because in the end turn you need to strike as many planets as possible to get the maximum plus on planets, because it's very tight. It's 50 planets usually, and we have an average of, let's say, 1 to 1.5 new planets per turn for the players that will survive. You see, we're in turn 9, 8 planets, 8, 8, 7, 7, okay. Now we don't have so many warships. Later you might get 3, 4, or even 5 planets per turn. And in the end, often a dogfight ends somewhere between turn 13 and turn 20, maybe 22. So if it ends at turn 20, you have 18 planets if you win. And the second one is very close. He has 17 or 16 planets just. I haven't talked about the game ending yet. It's top advance 4, which means with 8 players in a dogfight, which is standard, if 4 people are out, it will be the last turn, and then the person with the most planets win. So, fight or fail, it will be increased to 4 in turn 12. So I haven't been thinking about throwing out people yet. The robot was already gone. Okay, let's continue. I didn't care about these mines here. I tried to web mine more. Here I had the death sentence to the Lizard because he wasn't able to sweep them away. I mean, he built 2 large freighters. I both destroyed them or captured them, and these are obviously his industrial planets, so not really a chance. Here are some, but there's another enemy coming in. As I've told you, 2 turns and then somebody's at your homeworld. Oh gosh, there's so much to discuss here, but I want to keep it short. It's very important. Every turn, not every turn, every decision here counts. Every friendly code mistake or clever use of friendly code any minesweep, any move to a planet that is wasted or whatever, because it's so tight and there are just 20 turns, sometimes even just 15 or even less turns, and you don't have so many ships, you don't have so many planets. The planets will go back and forth all the time if you don't pay attention and stuff. So if you want to work on your tactical skills for the big games, this is the way to go. You instantly have action. You don't have to waste time on economy. There is not really economy in a dogfight. Scratch every mega credit you can find and try to build as well. Yeah, whatever. Okay, let's go on. We're almost close to the end. I will show you turn 17. Yes, more ships out of fuel. Okay, nobody got the sweeping power because they built freighters and because I blocked them from getting money from the planets. Alright. This is not a good turn to show it, but what you're seeing here actually, ground attack, Loader survived, ground attack, Loader survived. The medium deep space freighter versus the Ruby and the Ruby versus the planet. This is an awesome script done by McNimble. This fellow here, you can recognize him by the structure. It will show you these kinds of messages on your screen on the star map, and it is very helpful. You won't miss a pillage, you won't miss a RGA. You will see that you have been ground attacked by a cloaker and survived. Usually I never notice this. Okay, you will take note of the meteors and so on. Yeah, try to get this plugin if you are not using it already. It helps a lot. It saves a lot of time. Good. Turn 17. This is still the situation. I haven't been bothering to attack neither Lothar nor the Fed because I wanted to keep them in the game to have one final push, and you can see my preparation for the push. By the way, north of me was a crystalline, so he could go through my web mines, but I think he got or she got attacked by the other players pretty immediately, so I didn't really have to bother. This is why I laid a normal minefield there, so that my homeworld will be hopefully safe. And what I did now was just, let's look at the scoreboard. You have to check the scoreboard at any turn. You might have 8 planets and the FOF is at 5. 4 different players, your neighbors, decide to attack you by just 1 planet, you will be out next turn. Okay? You have the best fleet in the game, you have the mineral planets, you have the money, you are out of the game at FOF 5 or 4 already if you don't pay attention. Okay? Mining is important without giving away your position too easily. So, okay. This is also important to notice. We are in turn 17, in turn 18 the FOF will be increased to 6. To me, this is the moment to strike, because people don't always pay attention to this, that next turn they will need a planet more. And we've already got Johnny, the other crystal north of me, below the FOF next turn. And we've got these 2 guys, which I blocked right pretty much from the beginning. They couldn't get more planets because I blocked their path. They are very close. So what did I do? I sent 2 attacks on planets from Johnny and 3 just to make sure for Lothar, and another 2 for the Fed, going for the Fed. Actually, I should have not attacked this. I should have attacked the planet, overdriving my engines. Anyways, my plan worked out because, as you can see in the scoreboard, next turn, the final turn, they all 3 hit the foe limit. I got +4 planets, and the next turn I got all out. I positioned my warships before so that I will be able to reach a new planet with each of my warships. I got 14, so it means it could be, or I am attacking 14 planets. Of course, it won't work out, but as you can see, 7 planets ahead already. We're in turn 18, so Tenelit has a maximum of 17 warships. Maybe he has stolen some, but anyway, there was no chance for those 3 guys to do anything against me winning it, because they weren't prepared. Yes, they didn't pay enough attention, I guess, that D3 can be out next turn. I guess they didn't know all their positions. Okay, with the planets that you sensor swept, it was obvious, but still, they weren't aware of this. They weren't prepared of it. You can see it in the game fit and the comments, and there was no way. Even if they all attacked me, I think there was no way, especially with the red mines, they could have prevented this. But in dogfights, no communication is allowed, so they couldn't ally, and last turn, yes. I only got 4 more planets, but it was more than enough. That was my idea to play crystals in a dogfight, and it worked out very well. But if you're starting as a dogfight beginner, I really recommend you to take the lizards. And there's a lot more to talk about in these tiny games. Most of the time, if classic players or standard players touch it for the first time, they get overwhelmed and they just don't like it. Where is the development? That's not my kind of play style. I don't like it. It's too random. That's, I think, the biggest negative point. I mean, it's pretty random, yes, depending on your neighbors and depending if they just got lucky hitting your homeworld with the T-Rex in turn 3. Okay, but anyway, we've got McNimble as a proof because he won this year's Tailspin tournament, dogfight tournament. I think he won all his games. We also got Musu as a very good dogfight player. He won the last 3 dogfights in here it is, look at this, the last 3 dogfights in the league in a row with lizards. I played against him in 2 of these. One I scored second, in the other one he kicked me out. I was lizards as well. Okay, you can see those weren't completely noobs like in my dogfight, some of the players. But last thing I want to mention, so yes, there is a luck factor, but if you are skilled in this, if you pay enough attention to the details in every turn, every action, and think about what to do, if you know some tricks for the dogfights, you will perform well most of the time. Yes? And sometimes you get a position where you just don't have a chance, like a crystal advancing like I did it at warp 9, web mining your home world. You're forced to build heavy beams and you don't have any more money, and that's it, and so on. But you can get good at this on a regular basis, and don't get yourself tricked by the difficult modifier. This is being calculated by standard games. Yes, if people are new to dogfights, maybe you have a 2.0 DM, but they have never played a dogfight, they will fail against you, right? Yeah. Okay. Have a nice evening. Bye bye. One thing I forgot. It's me again. Sorry. Regicide has put up some practice dogfights for you to jump into action. Just for the con, you know, different types of. Check out his profile. Check out his hosted games, and he will be organizing this year's dogfight tournament. Tailspin did it the last 2 years, and Aliyop will do the same, so they're a team together. And maybe before you jump into the tournament or your first league dogfight, check out the practice games. I'm sure other people after this con will be watching and will answer your questions in the game feed. And yeah, bye bye, good luck.
All right, thank you, Mopier, for that presentation, Turn of the Year. It is certainly nice to unleash hell on your neighbors in a dogfight, for sure. And I just want to give another big thanks to Mopier for all the content that he created to make this happen. I really appreciate his contribution. All right, we are a little bit behind schedule where we thought we would be. I actually thought by now we would already be in the State of the Universe, but nope, it's trivia time. So everyone grab that device, and what you're going to do is you're going to open up a web browser on your device and go to www.kahoot.it. That's CAHOO.IT. You're going to see a number on the screen, and that's what you want to go ahead and type in to join the game. Use your Planets.nu handle as your nickname in the game. Now, the funny thing about playing Kahoot is that there is about a 20 to 30 second delay from when I send something to YouTube and you see it. So for this to work, it is going to take a little bit of time. I highly recommend that you don't guess, or you might end up with random answers. The question will only show up on the YouTube stream, and there will be 4 buttons that are on your mobile device for you to select the answer. You won't see the question and you won't see the answer on your mobile device. You will need to look at the YouTube stream. At this moment, I highly recommend that you hit refresh on your YouTube so that you can get the freshest, most recent send for that. Sometimes when you're watching, it gets delayed a little bit. So right now, hit refresh on your screen and hit play on that YouTube Live. We got a whole bunch of people joining. We got 18 right now. I'm going to give this a minute or two for people to get in here. The top 3 placers in this game will receive from Joshua Planets.nu subscriptions. I don't know how long, probably like a month or something. But look for that, and that will be the prize for the winners. There's about, I think it's like 15 questions if I recall correctly. Seeing lots of people join here. I don't know who Old Planets is. I think that is, I think I saw them in the, I think that's, I can't even say his name, the editor of the Planets magazine, if I recall correctly. We got 31 people in here. I'm going to give it another 30 or 60 seconds for people to join until I start seeing the joins drop off. Keep them coming. Going to be lots of fun questions. When I'm making these trivias, one of the things that's always fun to do is to come up with the interesting animated GIFs. So hopefully you enjoy them as much as I did looking for them. We're still getting people joining. Welcome, Emperor Darth Balls. Good to see you. Mopier's in there. He's made so much content, he should ace this. Points are awarded based on how quickly you answer. But remember that delay. You will need to wait till you see the question and the answer to know if you're getting it right. Or you can go for the random. I'm just going to go random every time and try to hope I get it and get the points. Oh no, reconnected. Okay, there we go. We're going to bring up some trivia music. We still got people joining, so I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Keep them coming. We're at 40 people. 41. We're kind of leveling off, so I think we're going to go ahead and get started. If you didn't make it in yet, then there's always next year. 42, magic number. Actually, I wanted to share that our concurrent max viewers, I think, peaked around 121, I think, or 24 we saw in the past, Gideon Braver. And that is double last year's viewership, concurrent viewership. So thanks to everybody for tuning in. And I also wanted to give a special shout out to Gideon Braver for being the chat moderator. He's been here this whole time with me, and he's been powered by purely chocolate bars, chocolate donut bars. So thank you, Gideon, for your help with that. All right, I'm going to hit start. If you're not in, sorry, here we go. I'll read the questions to you and make sure you wait to see the answer if you want to get a chance at getting it accurately right. Here we go. PlanetsCon Live Trivia 2020 edition. First question. In host order, which of the following occurs last? Structure decay, population growth, taxes produce mega credits, or riots? It's going to take you about 30 seconds to see this. Each question has a 60-second timer. And now it's trying to reconnect. That's fun. Oh no, what happened? You guys broke it. It broke. Okay, we're gonna have to try to restart this. Technical difficulties. Everybody just got kicked out. I'm sorry. We're gonna try this one more time. Okay, new number. Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties. Go ahead and join with that new number. No idea why that happened. Try this one more time. There we go. I also want to give thanks to the Finns for all their help with the con today. They made some really great content with their conversation and their amorphous soup video. That was fun, and ISOT's really kind of interesting Christmas video. Yeah. Finnish humor, gotta love it. It's going pretty quick. We're around the same number we were before. Okay, I think we're gonna get started, folks. Hopefully you're in. Here goes. Gonna be probably a different question. 3, 2, 1. First question. What year was VGA Planets V3 originally released? What year did Tim release VGA Planets 3? 1994, 1989, 1992, or 1990? Answer is based upon Wikipedia entry. So if you're quick and you have less than 30 seconds to look it up and find it, you'll know the answer. Again, forgive the delay. It's going to take about 30 seconds before you guys see what's on the screen. "15 seconds. We've got most of the answers in. The correct answer to what year did VGA Planets V3 originally come out is 1994. Ooh, not a lot of right answers on that one. Next question. So Cody, Faquid, Chrome, and Slash are in the lead with the only right answer so far. Question 2. Which of these ships cannot cloak? Is it the D3 Thorn class destroyer, the Dwarf Store class transport, the Saurian class light cruiser, or is it the D7A Painmaker class cruiser? 40 seconds left. You guys should be seeing this in about 10 seconds here now. Which of these ships cannot cloak? Is it the Dwarf Star, the Saurian, the D7A Painmaker, or the D3 Thorn? Only 20 seconds left. Ten seconds. Get your answers in. It is the D7A Painmaker class cruiser. Majority of you got that right, 23. Let's see what the scores come out to after this question. Oh, it's a tight race between Cody and Faquid, but we've got some up-and-comers. Next question. The Hyperdrive 8 reaches 100% efficiency compared to the Transwarp up to Warp 6, Warp 7, Warp 5, or Warp 8. This is a stats nerd question. At what speed does it reach 100% fuel efficiency when compared to the Transwarp? Warp 6, Warp 7, Warp 5, Warp 8. Should be seeing the answers now. Fifteen seconds. The correct answer is Warp 6. Kind of a trick question. It isn't actually 100% efficient at Warp 8. It's just better. All right, let's see who's going to come up to the top here. Commander Koshi and Musu are coming after the leaders. It's anybody's game. We're on question number 4. Hype ships can jump through star clusters without losing crew. So if a hyper jumps across a star cluster, but not in it, it will not lose crew. True or false? Hyperships can jump through star clusters without losing crew. True or false? Get your answers in now. The faster you give the answer, the more points you get. 20 seconds left. Almost there. Six correct answers. The answer is false. If you jump across a star cluster, you will lose crew. And since most hype ships have very poor crew, you will have a ghost ship. Let's see what this does to the scores. ISO-T coming up, but Cody's gotten a lead still at 2,500 points. Question number 5. Botanical natives seem to double native growth, grow mines, grow factories, or double colonist growth. If you were paying attention earlier in the con, you'll know the answer to this. Botanical natives seem to double native growth, grow factories, or do they grow mines, or do they double colonist growth? Let's see who was paying attention earlier. If you're joining us late and you have no idea what botanical natives are, make sure you go back and watch the recording of this afterwards. "15 seconds. Get your answers in. All right, looks like we had a lot of people paying attention. 38 right answers. Double the colonist growth. Those mysterious botanical natives. Cody and Faquid are still fighting for first, but there are some contenders. Just one right answer and wrong answer combination, and we could have a change in the leaderboard. Question 6. The longest uninterrupted emperor is W. Merkel, our current emperor, Heiko, the venerable Emork the Lizard King, or was it our first emperor, Space Squad? I'll hail the emperor. Which one did we hail the longest? Was it Emork, Space Squad, W. Merkel, or Heiko? 10 seconds. What appropriate music for the emperor. And yes, it is not only the longest serving, but the most terms, Emork, the Lizard King. 26 right answers. Oh, and Cody falls to Faquid, but it's still a tight match at the top. Up 13 places, Pike is the highest climber. Good job, Pike. Keep it up. Which of the following can a ship perform with no fuel? Can a fuelless terraform? Can a fuelless glory ship perform any of its glory device actions? Can a pirate ship with no fuel rob a ship? Does a Loki without fuel decloak a ship? What's the right answer here? If you have no fuel, which one of these things can you do? Got a great picture of an X-Wing getting refueled by an aerial fuel plane. 10 seconds. All right, you guys know you're out of fuel rules. Glory device. You do not need fuel on a glory ship to pop it or to trigger it. What's this do to the standings? Not much change, although El Maco has climbed up 8 places. Good job. Next question, number 8. What is the minimum amount of clans a Hor Wasp player needs to build a stinger? I like how I have 2 people who just answer randomly at the beginning. If you're one of the people that's in the final standing, I want to hear about it, because I want to know if that strategy of just guessing for points works. At this point, people should start seeing the answers available to them. About the 30-second mark, I start seeing answers coming in. Very good. Watch out, Donald, for that B. What's the minimum amount of clans a Hor Wasp player needs to build a stinger? Is it 27, 42, 81, or 729? Ooh, answer is 81. Okay, let's see what this does to the standings. Oh, Musu comes up from behind and pulls into first place. We've got a combo breaker. 6 players just dropped their answer streak of 4. Ooh, this was a tough one. Okay, question number 9. What is the range and blast damage of quantum torpedoes? Is it 34,065 damage? Is it a range of 32,065 damage? Is it 34,055 damage? Or 32,055 damage? All right, you should start seeing the answers now. 34,000 is the range, or is it 32,000? Is it 65 damage, or is it 55? Let's see how well you know your quantum torpedoes. What do you mean, little ship? Ten seconds. Here's your chance to climb the ranks. Get the right answer. Hey, a good number of you guys got the right answer. Congratulations. Let's see what it does. Oh, Musu has a streak of 8 correct answers. Good job. He's really taking off, guys. I don't know if you can catch up to him, but it looks like some of you are. We have Emperor SMN climbing into the top 5. Congratulations. Welcome. Question number 10. Which is the most expensive campaign advantage to purchase? Is it the Evil Empire's Destroyed Planet? Is it the Empire of the Birds Super Spy Command? Is it Starbase Money Transfer? Or is it the Rebels Energy Defense Field? Lots of options here. Lots of powerful abilities. Gotta count all that gold pressed platinum. 15 seconds. Get your answers in. The faster you answer, the more points you get. The correct answer is Starbase Money Transfer. I believe it is 5,010 mega credits to purchase, by far the most expensive. And I actually think Energy Defense Field might be the second, but I could be wrong. What's that do to standings? Oh, Musu's knocked down. Up 14 places, Noseri. He's the highest climber. Faquid has got first place, but again, anybody's game. We still have 7 questions left. Here comes number 11. Joshua likely says the last letter of the alphabet this way. Does he say Z or does he say Z? Joshua likely says the last letter of the alphabet, Z or Z. Joshua tells me that he spends some time in the US, but he does live in Canada. For our non-English speakers, I might understand if this is a hard one to get. Kind of a joke question. Gotta love dancing stormtroopers, right? I love these dancing stormtroopers. 3 seconds! Get him in! Pretty even split. But the answer is Z. Verified by himself. He does say he uses both, though. Faquid is widening the gap. He's got almost 1,000 points over Musu. 4 players just hit an answer streak of 3. Congratulations. Question number 12. In host order, which occurs last? This is our first question from our first failed attempt. In host order, which occurs last? Population growth, taxes produce mega credits, structure decay, or riots? Gotta know your host order. One of the most important things for you to know is host order. And this graphic is from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a personal favorite. The restaurant at the end of the universe. Is it riots, structure decay, population growth, or taxes produce mega credits? 10 seconds. Hey, good job. 24 right answers for Riots. Let's see what that does to the standings. Ooh, Fakwid did not get that one right, and that allowed Musu and Cody to come up on his tail. Question 13. Lucky 13. Which of the following beam weapons has the lowest mass? Is it the phaser, or maybe the heavy phaser? Or the blaster, or maybe the heavy blaster? Is this a trick question, or is it obvious? We'll see. Just planting a seed of doubt in there. Heavy phaser, heavy blaster, phaser, or blaster. What is the lowest mass beam weapon? 5 seconds. Hey, good job. 35 correct answers. And those 35 correct answers, including Musu climbing back to the top. Cody right behind him. Fakwid performing quite well. Emperor Esamin is trying to close in. Next question, number 14. The Solar Federation are the only race that cannot build a small deep space freighter. True or false? Of all the races in Planets.nu, the Solar Federation are the only race that cannot build a small deep space freighter. I love these animated GIFs. Truly one of my favorite parts of doing the trivia is putting all the animated GIFs in. Solar Federation, the only race that cannot build a small deep space freighter. True or false? 15 seconds. Majority of you gotten your answers in. See, this one's a little tricky because of the original 11 races. That is true. But of the 12 races of Planets.nu, including the Hor Wasp, there are 2 races that can't build a small deep space freighter, and that's the Hor Wasp and the Solar Feds. Haha! Tricked ya. What's this do to the standings? Oh, Musu did not get that one. Cody's back at the top where he thinks he belongs. Let's get to the next question. 15. When there are more structures on a planet that can be maintained, what is the decay rate? Is it 2? 0? Is it 5 structures per turn decay, or 3? If there are more structures on the planet than the population can maintain, what is the decay rate? 0, 2, 3, 5. What's the answer, guys? You should be seeing it now, so you're locking them in. "15 seconds. Hope you guys are all enjoying this. 10 seconds. What's the answer, folks? Hey, looks like people know their decay rate. 3 per turn. Cody's still at the top. Side Dev has pushed out several people, including Emperor SMN. And RSK is making a comeback with 3 in a row. Good job, RSK. Question 16, only 2 more. Which of these ships will be destroyed if it enters a debris field? Is it the Kobo-class research cruiser? Perhaps it's the Diplomacy-class cruiser. Maybe it's that Emerald-class battlecruiser. or it could be the Illwind class battlecruiser. Those of you who like to play the colonies probably know whether or not the Kobold can enter. And those that like the Feds probably know whether or not the Diplomacy can enter. Those Crystal players probably know whether or not an Emerald can enter. And the Fascists, they know whether or not the Illwind can enter. But if that's not your race, do you know the answer? 20 seconds. Joshua, if you're watching, please join the Zoom session. Hey, yep, it's that Illwind. It comes in over the 200 kiloton limit to safely enter. However, if that Illwind happened to be owned by the Empire, it could enter that debris field. We've broken the 10,000 mark with Cody, the sole person above the 10,000 points mark. Congratulations to El Maco on a 7th-place climb. Okay, final question. A minefield center is covered by an ion storm. Which of the following is false? The minefield can't be reliably scanned. The colonies can't sweep it with their fighters. Ships can't sweep with beams. Or web mines will still drain fuel. Which of these answers is false? Oh no, Kirk! The minefield can't be reliably scanned if its center is covered by an ion storm, or the colonies can't sweep it. Now, maybe it's web mines still drain fuel, or ships can't sweep beams. One of these is false. Which one is it, guys? 10 seconds left. That's right. An ion storm is not going to stop the colonies from sweeping those minefields. All right. Final placement. 3rd place, Faquid. 2nd place, Cody. And in 1st place with 10,414 points and 13 out of 17 rights is Mushu. Congratulations to 3 of you guys who will receive 3 months of Planets.nu subscription. Thank you for participating. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Congratulations to our winners on the trivia. That's a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoy it too. Now is the moment we've been waiting for. We are coming to the final presentation here from Josh, and he's got, I'm sure, some exciting things to share with us. So I want to thank all of you for joining us. We've had great viewership and great participation in the chat. But at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our fearless leader and creator of the Newverse, Josh. Take it away, please.
Thanks, Griffin. I just want to say right off the bat, super big thanks to Griffin and Gideon. This con has been amazing. I've been following the presentations over the last couple of hours, and it's been really entertaining and really fun. And also, I just want to say thanks to the amazing community, all you guys, all these presentations, all the contributions and content here. It's so fun, and obviously this is what it's all about. It's about us all having fun together and playing this game. So I'm really happy to be back again and get to share some new exciting stuff that we've been working on in the last little while, and wrap up a couple of things this year, and talk about what we're going to be doing next year. So again, thank you, community. You guys have been amazing. So fantastic to see such big viewership this year, and hopefully, this is going to be something that we can do year after year, and start to establish this real tradition of an online live con. So this has been great. So I'm going to bring up a presentation, the State of the Universe presentation, and start going over a few key topics. I'm going to just share my screen here, and I want to share. Just a second. Yeah. And then share screen. There we go. I don't know, Griffin, if you're there, if you can confirm that you guys can see this correctly. I'll assume I've got it right, but okay, so here we go. We're going to go over a few different things this year. So this is the State of the Universe for 2020, and main topics we're going to cover here. We're just going to do a little bit of a recap of the Pisces and Virgos wars, league wrap up, year in review, new features and rule changes as we head into 2021. We've also got some brand new ship models to share. We're going to talk about new timeline levels. This is a really big project that we've been working on, and roadmap for 2021. So without further ado, I'll jump in. So we've got 2 championship matches still going on. They've been referred to a couple of times in this, but these are the last 2 of what we're calling the Zodiac Wars. So this is the Pisces War and the Virgo War. And I think the Pisces War is a little bit of a forgotten war at this stage. It's been raging for an incredible more than 475 turns now, but we still have 3 stalwart contenders who are very likely to become our next emperor. So Kelmain, Nuke, and Loner, which one of these 3 are going to battle this out? This is incredible. The stamina. Obviously, when we look at these 2 wars, and we look at a war like the Pisces War, this is when we recognize that we have maybe a need for some changes. And so the future wars are not going to be quite as long, but this is an opportunity to kind of, I don't know, give honor to all the guys, all the players who've participated in the Zodiac Wars. These are champions that have really battled hard in order to get to earn their right to be considered the champion, so the emperor. So the Virgo War, we've got still an intense battle raging with Meteor, Sparker, ARS, who's playing the Privateers, which was formerly run by Elvon, and ISO-T are all still looking like strong contenders to win, with a few other players in there that may be able to play the spoiler or may be able to surprise. I do want to mention one thing in here. Recent events have been kind of distressing. My own father is played by Forger in the Virgo War. and ISO-T just backstabbed him. And so I just had to say that. And just keep that in mind anytime you're playing with ISO-T in the future, that he would backstab even my own father. But we all have to do what we have to do to win. And, you know, this is a game and we're all laughing about it over here. So don't worry, ISO-T, I'm just giving you a hard time. All right. We want to wrap up League. So we had our first season of League, and I just want to say this has been a huge success. Thank you so much for everybody who's participated in League. And this year we've got 3 winners, our top 3 winners, and of course a lot of participants that have won bids to the championship matches, both the Emperor game and the Grand Marshal game. So here we go. Congratulations to SETI Alpha 2, TIT, and Risk. And it's a little bit embarrassing as a league, as a site admin, but my own team, SETI Alpha 2, managed to squeak a victory out. So I just want to say to my teammates, yeah, SETI Alpha 2, way to go, boys. So it was a great time this season, and I'm hoping that all of you who are on lead teams who had a great season, getting to know your teammates, getting to know each other. And this is really a big part of what we see League being about. It's about helping to expand the community, to give us the feeling of a social group that we are a part of inside of the larger community of planets. And so this is really what we're hoping will bring people back year after year, that camaraderie, that opportunity to play. Maybe you don't play a lot of games in a year anymore, but maybe you play your league games in order to be part of that season, and that lowers your time commitment, and yet enhances your enjoyment of the game. So for different people, it's going to be different things, and obviously, we'll be able to earn a lot of ranking points in between in order to get spots on maybe good teams if you want to have those chances. So those are the things we hope. But I really want to say congratulations to the top 3 teams. As Moper said earlier, TIT and SETI Alpha 2 came down to the very final battle in the very final turns in a blitz game between Forger and Vulture on those 2 teams to decide the championship on the final day. And I don't think we could ask for a more exciting finish. I know that players from both teams were watching those last turns really intensely and excited about what was going to happen with each step. So TIT, thanks for the battle. We're looking forward to going out and matching against you guys next year as well. So great job. I want to point out all 3 of these teams, of the top 3 teams, have gained the special award of being able to name 11 new planets each. So members of TIT and Risk and SETI Alpha 2, start thinking about it. Each of you has a chance to come up with a new name for a new planet, and we're going to be using it in the game, and we'll be adding it to the master planet name list. So congratulations on that. I also want to say congratulations to the top 11 teams. You've all won a bid in the 2020 Emperor Championship game. And so we'll be talking a bit more about that in the next couple slides. And also to players 22 through 20, or 12 through 22. You've also won a bid to the very first inaugural Grand Marshal game to become the Grand Marshal of the Unknown Defense Force. And so possibly the second most powerful person in the Echo cluster. So a big opportunity there to get some playtime in a top level game. And we're going to be following that this season intensely. So I'm going to talk more about the format of that championship game and how that's going to work. Before I do that, I just want to mention that League has been a huge success, and I really want to thank everybody for being part of that. In the inaugural 2020 season, we had over 274 games, League games played to earn points for the League season by over 500 players on 68 teams. So for a very first season to just launch this out of the gate and say, hey, give this a try. Everybody seems to have really embraced it, and this is better than we could have hoped. And now it's really about taking that momentum that we've gained into the next season. This is a league, to me, it's a what I hope is a great opportunity to bring new players to the game. If you have a league team, go out, get your friends, get them to come in, play their one long game format, help them through it as a team, bring in, those players to play some short game formats. They don't take very long. And it's a great way for people to learn. There's beginner games in League, as the Moper pointed out earlier in his presentation. There's a lot of opportunities for beginners to earn points and maybe even slide their way into a Grand Marshal or a championship game if they do well enough. So really, we see this. Obviously, we expect the best teams and the best players are very often going to rise to the top. But we wanted to create a lot of opportunities for point getting and prizes and opportunities for beginners as well. So bring them in and let's expand the community through League and make this an annual process and sort of part of our social activities once per year to play a long format game in League and some short games. Okay, so the champ games, the Emperor game and the Grand Marshal game are going to be starting in January 1st. And when we talk about the sort of the universe of planets, this is I consider this moment in time to be a shift in the history of the Echo Cluster. So if you think about before New, you have a timeline period in the history of the Echo Cluster where all the races are trying to kill each other. They're trying to take control of the Echo Cluster. And then the period of the Emperor Wars or the Zodiac Wars begins. And this time, all of the races are now trying to become emperor to control each other. And this is the storyline of Planets.nu and its creation since 2010. And now we are moving into a new phase of the history of the Echo Cluster, where we've got multi-race factions that are joining forces, and that's represented by your league teams now fighting as factions, multi-race factions, in order to gain control of that emperorship, rather than individual races trying to do that, which is represented during this historical battles of the Zodiac Wars. So for storyline's sake, this is the way that we want to think about this period of time. And so we're starting the first of the faction wars. As it says on the slide, now is the time. The new league season is going to start in January, and now is the time to start building your league teams for next season. You'll have all spring to do that as the long game format is going to be open. As I said, invite your friends. This is a great chance for both beginners and veterans to come in. Okay, 2020 League Championships. As I said, the Emperor 2020 game and the Grand Marshal 2020 games are going to start on January 1st. The new standard rules will apply, including rule changes, which I'm going to be announcing upcoming here in the slides, upcoming in the presentation. The way the race selection period is going to apply or be done. So as stated in the earlier league rules, the teams that have finished highest in league have the first opportunity to choose. However, the way we are going to run this is that the league joining period or the game joining period will start sometime in the next few days. And when that joining period starts, the very top team will have 24-hour window in order to make their decision. However, they do not need to join during that period. So they get 24 hours in front of anyone else, and then the second place team will then gain access. And then the third place team 24 hours after that. However, there is no obligation to make a choice first. So if you prefer to wait and see what others choose, you can. But if you prefer to lock in your best team, then those teams that finished earlier will have the advantage to start that first. So each top team gets a 24-hour head start, if you will, but they're not obligated to make that choice. So that's your advantage that you've earned by being higher in the standings from league, and will be interesting to see how people choose to leverage that advantage. All right, when we look forward into 2021, the league info for 2021, long game formats are going to start in January. January 15th is what we're aiming for. Might be, a few days before or after that. And we're going to be bringing the long game format cutoff a little bit earlier. This season, because we started a little bit later, we didn't start until I think mid-February or later. We wanted to give a bit more time for long game formats to start, but we are trying to get the long game formats to have a fairly extensive run or number of turns in them. So we're really looking, I think it's going to be around end of April for the cutoff, maybe end of May. We'll work on that exact dates a little bit later, but we are expecting it to be a bit sooner than this year. And we are looking to get in, full 80 turns is kind of our target, 80 to 100 turns, depending on the games and how that goes, so that we can get, fairly conclusive long game format games. New standard rules will apply. We are going to make a couple small changes. We're expecting top advance 5 win condition for long formats. We do like the top advance, just to understand, our motivation behind top advance. In the long format games, it is our intention to sort of have the games end reasonably quickly. So that's certainly where the top advance is coming in. It's a shorter format overall, but also to leave a couple of things undecided. I mean, I know from my own experience in my long format league game this year, which was a great game. It was certainly not a decided game. There would have been a lot of battles still to come, but those battles we'll have to save for the championship game. You'll have to settle those disputes in the championship games. As for the individual games themselves and point payouts, we're going to be making some small adjustments in there. So a few more points to the top positions rather than the straight linear 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 points. Will be a bit more like we did in the campaign format, where it's going to be maybe it's 15 or 13, 12 kind of thing, going down with a few extra points for those top 3 positions. And so it's going to add just a small variance there, because we want to give a little bit more reward for taking the risks necessary to finish in the top 3. So those are the small adjustments we're expecting, but more or less we were quite pleased with the way the rule set around game formats, the limitations we had on the number of games you can play and that sort of thing. We thought that was quite successful, so we're going to make very few changes in 2021. Okay, that's it for League. And like I said, start thinking about next season, start building your teams. There's lots of ways to get into games and or to get onto teams. There's lots of teams that are currently listing themselves as looking for players. So try to go out and get one if you don't have a team now. And if you are a team captain, it's just go out and send invites. And there's also a big free agent list of people who are looking for teams. So go out there, send an email to all of them, and you'll have a league team fairly quickly. So that's the best way. All right, let's talk about 2020 in terms of the actual process of building Planets.nu. We did a lot of work in 2020, and it's been a really strong year in terms of our progress as a community. So biggest things that we've been able to do in 2020. I want to welcome Averine and Gugai Walker, who came over from Resurrected Starships, which is a YouTube channel. I know we've announced this earlier in the feed and in other places, but I just want to formally do it here at the con. Both of them have been big contributors this year, so this has been a really big opportunity to bring in some artwork and some opportunity to fill some of the gaps that Big Beefer, myself, developers don't have. So we've got a designer on board now and a 3D modeler, which is a really special opportunity. So really glad you guys are here, and we've been meeting every week and working on the project every week. So this is a big effort that we're working on the team. So really, maybe a minor point here, but all of your contributions as a community, your player subscriptions, we're reinvesting all of that money back into trying to grow the business, trying to grow the game and the opportunity of our community in the best way possible. So this is really just our reinvestment of your dollars to try and bring something new to you guys, and we're going to continue to do that with everything we can. So that's where we're at. Obviously, we did some big things this year. We did player groups in League. I've talked a lot about League. We added all of that stuff this year. We added new art coming in from Averine, the drawings of all of the races. I'm going to talk a lot more about world building a little bit further in the presentation, and that's a big part of that. And we've started the process of building 3D ship models, brand new ship models that are original content for Planets.nu. And this is a huge project. I'm going to talk a lot about this further in the presentation. So this is really exciting. And we did a complete UI overhaul earlier this spring, building the version of the UI that you guys are looking at now. Not the in-game UI this year, but the out-of-game UI. So we've had all those new screens. If you'll recall the way they looked before, if you go to Planets.nu, you can see how it used to look and how it looks now. So I think we've made some significant improvements there. And just not so much from us, but I want to point out that the community has also been developing things. So, for example, we've had the rise of the dogfight format, thanks to Tailspin, really pushing and bringing a new concept to the game. So you guys are always bringing a lot to the game, and so I really appreciate all of your inputs, and it's so fun to see what emerges that doesn't even come from us. So. But we're happy to embrace it and make the most of it. So obviously that's why we brought dogfights into League, and I think it's been a great contribution there. Okay. 2020 Q4. All right. So I'm going to talk about, as we do every year, when we know the con is coming, we like to hold back a few things and wait before we deploy them, so we can kind of bring a lot at once and have some fun new stuff to present to you guys. So we've been working diligently. While we haven't officially released very many things in the past few months, we have been working very intensely on a lot of stuff. And so we are releasing a bunch of things now, and I want to share those with you at this moment. New UI improvements. So we've been doing some various small things related to better mine hit preview data, improved torpedo transfer buying. Some of this stuff is going to be coming out I think today, some of it in the next days, and some of it may actually already have been out a few days ago. One of the other really big areas, and this has been developed as a combination of League and the new championship matches, is we are releasing expanded game access controls. So this is I'm sure a lot of you guys have taken advantage of our first release of game access controls this year. If you were on a League team, you were able to share, give view access to your fellow teammates to be able to look into your games, and I'm sure we all had a lot of fun with that. And so we are expanding that to support both view access for your League team, but you can give view access to anyone, any individual player, to any game that you are playing. So this is a new feature that we're allowing, as well as the ability to hand control to another player. So control access. However, there is a limitation. Only one player at a time may have control. And this is for some technical reasons more so than for game reasons. But we want to limit that. So but basically, if you want to go on vacation, for example, you could absolutely stay in your game and then just give another player control to be able to play. You cannot give control to another player who is already in that game. You can also, another third option is to give diplomatic control to another player, which allows them to post messages in game on your behalf. And so this is, and change diplomatic settings. So this is the final option. And so these controls are going to work together in the new championship matches. As we've stated in the past, each championship player, the actual player will be in the driver's seat in the player slot, but will be able to choose a first officer and a chief diplomat who they can then give access control to, and then those people will also be in the games. And it is our hope that while we expect the primary player to play the game, they are absolutely welcome. It's a team effort. They're absolutely welcome if they are facing burnout, heaven forbid, or struggling or need time commitments, personal lifetime commitments, all those things. We recognize it's a big journey over a year, even a year's time to play a game. So feel free to hand off control to your teammates to help them along. And so that's the role of the first officer. That's the way we see that role. And the chief diplomat is there to help take off some of that burden. It's up to the individual player that is in the player slot, though, to decide how much or how little they would like to take advantage of these teammates in that capacity. So there's not an obligation to do them. If you don't have a first officer, you don't have a chief diplomat, that's fine, but you have the option to do so. So it's up to you as players. It's all about having the most fun, and that's really what we're here for. We've made various other small improvements and fixes, but not worth mentioning here. Okay, here's the big one. We are going to go through, there are going to be some new standard rule changes coming in 2021. And I'm going to go through some sort of global rule changes and also some individual race rule changes that are going to take place. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our reasons and reasoning behind these. And then, at the end, I'll be happy to answer questions more about them as well. Okay, couple of different things. Planetary production queue, the new queue, the new queue. There's a lot of different names for this, but the way I like to think about it is the next step or the evolution of the Planets.nu queue, the production queue, is going to go into standard. And for the most part, feedback around this queue has been positive. It reduces the overall work time and unnecessary work time in a game, gives more flexibility and more opportunity for, or more control to the players with RB1 friendly codes. It removes some of the randomness that has plagued some of the older queues, and makes it, I think, overall a much more enjoyable experience just to play planets and have control over your priority points and that global ship limit mechanism, which is so very important to the mechanism of the game, and yet has a sort of complexity to it. So this, we think, is the best we've come to so far, and so is the PPQ is going to go into standard from here forward. We'd also like to say chain intercept is now going to be standard. I think this is kind of universally approved of. It just gives a much more comprehensive or comprehensible, understandable meeting expectations behavior by chained intercept. So it does mean that you cannot escape intercepts by doing other intercepts in general. So that's now in standard. This also has particularly big benefits against with the way the computer player operates as well. So it has some positive impacts, especially in games against computer. We're bringing in something completely new, and we're putting it right into standard. This is the idea of a homeworld destruction happiness change. And this is going in for 2021. We do reserve the right to undo any changes, but we are going to be sort of on an annual cycle now. We're going to try to get into an annual cycle where rule changes are coming in the new year and are essentially being run through that year. And if we decide to make changes in the future, we will. We obviously might make a change in the middle of the year if we felt the necessary. But in any case, we are bringing in a new idea that your homeworld has a higher value to it. And if your homeworld is lost or destroyed, your entire empire will suffer a happiness hit. of minus 70 points, and all natives for that player, all of your natives will also take a 20 happy point hit. So it's not a game breaker, but it's a substantial impact, and you're going to feel it when you lose your homeworld a little bit more. So this is really introduced just for fun. We're bringing in something new. So with the rise of short formats, games becoming more and more prevalent, and especially so relevant to League, it's really obvious that in short formats, the races are currently not balanced, not anywhere near balanced. And not, obviously we have many discussions and opinions. I was watching the Finns talk earlier about the different races, and we will never have perfection in balancing, but our long format game balancing is far better than our short format game balancing today. So we would like to experiment with a new rule set, which would be some small positives and negatives to different races for short format games. So for games that are considered to be short format, for example, the lizards are by far and away advantaged in short format games, and we can see that if you look at the statistics around short format games, they're overwhelmingly chosen and overwhelmingly winning. And so we are going to make some small changes there. On the flip side, the cyborg are effectively non-existent and not worth choosing in short format games. And so they're underrepresented there, but we would still like to give some opportunity or reason to choose more of the races in short format games. So we're going to be introducing that, and I'm going to talk about those small changes. There's only a small handful this year, but the concept of a short format balancing rule set is something that we're introducing today. All standard rule changes will take effect in January. So everything I'm announcing today, we're expecting, they're not necessarily released. Some of it might be coming out right away, but some of it is getting released over the next couple of weeks. Big Beefer has been working away diligently, building all of these changes, and is going to be rolling them out in the next couple of weeks. Okay, the feds, and here we can see our artwork. Thanks, Everine. No change to the feds this year. So this is it. Not much happening in terms of the standard rule set for the feds. Lizards. Okay, the lizards. This is the first of what I was talking about with short format rule changes. So we are going to make an adjustment. Short format games only. The lizards are going to have a slight reduction in their mining rate to 150% instead of 200%. This is the only adjustment that we are making today, but they are taking a small hit. The birds. Well, the birds are one of the races that we heard a lot about today from the panel of admirals of birds. That was really enjoyable. I myself am a big Birdman player, as a lot of you know, so I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I learned a lot, and I was thinking a lot about U-Tailspin and our battle in Cave World. I had a positive and a negative experience this year with birds. Had a hugely I think successful starting of a game in the Cave World sector this year, and then lost against a really powerful group of players that did excellently this year. So it was a great game and a lot of fun. And but also in my league format game, so I had a loss as the birds, but also in my league format game, I had my victory scooped from under me by a spectacular play by the birds back in future, stole the victory from me on the last turn with a Birdman victory. So really interesting year for the birds for me. So the birds are getting a few small changes this year in standard. The first and possibly the most important here is that cloak and intercept is now only possible using bird hulls. And this is the first of what you're going to see is some changes that we're making this year that are some of the first changes that we're making that are generally taking something away. And so this is some small change. We do recognize that, you know, we introduced to standard the idea of cloak and intercept. And we do feel very good about that feature for the birds. We think it fits their personality, and it adds a lot to the race. However, it did introduce something that we expected, but maybe even worse than we expected, the combination with the privateers. We do recognize that has been a nearly indefeatable combo when it's together. So this is something that we are not eliminating entirely by any means, but this change is a small challenge against that. It makes it just a little bit harder. So you cannot do cloak and intercept with a meteor class blockade runner, for example. So this is a small change, but it's, and in many games this will have almost no effect, but it would have an effect in some games, certainly if you're making an alliance with another cloaking race. Enlightened class research vessel is now standard. This is obviously going to have some economic impact for the birds. However, I do want to stress, we are making this choice to bring the Enlightened into standard, not as much for balance reasons, but for fun reasons. The Enlightened is a cool ship. It's fun. It provides something new in the game that we don't have, and it's another ship that the birds can build. So this is primarily a fun base. We do recognize it will have some balancing impact on the birds, but we're bringing it in mostly for fun. Super Spy Advanced now includes tax and happiness information. This is kind of filling a small gap in Super Spy. It shouldn't also have a huge impact, although I'm sure some of you will find opportunities to exploit it in some positive way. But it's filling a small gap and bringing that data in as well. And we have a new feature, which is going to be really fun, coming to campaign. Coming soon. It's going to be in the next few weeks. It's called Super Spy Infiltration. And when super spying at a starbase, the weapons, cargo, and friendly code of all ships in orbit who have the same owner as the starbase will become known. So this is a way for you to learn something about the ships that are docked at a starbase, an enemy starbase, while you're super spying. This will be a new campaign advantage that you'll need to purchase with your mega credits in order to activate it. And we haven't measured the advantage value of it yet, but we'll give you guys more details when it comes out. So that's the birds in standard this year. I hope you guys enjoy this next season. Fascists. We've got a big one here. Fascist double beams now only works on fascist hulls. So just like the cloak and intercept, we are changing the way that fascist double beams works. It's not just a race advantage, it's a race and hull advantage. So you must be using fascist technology in order to get this advantage. There's some obvious reasons why this is. But again, this is an advantage that we introduced into standard, and in combination with some of the largest ships in the game, this does result in arguably overpowered advantages. So this is something that we are rolling back to fascist hulls only. Privateers, no change. Cyborg. Fire clouds can no longer channel hives. So we have seen some very scary cyborg Hor Wasp combinations, and we are, given the size of the hive, we're rolling that back. Short formats. So here we're giving a boost to the cyborg for short format games only. We're doubling the assimilation rate and removing the 20% tax limit for cyborgs. Crystals. Okay, crystal players, I want you to hold on tight for a second and sit down if you're standing up somewhere. We're going to be releasing a fairly significant change to the game in a way that hasn't been done to date at Planets.nu. So here it is. Webs always drain and stop ships Allies and enemies can never fly through webs safely. Webs no longer have friendly codes. Ships can be towed by a crystal player through webs, but will still suffer web drain. So here's the key element. There's been a lot of discussion about this year in the threads or in the feed on the site in different games. We've been doing some analysis on so many of the games inside of that are inside of Planets and how frequently we've seen the proliferation of web mines. I think there's been a sort of the way that Planets.nu and the community has worked has really expanded the amount of diplomacy that's occurring inside of Planets games in general since the BBS days, since the Tim Weissman's original analysis of the game. So I think we've seen a change in that such a huge high percentage of games are decided by web mines today that we've decided to not by any means taking web mines away from the crystals, but limiting or making it a little bit more difficult to use them with allies, and to make you as a person forming an alliance with the crystal line think about the best way to do it. So there's still a lot of opportunity here to do it, but the principal thing is that if I lay webs over my ally's space and he tries to fly through those webs, he will still hit webs and he will still lose fuel. So, and there is no way around that. This is a configurable option, so you can certainly still build private games. You can set rules to say full alliances are allowed, but in standard, even in a full alliance game, the crystals web will always stop ships. Crystals can also no longer lay webs in other players' names, and crystals can no longer travel through other players' web fields. So this is possibly something positive for crystal players in that they don't have the weakness of crystal web fields being in a team game, for example, where the other team also has a crystal, now being able to travel right through your web, so your webs are really always working. The only way to fly through a web is to be the guy who laid it and to be the player who laid it. And lastly, in campaign, the Sapphire is no longer going to have the free web mine passage flaw. So Sapphire is just a hyper jumping mine layer with no downside. And so this is a small gift back for you campaign players about this particular thing. Obviously, this I fully expect is going to garner a lot of discussion, and it is going to be a change. We're going to be trying it throughout 2021, and we'll see how it goes. Evil Empire. The Evil Empire are getting something interesting. And again, I'm going to introduce this really with the idea of the Birdman privateer combination. So here it is. The Superstar Cruiser is getting a small buff. It's called Intercept Interference. And what it does is it prevents cloak and intercept or priority intercept attacks by cloaking vessels on any ship at its location at the beginning of the turn. So this is effectively, if you have a Superstar Cruiser in your fleet, no one can priority intercept attack that fleet, and no one can cloak and intercept attack that fleet. Simple as that. So a Superstar Cruiser gains a serious advantage or a reason to be in those fleets in the cases where you're dealing with cloakers. And so I've always thought, from a lore standpoint or from the game standpoint, I always thought the Superstar Cruiser is sort of a magnificent creature. It's Tech 9, it's this big, beautiful ship, and yet its value in your fleets in terms of the Evil Empire is not really that strong. So we want to give this beautiful ship, this sort of grand ship, a purpose, and this is it. It's going to become yet another diplomatic tool for the Evil Empire. So they have the option to trade it if necessary, or use it for themselves as well. So I'm sorry, Birdman players, you're going to have one more challenge to face here. Okay, lastly, the Evil Empire are also getting a small buff in the short format games. So again, short format rule set only, 15 free fighters per turn instead of 5. We will see if that moves the needle on Evil Empire. I'm not so sure it will, but we're going to give it a little bit of a try, and we're going to be introducing these adjustments in very small amounts each season. So this season, this is the adjustment that we're going to make. Let's see if anyone chooses Evil Empire in their short format games or finds a value given this advantage. So what we're hoping. Robots. In campaign, the robots are going to gain access to the armored ore condenser. So nothing new there. The fascist armored ore condenser, we've had a technological leak, and the robots have stolen the plans to the armored ore condenser, and now have access to that campaign advantage in campaign. Campaign only. Rebels. Sage class frigate is being officially retired and is only going to become the Sage class repair ship. Essentially, there's a new switch. The Sage class frigate can repair, and so all Sage class frigates can repair basically, and we'll have the repair ship mission. And so more or less, we are retiring the Sage class frigate, which was prior to the repair ship being made was actually among the bottom 5 ships built in the game, essentially never built. And so the repair ship will have a purpose and is going to become standard. Colonies, no change. Hor Wasp. I really enjoyed, Johnny Doe, your presentation about the Hor Wasp this morning. It was really great to see a Wasp player bringing a lot. I know that the Hor Wasp continue to be divisive in the community. So for those of you who are continuously reminding us or asking please not to make them part of standard, don't worry. I want to talk a little bit about the Hor Wasp and sort of the plans for the Hor Wasp. The Hor Wasp are obviously a really interesting, really different race from the standard set of 11 echo cluster races. So the goal or the vision behind the Hor Wasp is to continue to use them as a storyline element, and we'll be talking about the timeline and whatnot. But when we think about the story of the echo cluster, we have some plans for them for the future, but it is not our intention to start bringing Hor Wasps into standard. We don't have, that is not anywhere on the roadmap. However, we do think that they have a place in campaign and especially in those melee games and whatnot. I think they make a fun place to be able to engage with them. So we will be just continuing as planned with them. However, there are some small adjustments to the Hor Wasp and how they work. Ooh, is this on the screen? So here they are. Here are the changes to the Hor Wasp. So hives affecting planet happiness will now send messages. Actually, I think Tailspin made a good suggestion in the feed there. We had to think about the implications of it because this will make it a little bit more fun. So when your hive, if you're not a Hor Wasp player, when a hive is approaching an enemy planet, the happiness on those planets starts to go down. And but there was no messages for the Hor Wasp player that this is occurring. So we are going to start sending those messages. Of course, this also tells the wasps which planets are occupied. So a bit more of their psychic powers there. They're now able to identify which planets are occupied, but not by how much or how many, or what is there. Sensor sweep missions. This is sort of, so that first one's a positive for the Hor Wasp. Negative for the Hor Wasp. Sensor sweep missions are now going to increase pod detection range by 20%. So you have the option to go with a sensor sweep mission on your picket line ships and increase your scanning range of Hor Wasp pods as they're incoming. and quite a large one here. Fighters shot down on Hor Wasp ships will reduce the number of clans on board. So we are working on this formula, still tweaking them a little bit. So we'll release the formulas about that fairly soon. But they will essentially, if you shoot a bunch of fighters down, the ship is going to start getting weaker. Whereas in the current case, if you don't actually damage the Hor Wasp ship, then the ship still has the same number of fighters in ship battle after battle, and that we feel is a little bit too strong. And as I pointed out on the cyborg, hives will no longer be able to channel. So as we start to see more combinations between the Hor Wasp, even with their diplomatic disadvantages, and the echo cluster races, we will continue to address things that might need to be addressed there. So that's it. Those are the 12 races, the substantial changes. I'm going to come back to the next step here, but as far as the races are concerned, those are the changes that we are unloading on the community or presenting to the community in 2021. And I'm looking forward to hearing your discussions on the topic as we go forward. All right, one more big thing here. We are, for the first time ever, in campaign mode only to start. We are introducing a new, very slightly modified torpedo list in order to give the existing torpedoes new life. So there are a certain number of the torpedoes, as all of you know, that really are almost never purchased or bought and put onto ships. And so we've made what we think is a nearly minimal number of changes in order to bring some life to them. But we've also introduced a little bit of a fun concept with Proton Torp. So here are the significant changes. Proton Torp is getting an adjustment. The mega credits to buy a torpedo is going down. But Proton Torps are getting a special boost of a 32,000 range, which means they will have a first shot advantage. This is smaller than the advantage of a quantum torpedo, so it's not like an entire extra round of torpedoes. However, they will shoot first. So we're going to be providing an option in the simulator. It's not there yet, but we will be providing an option in the simulator to simulate the impact of these changes. But I can tell you from my own testing that when two ships meet, or if you're looking for a shield scratcher on a big carrier, some Proton Torps on a Cygnus, for example, we'll get a round off where Mark IVs or something won't even shoot. So this is an interesting small strategic opportunity. You can configure some ships to shoot first. Likewise, the very, very expensive Mark V photon has been changed to become the heavy proton. And so it's a more powerful version with a 32,000 range, but still maintaining its very expensive cost. I'm interested to see how those get put to strategic use, particularly things like a Darkwing comes to mind. Could be very interesting if you get a first round of shots off against the smaller ships. You don't even need to worry about your shields getting scratched. Okay, Mark IIs and Mark IIIs are just getting slightly smaller, slightly lower torpedo costs. And the net result of this is that they become the two best mega credit based mine layers in the game, even better than Mark IVs, but certainly not having the damage or impact assessment, and obviously using more minerals for those mines. So something to consider. We will be looking forward to seeing if they now become used by some of you on your ships. And the Mark VI photon is also getting a reduction in cost. Its launcher costs are getting reduced. So this is exclusively launcher costs on the Mark VI, which we felt was too expensive, and that's the primary reason it doesn't get chosen. So I do think that given its low molybdenum cost and lower launcher cost and lower tech level, it may be a reasonable alternative to the Mark VII, and it has similar mine laying capabilities as the Mark VIIIs. So something to consider there when you guys are looking at the future. So This is our very first attempt to make some small modifications to the torpedo list for campaign mode only to see how that goes this season, and we'll look to see about that into the future. Okay, world building. This is a really big part of the future of what we are doing at Planets.nu right now, and something that we are really thinking about as we look to the future of VGA Planets, the history that we've developed as a community, and taking this wonderful universe that we all spend our days in today and expanding it to be its own place, its own environment that has a story, has a history, and is part of, has its own lore and its own depth to it. So as we look to bring more people into the community in the future and to establish an even bigger, grander vision of what Planets is, we are looking to build this world. And so I just want to put forth that this is a really important element that we think is key to the success of the game, is to separate from our past with the combination or the materials of existing sci-fi universes. We love the idea of like the archetypes, these sci-fi archetypes. The idea of cyborgs and robots and crystallines and space pirates. These archetypes are fantastic. Obviously, using materials from Star Wars or Star Trek and things like that is not something that is realistic in 2020. And so we love the archetypes, and we can think about those races, those fellow archetypes, or those fellow representations of the same archetypes, and enjoy the feeling of that. And we want to play that out in our universe, but we also want to have our own identity. And so this year we've started to invest in things like new ship designs, the new models. I'm going to talk about those a lot here. And we're going to be continuing to build this history as well, and the story of what those races really are. And so that's just a lot to do with the timeline project, which I'm going to talk about a lot. So as I said, we want to build the Echo Cluster in its own unique universe. We're building new ship models, and the timeline storyline is something that we want to build particularly for creating a really exciting single player experience, which is really good for beginners to learn the game, but also really interesting for veterans to help understand this new world that we're bringing to life. So we want to build our own universe of the Echo Cluster. Okay, so to that end, I've got some new ship models, which I'm going to get to introduce. So this year we've had this new project started, and really it's because of Gugai Walker from Resurrected Starships. He's an extremely experienced designer who happens to specialize in building ship models. And so this has been such a gift for us to have him come over. So we're really excited to have him on our team. And we've been working diligently on the model project. Just to get a sense of this, the scale of this project is really huge. Building a ship model is not a small task. It takes a significant amount of effort just to make one model. And these are all fully unique models for each of our ships. So it's going to take a while. As you can see here, we finished 17, about 130, possibly more models that we need to do. So we have a long ways to go. We've got quite a few more in the works that have been modeled but haven't been textured. So there's a sort of a multi-step process to making these models. You have to model them, then you texture them, and then we have to bring them into the game. There's a lot of steps to it. The Fed fleet is fully modeled, but we're still working on the texturing. And we've been really trying to identify the design language for the different races so that each race has its clear technology represented in that. And we actually have been talking about the possibility of hosting another maybe mid-year or first quarter presentation like this one, live presentation where you guys would have a chance to talk with Gugai Walker about the technology and how he's envisions the tech actually working in these ships. So things we have done though, you know, as I said, design language for several of the races is now clear. We've also integrated the 3D integrated 3D engine is integrated with our user interface, so we actually can now load the models, as you guys have seen some of them, and so we've done a bunch of work in this area, and we're looking forward to seeing these models come out. So without ado, I'm going to introduce a few of the new models, which you guys haven't seen yet, and all of the models that I'm about to show you are already visible on the site. You just need to go to the Planets.nu page and go to the ship page, and as soon as you go over that particular ship's page and just wait for a second, it's going to change the picture over to the model, and you're going to get a chance to see it. So here you can go there and actually see the models in 3D and play around with them. So here's the first ones. We've seen some of these already. This is the small end of the Federation ship line. So here you can see 5 models, and this also gives you a sense of scale and a sense of the design language for the Feds. So we've got the Eros, the Outrider, Nocturne, Vendetta, and Nebula all side by side here in a beautiful lineup for these new ships. So this is the first set of ships, and from here we have we have modeled the Missouri and the Nova, and we've got some wireframes here just to give you guys a sense of what's coming. But those two ships are, I can tell you, as I've seen a bit more of what's here, they're really glorious, and it's going to be exciting to use those ships. So you get a sense of scale of the Missouri and the Nova next to the Nebula. Those two models are not yet available on Planets.nu, so you'll have to wait a little bit longer on those ones, but here you can get a little bit of a teaser. Okay, here you can see a completely different design language. The fascist ships looking in a little bit darker, a little bit more menacing, and we've got front and back versions of the Painmaker and Cold Pain class cruisers. So these are similar ship design, just some small variations between the Painmaker and the Cold Pain. If you in fact look at the current pictures of the Cold Pain and the Painmaker, they're very similar on the site as well. But in this case, we're getting some reuse on the models here between these two. But those are the two different ones. And from the side view, you'll really be able to see quite a bit of difference between, because you can kind of see through the Painmaker and whatnot. So I think they look great. Gugai Walker will be able to talk a lot more to this stuff. So feel free to ask him any questions on the feed about the ships. I think he's watching, so he's probably there to answer some questions if you have any as we're going. All right, I have a very exciting ship to introduce to you here. This is the new Meteor class blockade runner. So 2 of them back to back, the front version and the back version of it. And you can see the fantastic gravitonic drive which powers these ships forward. So here are 2 Meteor class blockade runners ready to travel twice as fast as everything in the Echo cluster. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about gravitonic drives a little bit further on. We have some more privateer ships here, including the Lady Royale cruise ship. So you can see the Lady Royale there. And in the bottom left corner, a very dark and menacing Dwarf Star class transport, and kind of like a hammerhead shark down there. So we love that ship, and we're hoping you guys do as well. So this is the 3 privateer ships that we've modeled thus far. And obviously the Dwarf Star looks quite a bit different than the other 2, but we see these as the 3 of the principal ships for them. So this is not new. You guys have seen this before, but the T-Rex class battleship, just talking about the Lizard design language, you get a really good sense of it here. Superstar Destroyer. So this is the Evil Empire design language represented here. So you can see we are taking some of our cues from 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 our source material, but we're really trying to build something new and modern here that is its own. So here's a backside view of the supercharger for aft view of it. And as I said, Gugai Walker will be happy to answer some questions about the tech and how this works. But I think this is a really beautiful ship, and I'm hoping you guys enjoy it. And lastly, I think this is the last one. For you Birdman out there, here is your brand new Darkwing class battleship. I think I've got a second picture here of it. I think it's a pretty spectacular ship and looks dark, menacing, and ready to decloak and blow up anything you guys want to blow up. Oh, one last thing. Some small ships. We've got the Eros and a fan favorite and heavily used ship, the Falcon class cruiser, front and center in the middle there. So this is the new Falcon. Again, it's we're taking some inspiration from our source and the ideas that we like to think about this ship, and bringing something new and modern and that is original to our to Planets community for the Rebels. So there's your Falcon, and lastly, there's a small Serpent class scout on the right. And just to get a sense of scale, I think we've already. I'm not sure if we introduced the Super Transport Freighter. I can't remember if we actually introduced it, but if we haven't, there is a Super Transport Freighter as well on the upper right. So here's a way to get a sense of scale of these ships. So here you can see a very small Eros and Serpent next to a very big Darkwing and a very big Super Transport Freighter, T-Rex, SSD, etc. So it's really interesting when you take the 3D models to really start getting a sense of scale of these different ships next to each other. Okay. That's the end of the ship models, and now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the world that we are building. And the world is changing a little bit, and we are creating this idea of this timeline storyline model or set of levels. And so you are passing through time and space, visiting different sectors and traveling through hundreds of years of time in order to fight these battles. And so in order to explain this, we have this idea in the Echo Cluster that you are what's called an Echo, which is an elite member of society who is accelerated to nearly the speed of light to pass forward through time. And whenever needed, you are decelerated to lead your people through difficult times. And so this is the new character basis for all of your characters. You are an Echo. So you have this ability to pass over hundreds of years, fighting different battles over different times, depending on when you are needed and decelerated for this. So you can if this doesn't make sense to you, go out and read about relativity and physics and time travel, and I'm sure some of you will know exactly what I'm talking about here. Timeline. So the actual timeline single player levels. So we are releasing a set of single player levels which pass through time, and we've already introduced a timeline on the site. You can click at the very top of the site. If you click on Heiko's name, you're going to see the timeline, Emperor Heiko's name. You will see the timeline of events, and this is where you can actually start to play these levels. So the levels pass through 241 years of Echo Cluster history, from the moment that the Solar Federation arrives in the Echo Cluster forward through to the galaxy-changing events that occur at Charmed World in the center of the Echo Cluster at 0 on the new calendar. So we're going from 241 before new up to 0. What we've done so far is we have now released the first 7 levels in the Solar Federation. Now the intention is to have different levels for each of the 11 races. not the Hor Wasp, but for the other 11 races as they are passing through time. So we've introduced the first 7, which are ranging from the arrival of the Feds up through some parts of the story. So you're going to learn the story as you go. These levels are really different. They're really interesting. There's some storyline elements. There's some really different wind conditions. They're a lot of fun for veterans to play, but you're also going to see the educational elements. It is our intention for brand new players to come to the site to actually be given the option to play in these single player levels as their way to learn as they go forward. So we introduce new concepts as they pass through those levels. So in the first 7 levels, you can learn about the early conflict between the Feds and the lizards, the betrayal of Eve Mirak, the reason the lizards are immune to Lokis, and why the Feds have 200% tax rates, and many other secrets of the echo cluster. So as you go through these timeline levels, you're going to learn some of these secrets. So we would like to invite all of you now. We've had our beta testers, play testers playing them, but we'd like to invite everybody now to start playing these levels and hopefully enjoying them. I know that I've been playing through them. They're really fun and really interesting, even for veteran experienced players. Next up, we're going to be releasing the privateer levels 1 to 7. And the story of the privateers is really about how the Meteor class blockade runner and the gravitonic engine is first created by the privateers. So when the privateers first arrived at the Echo Cluster, they didn't have Meteor class blockade runners, but throughout this history, they're able to develop that technology. And this storyline tells you how that came about. So you can learn that by playing those levels, which we will be releasing in the new year. Okay, I'm very near to the end of my presentation, and it's been quite a lot to cover, but I really appreciate everybody's time. And so when we look at 2021 and the roadmap, our primary focus is going to be on the new levels and releasing those storyline elements throughout 2021. So, and also tuning those levels so that they work very well for beginners to be able to learn the game. So that is our hope, is that people can come and play those early levels and just enjoy the single player experience and learn the game at the same time. And then hopefully we'll be able to see those players then emerge from there and come into the multiplayer experience as well and join us in League and other games on the site. Obviously, we're going to continue the 3D model project. I fully expect that to take the entire 2021 and possibly beyond. It all depends how fast we can work through those models. And again, we'll be starting the new League season in January, and we're really hoping you all will start forming up your teams now. So we're really excited about that. And so that's really what we're looking at for 2021. I think this is the end of my presentation. It's been a lot. I know, I think there's even more this time than any other State of the Universe before, but thanks for bearing with me. And I'm more than happy to start answering some questions. And I hope this is going to be a great year in 2021. And again, I just want to say thank you, all of you guys, for everything that you've done.
Let's see. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Okay, I think. Sorry, guys, wasn't quite ready for the Q&A. Josh, lots of good information there. Thanks for sharing. We're gonna go ahead and take questions from the chat. So get them to Gideon so he can answer them. Pass them over to us. That's just so I can see the difference. So thank you. Lots of good stuff. I now need a new model for my Darkwing. So I don't know if we could 3D print something with those renders. That would
Maybe
be pretty
we can.
awesome.
I think it would look pretty spectacular, actually. So
actually, I'm pretty pleased with the way it looks. It looks really cool. I know that there were quite a bit of responses to your crystal announcements,
I bet.
And I'm
kind
sure
of glad I
that
couldn't
more
see
than,
the video as I was saying it.
oh my goodness, it's like wows or no's, and like it just went. So that's a pretty big deal. Like, it's now really hard to work with the crystal. You can work alongside them, but it's really hard to work with them. I'm just gonna go to some of the questions as they come in. How does the homeworld loss affect the Hor Wasp, the happiness hit?
Oh, that's a really good question. The Hor Wasp don't really have a homeworld, so that doesn't affect them at all, is the answer.
Okay. Any more info on the Wasp future you hinted at in the intro?
Yeah, so as I said, we are really looking at the Hor Wasp as a storyline element, and now, technically speaking, in the history of the Echo Cluster, the Hor Wasp don't actually arrive until after our new timeline levels. So we're actually expecting that's likely to be used for a sort of season 2 of the timeline levels, if you will. So there will be, another phase. And I actually have the idea that we would build a sort of cooperative multiplayer experience. So you could play together to get in a story. Exactly. So maybe 2 or 3 people could play together, defeating the Hor Wasp over a series of levels.
Excellent. Question on the Superstar cruiser. It's in standard, right?
Yes.
And is it a ship ability or a race and hull ability combined in order to work?
No, it's a ship ability, so you can trade it, and it comes with that feature.
The admirals from the table talk would like to talk to you out back when we're done here.
Yeah, sorry.
Why are the fascists lessened twice without any kind of compensation? It's not that they're the top winning race anyway.
There's no particular reason that we're not picking on the fascists or something like that. But the fascists are, I think that they're not lessened twice. I think it's just the double beams. I don't know what the other one is they're thinking, but double beams on large carriers has proven to be quite an epic change to the game. So
yeah, definitely. And in fact, the crystal announcement and the fascist double beams on the hulls, the only thing I think got the biggest speed and reply in the feed. So that was pretty major response. Someone asked for 3D printed new merchandise is coming out when?
Yeah, maybe we'll talk to Gugai Walker about that.
Yeah, there you go. Shouldn't be that hard to convert it, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. We got 3 questions tied to the Superstar Cruiser. What is the reasoning for the change? Like, what was the intention? You want all 3? Or you want to take one at a time?
I guess hit me with them all, and I can hopefully answer it.
Does it apply to anywhere to answer that one? And is it to any other ship at the same location? So it affects any cloak ship. I know that from my interpretation of it. So I guess where the question is, what was the intention behind this? Like, why are the evil empire suddenly a thorn in the Birdman side?
So the real intention was. Spent a lot of time thinking about the privateers and birds, to be honest. This is where it starts. And so we're thinking about the privateer birds, this combination, and how powerful it is. It's very powerful, and it's very difficult to fight against. And so we didn't want to take it away, and it's actually would be very difficult to take away, actually, given unless you want to take Cloak and Intercept away. And so we were considering just different ways to just soften it just a little bit. And so the Cloak and Intercept being on their own hulls, that's the first step. So obviously it's a little bit harder to do that. I can't just, send one ship over to the privateers and all of a sudden get a bunch of meteors and I can Cloak and Intercept and do all that stuff. It's just a little bit harder. You've got to have your own ships there in order to take advantage of that. And then realistically, it was just, let's introduce one opportunity to counter this technology. So the only true counter to it today is either minefields or glory devices. And so you just don't have very many. If the fascists are out of your game already and you're being fought by these guys, you're toast, right? So maybe you need to think a little bit more about keeping the evil empire alive if this is a threat in your game. And so, who should we give an advantage to? Well, let's give it to the EE, because as we see from the stats earlier, they are still the weakest in the game. And then, as I said earlier, the Superstar Cruiser, it really should be such a cool ship. And yet it doesn't have that much value to it. So it was a toss-up between the H-Ross and the Superstar Cruiser, and we decided to go with the Superstar Cruiser. So you can have those ships in your fleet and have a real purpose for them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a campaign boost to both to that hull. Will that campaign ship have that feature as well?
Yeah, it's just going to be passed along to all Superstar Cruisers.
Okay. Let's see what else we got in here. If you've already played the Fed levels, are they going to be different if we play them again to see the storyline? So I think they're talking about when you play the different levels for the different races.
Yeah, so the Fed storyline is completely different from the other races' storylines. We're going to be introducing, it's an intertwining combination of various stories from different characters' perspective, and those characters are interweaving between the different races and the different levels on those storylines over time. And so it's the entire timeline levels, and there's going to be over 100 of them, work together to create this comprehensive story, all leading up to a huge event and clash at Charmed World in the center of the Echo Cluster. So the timeline levels for the first 7 are the Feds. The Federation timeline levels are aimed at beginners. They're actually probably still a little too hard for some beginners. Even though we've kind of reduced some of the complexity of them, some of you will find it, even some of you experienced players will find that you might lose a level. And so that's, we may change the balance still a little bit, but most importantly, you'll see that there's this sort of introduction of different concepts and technology through each level. So in the first level, you get introduced to the idea that there are some natives there, and then in the subsequent levels, but you have no fuel to worry about and no supplies. It's in the beginner rule sets, and then in subsequent levels, supplies come in and minefields come in, and all of these different things are introduced one level at a time, kind of thing. So this is meant to help teach people, but it doesn't detract from the experience even as a veteran. I find it fun to not worry about fuel for a while.
Tailspin asks, when will these changes go live?
So a lot of the changes are going live as we speak. I know Big Beaver's been pounding away at the keyboard all morning as the con's been going on. So, but the standard rule changes are going to be released in the beginning of January. So most of those they'll be coming out over the next couple of weeks. He'll be turning those flags on, and we'll hear more from him, I think, after the con here. But
will those affect games in progress or only new games from that point?
Only new games as always. So every change that we are introducing is a setting. It's available to, we're going to be adding those to the private game options. So if you really hate something, you can turn it off and make your own private game. As I said, it's our intention to get on kind of a yearly basis of trying things out. So 2021, this is the 2021 rule set for standard, and it may change in 2022. So, and it may change partway through 2021 if we really did something wrong. So we kind of reserve that right, I guess. But this is what we're doing.
So there was definitely some concern in the chat, and someone posed a question about the homeworld loss happiness impact. Says, won't a negative 70 happiness hit colonists put nearby all planets put them into rioting? And they say, shouldn't it be dropped to 30 instead of minus 70? So obviously when you made that rule, you knew it could put you into rioting, and if you just did a 30% tax, a 30 happiness impact tax, you're down to 0 happiness. What's your response to that?
I suggest you be careful with how you tax your colonists.
Especially if your homeworld's threatened.
If your homeworld is threatened, and of course a surprise headshot by your friendly bird or lizard or something might have just that much more impact.
Ironic that we were just kind of downplaying that strategy at the Admiral's table, except for SMN, who still believes in it, and now
maybe they will like it a little bit more now. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Okay. Can you tell me the last letter of the alphabet?
Z.
Okay. It's asked why not address the lizard large carrier acquisition as well. The damage bonus of Gorby/biocides is similar to the fascist issue.
Yeah, we thought about that quite a bit, feds and lizards. But then again, we didn't introduce those rule sets, so we're slower to roll them back, I guess. So we're starting with the set that we have. I think it can also be argued that in the case of both lizards and feds, the advantage is because of the race themselves, the efficiency of the crew in the case of the feds, the strength of the lizards. And so regardless of what ship they're on, it should work. However, it could be argued that cloak and intercept requires some particular technology only found on Birdman hulls, and that fascist double beams have a technological element as well. So, I mean, take that for...
Seems good. The logic works. The logic works. Yeah. Okay, super spy infiltration. Can it be used at your own planets to detect hostile cloaked ships that might be orbiting the same planet?
No, it wouldn't work because the ship must be the same rate or same owner as the starbase.
Would it detect cloaked ships at an enemy starbase of the same owner?
That's a really good question, and I have to check in with Big Beefer to see how he's implemented that one. I know you guys are coming with fantastic questions right off the bat, but let me check that
one. Do you know which way you want it to go?
I'm going to discuss it.
You didn't think about that one. Okay. Why couldn't you? A question on the Evil Empire. Why couldn't we offer the feeling ability to Empire ships? 10 light years of feeling. Oh, the cloak detection. Yeah, why can't we offer the ability to Empire ships? I think maybe that means in standard, because that's an ability that works on any ship if you have it, right?
We certainly could. We haven't done it yet. I mean, I think that's the answer to that question is that, I mean, obviously we could, but we haven't.
An intriguing idea. Is the expanded RNG going to become standard?
We haven't made that decision to do so. I think on this point, this is a point that, I'd love to hear from the community on and what they think is the right answer there. Myself, this is, a personal opinion. I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I always had this feeling like when it doesn't work, when a ship doesn't launch its fighters, like something's gone wrong, and there's just sort of a randomness to that, and that kind of appealed to me, but that's a bit of the traditionalist in me. So, this is, I'd love to hear from you guys. If maybe we hold a vote one day, and I'd be open to it, but it depends on you guys.
Any chance we're going to see the Evil Empire gunboats become standard?
To be 100% transparent, the gunboats as they're designed right now, I don't consider them to be a big success. I don't think that exactly how they're designed in the sort of multi-battle, several VCRs thing, I find it a bit clunky in the user interface of the game, and the way it functions is a little bit complex. So it's been a topic of conversation of ours, and it is on our idea list to modify the way they work to be just a bit different, take away this multi-VCR thing, and but still make them interesting. I do like the elements like planet immunity, for example, for them. I find that to be a really nice feature and gives a boost to the evil empire. But and like sort of a supporting cast for your Super Star Destroyer. So I like some of those elements, but not the exact design of it today. So it's actually it's on our to-do list to do some redesigns there.
Okay. Will the new Super Spy tell you the enemy starbase mission?
No.
Dang it. That's the last piece, I think. Is it set to force surrender or not? Gideon, we got some more questions coming. I think I hit all the ones you sent me, right? Oh, got one coming in. Here we go. Do quantum torpedoes' second volley happen at 30,000 with the other torps? And how about the new proton torps and the other 32,000 range ones?
Yeah, so the 34,000 is they fire roughly. I mean, you can do it in the simulator with the quantum torpedoes, but they're firing roughly at the same time as your first volley of normal 30,000 range. So roughly, it's close. But the proton torps, the second volley does not come until after the first volley of the other guy. So it takes about 4,000 range. Is basically is one volley.
Okay. Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, got another one? An age-old question. The ship limit. Any plans to change it in the future?
Well, we did just change it now with the planetary production queue. And I think that's the change. To be honest, I'm optimistic that this planetary production queue is going to last quite a long time, and that I think we are getting really close to an optimal solution for a game mechanic for a global ship limit. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff around planets limit ships as well. I think, not to take away from that, I think that's a very interesting game model. I think it's a different game, and it's definitely been one of the lines of thought that I've had was to use planets limit ships more for beginners and intermediate games, but also having a high end of that. But that there's sort of this, there's just more challenge and more you have to understand to have a global ship limit, and so this makes some logical sense to me to be, a higher level or higher difficulty level mechanic. So I think it's. But as I've said multiple times in the past, I do think a global ship limit is a really key game mechanic in Planets.
I kind of agree. I think if the economy of Planets was built differently, you could limit by that, but by the core nature of the abundancy that you got to do a ship limit or it just becomes unwieldy.
Yeah, and it creates a tactical value of individual ships that is much different than in a pure smash mouth economy kind of game.
Someone asked, what about the botanics?
What about the
botanical natives?
Oh, yeah. We got some reports about those. They kind of emerged somehow. We're not really sure where they came from. It's possible that there could be other sightings of other kinds of natives. We've heard weird things. They seem to be coming out of the timeline. I don't know. We're not really sure.
Nice answer. Tailspin wants to know.
They do appear to be very rare. That's the only thing that we can tell. They're extremely rare.
Tailspin wants to know if you read Planets magazine.
I love Planets magazine. Yeah, Tailspin. Great job, guys.
Will you add RBX or 10 plus builds to the older PQ? I think it would work well there too.
To be honest, I think we will retire the old PQ. I mean, we see this as an evolutionary step from that one, and we don't. Although we will have a bunch of different settings, they still exist in the code base. It's not our intention to generate any games with that system in the future.
Gotcha.
It would be theoretically possible for private games. I think the settings are going to go there. We're not going to remove the code per se, but it's not our intention to use it.
What do the crystals offer as an ally now?
You can absolutely still lay web mines to stop an incoming fleet for your ally. However, if your ally now wants to fly back through those same web mines, you might need to think about picking them up. And or they're going to have to give their ships over to you. And, so you're going to have to think about whether that's the kind of alliance that you want to have.
You also, by removing the friendly code, kind of nerfed the Birdman with that change.
I was aware that possibility is there, so a small advantage back to the crystals.
Okay, I don't see any other questions coming in. So, Joshua, thank you very much for your time and your presentation and support of PlanetsCon Live. It's been a pleasure to have you, and as you know, this is the highlight I think everyone looks forward to get all these juicy reveals. And we have a lot of discussion that I'm sure is going to happen here in the month of December about things, and 2021 is going to be a very interesting year for us with the race on whole limiting rules, which I think is probably a good approach to some of those interesting combination challenges. So any parting comments before we close it out?
Yeah, two things. Join League if you haven't joined it already. It's a great opportunity to bond with a smaller group of fellow players. I'm hoping that you all find that to be a good experience, and we're going to continue to promote that. And your contributions there makes a huge. It's so fun, and I'm hoping that we'll get a lot of support from you guys. And then you draw in players. Use League as a tool to bring in your non-Planets playing friends. So this is a good chance to bring them in. And lastly, Greg, I just want to say thank you again. You guys, I mean, the work, I know how much work goes into this PlanetsCon. It's unbelievable. And you guys do such a fantastic job. I was watching it this morning, and I was just thinking, man, these guys are so good at this. You guys do a great job. You're a great host, and you guys are just killing it with this. So thank you very much. And again, to the whole community, thank you guys for supporting Planets.nu. As always, this is all about you, and I really appreciate it, and the team appreciates it, and we're working hard to do our best to make it a fun experience in 2021.
Thank you. You want to show us your shirt?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. May the forest
be with you.
All right. Thank you, Joshua, very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Okay, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. This is going to be the end of PlanetsCon for us. I appreciate everyone's time. We've had great participation in the chat. It's actually one of my favorite things about PlanetsCon now, after doing 2 of them, is to go back and read the chat. So thank you very much. I'd like to give a shout out to all of our presenters. Mopier for the MVP, Most Valued Presenter, producing 3 different presentations. Johnny Doe for his great presentation on the Hor Wasp. The Finns for their wonderful conversation about race selection and sharing those stats. It would be great if you guys made that available online. I think you did. And thank you to, not Peony. I'm sorry. For your very cool video on the botanical natives, and it looks like we better keep an eye out for some more. And then Admirals, thank you very much. It was a good conversation. there was some very good sharing of information and knowledge, good fellowship there. I hope you guys all enjoyed the trivia, and again, a big thanks to Joshua and also Big Beaver for all that you guys do, and then also to our new graphics people that are going to try to breathe new life into planets visually. And also hats off to the documentation team. You guys got some work to do. Don't quit, Tailspin. We need you. And I look forward to seeing all of you guys on the battlefield. Have a good one.